People who separated/divorced within 1 year of getting married. When did you know it was a mistake? When I caught my new bride having a workplace affair while I was receiving cancer treatments. It was not a pleasant time for me. Edit. Holy crap. Woke up to an awful lot of really nice notes. Thank you everyone, and to those who gifted silver and gold. I'm going to try to respond directly to some folks, but I will say this here. This happened about 25 years ago. Yes, I'm an old guy. It really sucked at the time. The day I found out I was a few months into both a major surgery and then daily radiation treatment. I was down to about 118 from my normal 155 lbs. But, as it turned out, it was really a good thing. We did not have a house or kids and the divorce was rather simple. I went on to get married again and have 3 incredible kids I would never have had otherwise. The entire experience taught me a lot about the power of forgiveness. Admittedly, it took me too long to learn this lesson, and I have a pretty great life today. If you are currently going through something similar, please know that life can and does get better. Thank you all again. And, while I watched Breaking Bad, I really never made the connection to me. So many of these comments have me laughing out loud. Edit #2. So we tried the whole marriage counseling thing after I caught her. The marriage counselor, however, was my wife's personal therapist. We had one meeting, and the therapist asked to meet with me privately. She subsequently reported to my wife, Nika seems to have a lot of anger. Yeah, think. I had just lost over 20% of my body weight. I was still going through treatments, and I found out my wife of less than a year was sleeping with a coworker. Lol. Best girlfriend I had to date at the time. I was in my late 30s, had never been married. Dated about a year, got married. Shortly after, she asked to have her name on all of my assets, a few rental houses, current house, and some financial instruments, the cars. Not a problem as we were married, I thought, but on a Wednesday she insisted it be done by that Friday. I didn't have time to do that, because work and a deadline. I could start it the next week, I said. She pitched a fit and said if I loved her I would do it by Friday. I found this strange and decided not to start it and see what happened. She moved out of our bedroom into a guest room, got cold around the house, told me she would move back into our bedroom when I finished getting everything done. At this point I thought bullshit and told her so. I went to my family lawyer to seek advice. She advised me not to put anything in her name at this point. Gave me the name of marriage counselor. She didn't want to go to counseling. She continued to live in the guest room. I took my lawyer's advice and did nothing about the assets. The long and short of it was, after 1 year of marriage, when on our anniversary she told me I didn't have her in my heart, I thought to myself, this is bullshit. About a week after that I told her, if this is the way it's going to be, I'm not going to be married like this. She then told me, okay, so what are you going to give me? Yes, she said. That point I consulted my lawyer on what a judge would come up with regarding community property for the past year. Number came up to 20G. I took that number and added about 20 grand and proposed that to her, so we can make it easy. I was going to spend more than that in lawyer's fees. If it got ugly, it got ugly. A week later I got served with papers with all said in the complaint. When added up, she was going after $750K for 1 year of marriage, 1 year of divorce proceedings, and 2 years of property settlement proceedings on what should have been a 2-hour problem. Judgment came. 215 points in the judgment. I owed her what would have been the community property, about 20 grand, but awarded me attorney's fees. So in net, she owed me about 30 grand and left her to go buy her own car. Turns out this judge had worked her ass off through school to become a lawyer and the same to become a judge by 40 years old. I was told by another attorney that normally this judge never gives attorney's fees, but was so pissed off at the gold dig my wife attempted that she felt it was justified in this case. Even though I came out okay financially, it was an emotional train wreck to have this happen and go through all that. It's been 15 years since it happened. I was not dateable for about 2 years, but now very happy with where I am and who I'm with. Edit. Wow, this reply to the op really blew up. Thanks much for the silver and gold. These are a first for me. Not sure, how do I find out who gave those to me so I can thank them directly? I can probably Google that. Lots of good comments. I'm trying to answer each question, but might take me a while. I'm in Asia right now and will be heading to bed soon. Thanks much for your thoughts. This happened 15 years ago, so I'm over the hurt, but the thoughts that you have been sending me have been uplifting. Point for the others with the stories similar to mine, and worse. I feel for you, I really do. I don't wish this type of thing on anybody. Divorce can be nasty, and I don't wish it on anyone. But in the case of damaging relationships, it's a tough but needed remedy. I guess the first time it got physically abusive, it took me a while to realize there had been subtle emotional abuse for a while. As it always does, the abuse escalated. It ended up being a really bad situation. My ex fit the textbook definition of a narcissist. I would watch YouTube videos of interviews with criminals and other people suspected to be narcissist and almost be able to predict what they'd say based on what I thought my ex would say. Then the cheating started. I know of 2 others for sure, but I suspect many more. It culminated with me uncovering a half-cocked plan to murder me for my life insurance. Would they have gone through with it? Probably not, because the plan was really bad, and they are not that stupid, but it was there. I had a complete breakdown, quit my job, my insurance was through them, sent my kids to live with their dad temporarily ill, and ended up in the ER. When I called my spouse to come get me, when they released me, they hung up on me. So I called my mom, who lived 2 hours away, and said, come get me, I'm done. That was almost a year ago. I'm still technically married, because I've cut contact for me and my children's safety, and don't have a current address for them. It's been a long uphill battle coming back from losing everything I owned, my job, my kids, my sanity. However, now I have a great job, kids are back with me, we have a great home in a wonderful part of town, and I'm enjoying getting back to being me. Honestly, before we even got married, but there was a great deal of denial and fear surrounding ending the relationship months before the wedding. However, there was a definitive moment when I realized this was not the man for me. About 3 weeks into our honeymoon, we had been traveling through the British Isles and finally made it to Italy. I really wanted to stay in a remote village and be immersed. He did not. We settled on Florence. Don't get me wrong, it's lovely there, and we saw a lot, but it's extremely touristy, and I didn't feel like I was getting the full cultural experience in a big city like that. I asked our host of the B&B what their favorite restaurant was, something only locals know about. The sweet man drew me a little map and even told me it would look closed and was very small and had very specific hours, which he wrote down for me. The next day, after some searching, we find it in an alleyway off the beaten path, and it's like a dream come true. Only Italians, no English translations on the menu, no couple from Florida at the table next to us. It's faking packed and it smells so amazing. They squeezed us in on a tiny table, got us menus, and said what I imagined was, we'll be back in a bit. I was awestruck by finally feeling like I was in my home country. I'm from Italian descent and all American Italians dream of visiting Italy. This place was something out of the movies. Small dim lights, loud, classic Italian music in the background. The little old Italian lady making the pasta looked like my nonni. I was just smiling and taking it all in. For the first time since landing, truly feeling like I was in Italy. My husband looked at me and said, this is too cramped, I can't eat here. I looked back at him and he just got up and walked out. I had to hold back tears realizing that he just walked out on me when I had found the happiest place on our honeymoon yet. The waitress came over confused and I just apologized as I stammered out of the restaurant. Both embarrassed and heartbroken, knowing this was not the kind of man I wanted to share experiences with. I knew at that moment I had made a huge mistake. Back in the early 1980s, I spent 6 years in the US Navy. In 1986 I was recruited to go into the US Army through a program for technical and intelligence experienced military personnel to become warrant officers. All the Navy offered me was sea duty and more sea duty. It looked like a real good deal. I was engaged to a young lady 3 years my junior and had a bit more than $20,000 in savings. Everything looked promising with a new career and family life. The wedding went off without a hitch. I was looking at a vacation of about 3 months between exiting the Navy and entering training for the Army. It was when my recruiter contacted me over my security clearance that things went south. My credit report did not match my questionnaire. There was 3 credit cards with a $14,000 balance I didn't mention. It was no big deal, they weren't delinquent, but I needed to amend my answers to account for them. Turns out my wife had opened up a charge card at our bank, then got a couple of store cards around town. She had purchased some serious clothes and jewelry, but the real kicker was she had bought a horse. She had taken lessons as a child and decided this was going to be her new thing. There was the price of the animal, riding gear, saddle, and tack, vet bills, stable fees, yada yada yada. I ended up dumping a big chunk of my savings into paying down these cards, then amending my questionnaire responses. She was from a very blue-collar family. They were very good people who worked hard for everything they had. But I don't think credit ratings and compounded interest rates were much discussed at the dinner table. So I explained about credit cards, the huge interest rate, how long it would take to pay one down, then about security clearances, and having a huge debt with no job would affect it. I treated this all as a bump in our relationship, but thing got dark really fast. My ship date was coming up, and things had to be done before I started training. I was in good physical shape, but I was facing boot camp, 8, airborne school, ranger school, warrant officer selection and advanced training. Basically 18 months of utter insanity. I was prepared for what I faced, but there was a lot that could go wrong. If I got through it, I was a warrant officer. But if I dropped the ball along the way, I would not only be enlisted, but junior enlisted in a job they would decide for me. In theory, I could end up a line cook and some chow hole at Camp Nowhere. About a week later, the phone rings. It's about the horse. No one was taking care of the animal, or cleaning the stable, or even feeding the poor thing. The stable had covered down for the sake of the animal, but now we're charging $350 a week for the extra services my wife was supposed to be doing. She was leaving our apartment every day, and I assumed it was for riding and care of the animal, and for the first week she was. The second week, she was lawyer shopping. She wanted out. She must have gotten wind of what happened at the stable and didn't come home that night. The next day I got served with papers. Total marriage time 47 days, so I ended up with an apartment with 4 months on the lease, no car and a horse. I found a new home for the horse. I had to defer my ship date, and it took 14 months to settle the divorce. My security clearance was approved 2 days after the papers were filed. I shipped the next day. In the end, I had 2 pair of pants, 3 shirts and a pair of shoes that had no business on anyone's feet. I was working 2 minimum wage jobs, 14 hours a day, paying down debt, lawyers' fees, rent and sometimes eating to get by. I ended up at Fort Sill, Oklahoma mowing lawns for 2 months as I shipped without a training slot for boot camp. I wasn't happy, but I was relieved. In airborne school, I met a ROTC cadet who was going to airborne school over her summer break. She had a year to go before her commission, and we hit it off. We'd get together on holidays, between training, long weekends. When I finished training and got my warrant, still a cadet, she flew across the country to give me my first salute. I gave her a silver dollar as per tradition. 2 months later, she received her commission, to which I saluted her and returned the silver dollar. Married that Christmas. We've been together 31 years. There were a lot of red flags that I can only see now, in hindsight, tbh. For context, there was a pretty big age gap between us, and he had a really rough life when I first met him. Some friends of mine and I helped him get out of his bad situation, although it meant leaving his mother behind. Sweet woman, tbh. I couldn't see at the time how much that would fuck him up. Boy. There was a pretty long gap in the middle where I was focused on my career in politics and didn't see him, but when we reconnected he had become a pretty hot NGL. He had gotten involved with some pretty hardcore religious types, but they seemed like good people, and we even had some friends in common. We got to spend a lot of time together during that period because of reasons, but he was honestly funny, charming, a little creepy at times. Probably should have picked up on the fact that his politics kinda sucked even back then, but I guess I was just too smitten at that point. His mother died right in the middle of our time together, which faked him up pretty bad. I started to see an angry side to him which I found more disturbing. Truthfully, but I mean his mother had just died, and I figured it was only a human reaction to that kind of pain. To be honest, I kinda thought I could save him. I know how stupid that sounds now, but he really had this puppy-like quality at times that made you just want to cuddle him. I got married to him right at the start of a big war in our country at the time, and we kinda felt like we had to live each day to the fullest given that we might not have much time together. The war, as it turned out, escalated very quickly, and within a year it had taken a pretty heavy toll on his mental health. It didn't help that I got pregnant around the same time. He started really worrying me when some pretty ugly abandonment issues reared their head. He couldn't bear the thought that something might happen to me and he'd lose me either because of the war or complications from childbirth, or I honestly don't know. He got real moody around this time and I could just feel our relationship slipping away. The last straw, the point where I definitely knew I had to leave him, was when he force choked the hell out of me on Mustafa and left me for dead while he fought with his old mentor. We separated pretty soon afterward, and it's left me pretty broken, tbh. The world feels like it's just fading away, and I've kinda lost the will to live. Not me, I've never married. But a close friend of mine that divorced within a year told me he knew on his wedding night he was making a huge mistake. In the months leading up to his wedding, his soon-to-be wife was spending more time with her mother than she had in the previous several years. On the day they wed, right after their nuptials, they went to take photos while the guests enjoyed cocktail hour. As they were getting ready, his new bride asked him to walk to an area with her for a minute of privacy. When they got to this gazebo, or something, I don't recall exactly, her mother was waiting for them. As it turns out, the mother and bride went into a long diatribe about saving his soul, how together they'd recently been reborn and found Jesus, and wanted him to start attending services with them. Now, this buddy of mine is an atheist, always has been. He was not raised in any kind of religion, but he doesn't announce his beliefs either. He has absolutely no qualms with people following God or whatever, but like me, he just doesn't want others to force their beliefs on him either. So he sat there on this gorgeous day, listened, and faked enjoyment the rest of the evening. The honeymoon was painful, and when they got home he tried to tell her he just wasn't interested in following, but was happy and supportive of her to find happiness the way she was. It wasn't good enough. And her mother began pushing him, and within 6 months he dropped the bomb that there was no way their union would last. He had a rough couple years after he moved out of his own house that he allowed her to live in, but he's since met someone else, remarried, and had a baby. Dude is an all-timer, one of the nicest people you could ever meet. So not me, but an ex. So I dated this girl for almost a year. We'll call her Lisa. Really thought I was in love with her. I mean, she was a pretty cool, slightly older chick. Opened my eyes to a lot cool different stuff. Those were some crazy days. So around the end of the relationship she started to act a little weird, distant. I of course handled it in the most mature and adult way, by being clingy and irrational. I still cringe thinking about it, but you know, to be young and in love. Well, fast forward to after our breakup. I'm incredibly depressed. I mean, don't want to get out of bed depressed, and to add to it, she already has a new boyfriend like a week after we broke up. Yes, I know. I'm also in the future with you looking back. This guy, we'll call him Rick, is literally the opposite of me. He's tall, absolutely shredded and has a good job. She brings him around our mutual friends, and like everybody loves him. So about 3 months after that I'm feeling a little better. I run into her at a party, and she tells me she's getting married to him. Honestly, I was fairly over the breakup by then, and I wished her luck. So as the wedding day draws closer she keeps calling me, and we chat from time to time. One night she calls and tells me that how great it would be if I showed up to her house before wedding, and whisked her away. Now if she had asked me like a week after we broke up I might have done it, but by this time I had gotten laid a couple of times, lost some weight, and was feeling pretty good about myself. So it was a hard pass on that. That was the last time we talk for months. The day of the wedding comes, and I proceed to get absolutely trashed. I turn off my phone, pick up a rando at the bar and party the night away. Yes, I know I wasn't completely over Lisa, but I think I handled it well. I wake up the next day hungover as fuck and turn on my phone, and she had left a message. I deleted it without listening to it. The day after that I get a call from a mutual friend, and he told me Lisa had to go to the hospital. On the night of their wedding, Lisa and Rick went downtown to party. Apparently they got into a fight and he beat her up. From what I hear, they got the marriage annulled a couple of days later. This will get buried, but holy shit, so many red flags. We both came from religious households and his mother did everything for him, so traditionally he put all housework and cooking on me. He was very sexist, but I could have dealt with that if he hadn't revealed how utterly stupid he was. I knew him for 10 years prior to marrying him, but I guess I never noticed, or he hid it, because we couldn't live together. Religious. On our honeymoon I bought a book to read in my downtime, and he proudly announced he couldn't read books. I tried to understand what he meant by being accommodating, and he kept going on about how his brain refused to pay attention while reading books because they were not worth his time/useless. Like reading magazines are okay, or the internet, but books. He just couldn't be bothered. His brain wouldn't allow him. I was horrified about how much pride he took in being so ignorant and frankly dumb that in my terror I read a chapter of my book out loud and asked if he could follow that. Nope. He grinned ear to ear. I wish I were joking. I noticed from then on that every time I said a big word he wouldn't know what it meant. I mean, not like huge vocabulary words, but 10th grade words. I realized that mentally we were just on two separate levels and there was no way I could respect this man who enjoyed being so dumb. I have a million stories about my ex-husband, but this was the moment I knew I would divorce his ass. The first time I got married, when I was about 24, and I remember telling my sister that I wasn't ready to get married, but I didn't see an alternative. He was my high school sweetheart, and very traditional, and I was convinced if we didn't get married then our relationship would be over, and I wasn't ready for it to end. Then he went on tour with the military, and I started getting all the tattoos and piercings I wanted, because dad was away, and I could breathe a sigh of relief and be myself. I realized that was extremely dysfunctional, and I started tallying up all the ways I'd compromised, and what I wanted out of life to feel like myself. When he got back he wanted to make things work, but our differences were just too big, and I didn't want to make it his turn to be miserable. That was the end of an 8-year relationship. Soon after our second wedding anniversary, the second marriage was to a same-sex partner, and it was basically for legal protection. I had been super clear from the beginning I didn't want to get married again, but then coming out got a really unsuper reaction from my family, so when they proposed I said yes because, again, I wasn't ready for the relationship to be over, and since we were going to be together for a while, yet the legal protection made sense. That marriage ended after about 9 years together. 4 married. Now I'm the queer polyamorous aunt who regales cousins with tales of her debauchery at family reunions, while the aunts and uncles wince and try to smile through their discomfort. This doesn't qualify for ops question, but I'd like to contribute a cautionary tale regardless. Some family friends, who I'll call Steve and Karen, were all well and fine the 2 years leading up to their marriage. They were both a bit older, late 30s, but still wanted to have kids, and decided to tie the knot. A few months before the wedding, Karen starts to get these kind of nervy turns. Steve notices this red flag, but everyone chalks it up to cold feet/anxiety, and assumes it'll settle down after the wedding. It didn't. 2 weeks into their marriage, Karen's gone into full-blown meltdowns every day and night. Steve hasn't slept in weeks because she's screaming at him that they need to have children immediately before it's too late for her. Police are called multiple times. She brandishes a knife and clocks him multiple times. He has to hide the knives and blunt objects in the house at her request because she's worried she's going to kill someone. 2 months in as Steve's trying to gather divorce papers, Karen gets pregnant. Steve decided to stay with her because he didn't want the child to be stuck with her alone, and they've carried on like that for about 25 years now. Don't be like Steve and Karen. Please get out beforehand if you have any doubts. And if your partner is showing signs of mental health duress, please help them get help. Abuse is abuse, no matter what party it's coming from. Never tolerate it. I had no idea things were bad, if I'm being honest. I thought we'd worked through our problems and still both loved each other. He left 1 month after our wedding. We were together for 4 years prior to getting married. I didn't learn that he had been cheating for more than a year until about 3 months after he left. I don't think I truly realized that I wasn't happy in the relationship until about a year to year and a half after he left. It was at that point that I started talking to friends again that I hadn't spent any time with in a while because I was always too busy. Too busy meant that I didn't want to be around anyone but him. It's one of the things I can look back on now and realize that the more he made me feel like no one else would want me, the more I was clinging to him because I believed it. I truly believed he was my only chance at ever being happy or having someone love me. I also started watching the sports teams I love again, but had stopped watching games because he didn't like sports and constantly acted like it was something stupid. I didn't want to disappoint him, so I would cave and ask about things he wanted to do. There were so many red flags, but he was my first serious relationship about a year out of high school. It took me at least that first year or more after he left to even start to realize just what a prick he was and how toxic and emotionally abusive he was. It's been over a decade, and aside from an occasional memory trigger or a post like this one, I don't think of him. On the rare occasion he shows up in a dream, it's always a scenario of us being together and me looking at him and thinking how brainless he is and telling him I'm leaving. I just assume it's my brain's way of playing out how it should have ended, though I don't get why at this point I didn't, but I should have. 3 months after getting married I found out that my husband had embezzled $150k from his employer and had been caught before our wedding. When we were on our honeymoon, back in the day, he always wanted to go to internet cafes. Turns out it's because he was emailing his old boss, pretending to be his father, trying to negotiate a payment plan for the money. In the end, his parents took out a mortgage on their home and saved him from jail. None of them told me this. I found out on my own, snooping in his email, because my spidey sense was tingling. Once that came out, it turned out that he was also basically a pathological liar. None of the stories he'd told me while dating were his. He passed off other people's stories as his own. He never went to either of the colleges he said he went to and got his diploma online. I was so dumb that I believed once it all came out it would be a fresh start / clean slate for him. We went to therapy for a long time, apart and together. We worked through it, I thought. We stayed married and had 2 kids. I eventually found out that he'd still been lying and that he'd managed to rack up $70k in credit card debt in a communal property state. He's a sentient turd. I hesitated before saying yes to the proposal. I envied how other women were treated by their partners and fantasized constantly about being with a man like that. Night of the wedding, I did not feel happy or sad, just neutral. During the wedding, I spent the day with my friends, he with his friends. I don't remember seeing him that much. We invited every relative, even people I had never met before. During photos, I was only thinking about what they would look like. I spent the night dancing with my friends until we were the only people left, and we didn't even sleep together that night. After the wedding, he did not magically turn into a husband like I thought he would. It was exactly the same. I started getting depressed 6 months in and started seeing a counselor who mentioned divorce as an option and walked me through the process. We didn't sleep together from the day we were married until we divorced 11.5 months later. I refused to have my name changed, which made a lot of family members ask constantly why. When I married my husband now, I did because I wanted children with him and finally experienced being treated how I had always fantasized. I wanted more of the same thing instead of hoping he would turn into a husband. I was so excited the night before the wedding that I couldn't sleep. The wedding was only my closest family and friends. We didn't even notice the photographer was there. We were just happy to be with each other. We left immediately after the cake so we could start our honeymoon together. We get stronger and more in love every day. We have beautiful kids and have been married over 10 years. Not me, but a friend from high school. The guy's like a real life Michael Scott. Cringe. He'll say a painfully stupid / awkward thing and then he'll somehow top it. Seemingly no self-awareness. Took me years to really appreciate the guy. What he lacks in comedic timing and self-awareness, he makes up for with heart and determination. He seems to desperately want the approval of people, including, I assume, his parents. So like 5 years ago he starts dating this girl. Maybe 2 years into the relationship they're engaged, confirmed by Facebook pics. 6 months later the wedding is planned, and it's quite the event. Classic big expensive storybook wedding. I was unable to attend because I was not stateside, but I saw the many pics. They went all out. 6 months later, the problems begin to surface. She leaves him, and they get a divorce. The way I found out about this is particularly tragic. I was still out of the country, but I heard about her 10-year high school reunion. Apparently, after the party, he invited everybody back to his condo. There were all kinds of wedding gifts, and the place was decorated with couple stuff, initial plus initial forever. He then started crying and spilled his guts about his whole situation to a group of our high school friends. Whoa boy. I came home like 6 months later and got more details. When we met up, she had been hiding a drug habit from him. When he found out, she moved in with her dealer/boyfriend, I guess. She also took some of his money in the divorce, not to mention his money she'd been spending on drugs. To add insult to injury, she married the dude she left him for. He seemed to have really matured over the experience. He was open to talking about it. Still had his moments, of course. For example, we dated the same chick in high school. He dated her 2 years after me. I hadn't thought about her since then, and then he says, "You'll hate this, but got married." Why the fuck would I hate that, haha. Anyway, I was really impressed with the way he was handling it. I'd be drowning my sorrows. He started his own company. He works his ass off. He didn't let his embarrassing failed marriage define him. He somehow manages to stay positive. My man. I know he'll be okay, because he has the drive. I was going to create the throwaway account and all of that. But, I have nothing to hide, and the people close to me know that not 1 ounce of this is made up. I knew the day before the honeymoon. Once the wedding ring went on, she changed from Jekyll into the clown from It. At least with Hyde you knew Hyde was coming from Dr. Jekyll. Not in her case. She turned into a totally different nightmare. Dated this woman for roughly 6 years, and had about a 2-year engagement. Before marriage we would party together, have social gatherings together with both of our sets of friends, watch movies, visiting each other's families, you name it, we did it. She didn't want to be involved in the honeymoon planning, as it was the man's responsibility to plan the honeymoon and the woman's responsibility to have all the finer details of the wedding. Me being the fool that I am, "Yes honey, whatever you want baby." We both take off from work because it's close to the holiday season and we are going a destination honeymoon, which I planned as she asked. Flying out of state was an issue for her. While we are packing, she expressed some concerns for flying so far for so long, which in retrospect was kind of weird because she had flown out of the country years prior to meet with her boyfriend before me, who was abusive towards her, which needless to say was a much further flight than our destination honeymoon. Hindsight is 20/20, it appears. While on the honeymoon she expressed that she didn't want to have sex, she was tired, she had a headache, and that I wanted too much sex. But before marrying her it was her goal to keep our marital bed sacred. After 4+ years of sexual encounters, I finally agreed to keep the marital bed sacred, and as soon as I agreed to shut sex down as she requested, I couldn't keep her off of me. She basically manipulated me with sex from day one. She never asked once for a kiss or even a hug, but she calls out of the blue and asks me could I come over and sin with her until the sunrise, which I did. Now we are married, she doesn't want to have sex. Fine. This is when things started spinning out of control. After marriage, I wasn't allowed to leave the house unless it was work. If she wasn't there, I wasn't allowed to go over my friend's house. I said fine, I'll invite them over to my house. When she found out that my friends were coming over, she put a stop to that and individually accused them of nefarious activities in our home, which wasn't true. Then I started hanging out with the neighbors literally across the street. She started treating them with contempt and the neighbors started asking me if my wife was a nice person or was she a jealous person. She didn't want me to visit my parents, but it was okay to visit her parents who stayed further away. We actually had to pass my parents' house to get to her parents' house. She proceeds to tell me that, while she's gone away from the house on the weekends, I'm supposed to stay at home and be waiting for her when she's done doing whatever she's doing for the day. She would sneak and have private conversations in various parts of the house. Her main place of choice was the garage. Imagine thinking you're in the house with someone, only to find out this person is having a conversation in the garage with the car and aircon. To this day I suspect that she was cheating, but I don't have any evidence to solidify my suspicions. When we met she was making 3-4x more than I was making. Once I finished some training that I needed, I was blessed to get a job. Unfortunately, at that time for me, that job was making more than her job. I won't find out until months down the line that this was a problem for her. She empties out our bank account by shopping until the credit cards wouldn't slide anymore. I have to ask for a 2-week extension on the rent because we literally don't have a penny to our name any longer because of her shopping habits. She empties out our bank account on 3 different incidents. We don't have any food or a dime to our name, but she has the latest shoes and purses. As a small preview into her shopping habits, she would buy so much so often. She often found herself having multiples of the same items because she'd forget that she'd already bought it. Problems start to arise once all this starts happening. I'm sleeping in a different room on a love seat for some months now. Still going to work every day, had to borrow money from a coworker to put gas in the car to make it to and from work. Bonus season is coming around for my job. Her job didn't give bonuses, and I know that the bonus money is going to hit the joint account. I also know if she sees the bonus money she's going to go on another shopping spree. So I hurry up and cash the bonus out and open another account so that I can pay the bills. She's waiting on the bonus and calls me, tells me that she sees that I spent all of her bonus money. She was depending on that bonus money so she could move herself out, she tells me. She begins screaming at me on the phone and beating her fists on something that I can hear over the phone. So I know we have a gun in the house, and right now this woman is in a frenzy because the bonus from my job was her next shopping spree and I effectively took that from her. I run home, remove the gun from the house and take it to my parents' house. I tell my parents I'm bringing this gun over so that no one will get hurt if anything goes down. My parents are concerned, but they respect what I'm trying to do. I say to myself, if she never looks for the gun, then I overreacted. If she looks for the gun, I'm sleeping on my love seat and she literally kicks the door into the room and screams, "Where is the gun?" I was scared and shocked. She proceeds to call the police on me and tells the police that I stole the gun and gave it to one of my friends that was out robbing corner stores with the gun that has her name associated with it. I explain to the cops what's going on. The cops shake my hand and thank me for being rational with the situation and suggest that I leave and protect myself. Now we are separated and she sends me divorce paperwork from the internet through the mail, and somehow, some way I receive this paperwork on my birthday. I signed the paperwork and in my heart I know it's over, and I go out and have a pretty good birthday that year. A few months later, not knowing that divorce can be such a long and grueling process, it's time to file the tax paperwork. I haven't heard from this woman in months, and she calls and states that she is at some tax office and that I better give her my SSN over the phone to some guy so that she can file and get the refund. I hire a tax attorney to find out my options, only to find out that the entire time we were married she was lying about her salary by dwindling her taxes being taken out of her check to literally a negative amount. Basically inflating her net to outdo my salary or what I was bringing home. So, when I tried to divorce the woman I couldn't legally because we owed a year's worth of taxes that I was responsible for as head of the household. These are some of the highlights of the entire incident. She has more to tell about, but I already cut this down a few times so that it wouldn't be ridiculously long. I move out of town for a handful of years and get my dream job, a job that I never once thought I would qualify for, that allows me to work remotely 90% of the time. So, I decided to move back home because my parents are getting older. When I move back, I run into some old friends who later tell me that this woman is still looking for me and wants to talk. PS. I'm still hiding, lol. Hits me how almost every response to the question is related to one of the partners cheating. Point here back quote s mine. We had been together for 13 years in what seemed to be a happy relationship on both sides. Eventually we got married. With that everything suddenly changed 6 months. After being married there was no sex anymore. My wife was completely cold to me. I asked what was wrong, but she said all fine. I started being suspicious and kept account of the contents of a condom box in our bedside drawer. Fair enough, I went away for 2 days on a work trip, and when I returned there were 2 less condoms in the box. I confronted my wife and she came up with excuses that she had given the condoms to a female friend of hers who needed them. I really wanted to believe that answer, no matter how implausible it sounded. I just didn't want to think that after 14 years a relationship could just fall apart so quickly. So I accepted it for now and played along. We went into months of counseling, but my wife made it clear that she wanted out. I eventually moved out for a trial separation. That trial moved into a permanent arrangement. We divorced to the day 12 months after getting married, which was the earliest we could get divorced according to Australian law. I soon found out that she had been cheating on me with her boss at work all along. I don't know how long. I want to think it didn't start before we got married. She would have had to have some nerve to be standing at the altar and playing a charade in front of our families. But it doesn't really matter now. It's now 10 years later, and I'm happily married with 2 children. I got over my ex a long time ago, and I look back at it as an interesting learning. Sometimes marriage can be a trigger for breakup. Perhaps it's the fear of being tied to one person for the rest of your life that makes some of us cheat. Having said that, it didn't stop me from marrying again, and it turns out there are very happy marriages. Good luck to all of you. Not 1 year, 17 months, but I could tell 3 months, in that I had made a big mistake. I was on the rebound, so it wasn't fair to her. Really. Necessary background. I grew up religious preacher's son, and my father lost his pastor job when my mom left him, because he couldn't manage his household. So mom bails, dad loses his job, divorce is sinful anyway, and my life was turned upside down. We had to go live with my father's father, me, my brother and my dad in one room. And grandpa was an abusive drunk. From preacher's son to hiding under the bed while dad was at school, so grandpa wouldn't whip my ass. Fast forward 25 years. Got married, the first time, at 30. Dated over a year, 6-month engagement, proposed on my knees, etc. By the book courtship. Had 2 kids right off the bat and the relationship fell apart because both of us super busy with work and kids. I knew we were drifting but figured as the kids got older, we'd come back. Nope. She wanted a divorce after 5 years. Found out later wife-1 had a side dude and it crushed me. I fell apart. Mental hospital. Everything. I was replaying my childhood nightmares. Background. So my first divorce gets done, and I do therapy and stuff, and get out and start dating. I hate dating. New people every week, and I'm pushing 40 at that point, so it sucks. Swipe right and all this bullshit. I had one lady I really liked, and we went out about 6 times, but then she ghosted on me. That was bizarre. I didn't even know what ghosting was, and I was just sick of being single. So the lady who will be wife-2 hits me up on dating site. I'm not going to talk about her, just me. I was totally oversharing from day one. Too much, too fast. I got too connected to her, and within 1 month, I was married to wife-2. I remember thinking I did everything right with the first wife, and it didn't work out. I'll just roll the dice and see what happens. Like I said, unfair to #2. I was using her because I was lonely and didn't want to be single. Okay, so needless to say, I missed a lot of red flags. She had no friends. Like literally. She hated my friends. Of course we were married at the point she was meeting them. I introduced her to 3 sets of my friends and then stopped because it got so ugly. Quick story. A friend helped us move, busted his ass, spent the night on an air mattress in living room. Wife and him got into an argument about feeding dogs chocolate. She did it in front of him, and he said it was bad for dogs and she went at him. I was amazed, however, when he apologized to her on his own. Said it was her home, and her dog and he shouldn't tell her what to do. I have good friends. I was so proud of the way he handled it, and I thought that diffused the situation, but she woke me at 4 AM and said we had to deal with this. I was confused, and she went out to the living room, woke my buddy, and continued the argument about dogs. She thought the entire town she lived in was full of bad people. She was a military brat, and, according to her, everybody, like, literally, every person in every town, according to her, in towns near military bases hates the military. Not some, everyone. According to her, everyone at her job was incompetent and out to get her, especially the women. At first I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt, but she got fired, and, at the new job, same thing point. When she got fired, I thought there was a plausible disability discrimination claim. I called a friend of mine from law school who did employment law, and gave him the facts. He was interested, and I brought my wife to meet him, and one of the partners at his firm. Legally, it's very straightforward, but when the interview started she went on every tangent about how mean they were, and hardly spoke about the accommodations she needed, and when she told them, and what they said about that, it was all catty cow stuff. So my friend and his partner talk, and they pass on the case. Friend later told me it was witness issue, they wouldn't want to have her deposed or put on the stand. So lots of red flags that I missed. I mean we only dated for a month though. One thing that kicked in for me zero is I did not want to be the guy with 2 divorces, because that would mean I was a real failure, so, by God, I wanted to make that second marriage work. Despite the red flags, I think the thing that got me was how badly we argued. She refused to let me take breaks. It's something I learned in therapy. If you're just going back and forth in an argument, ask for a break. She wanted to resolve things right away and said I was just procrastinating. I also felt like she wasn't negotiating when we argued. I tried to offer compromise positions, but she was an all or nothing kind of attitude. So I'd offer a few compromises, they'd be rejected. I'd ask for a break, that would be rejected, and on it went. Point I used to put my head face down on a pillow because I wanted to stop talking in an argument and she wanted to keep going. I went for a walk twice when she refused me a break, and she shut my phone off. 2 or 3 other times, I found my bank card disabled. I know that's getting into abuse there. Point the marriage died. I should have pulled the plug sooner or not even married her at all. Religious upbringing. I couldn't just shack up with someone, and I wasn't going to get divorced twice, by God. But, yeah, it was the method of argument that was the sign. I married at 21, the first time. He was great. Tall, handsome, great job in its sales, and generally a fun sort of person. Point little red flag early on. He called me a beach on our wedding day, in front of our guests. He asked me if I would dance with him. Not the first dance, we'd already done that, and I was mingling with people, pressing the flesh and all that, so I said that I couldn't at the moment, but I would in a minute. He responded with, God, you're such a beach. I don't know why we are bothering if you won't even dance with me. He'd never ever spoken to me like that before, so next day, he was really apologetic, and he'd had a lot to drink, so we put it down to that. I was annoyed, obviously, but there wasn't another incident like that in our marriage, all 11 months and 23 days of it. In fact, I'd say it was blissful. We bought a house, we had cats, we worked hard, and we were doing just fine. Sexually, it was brilliant. There were absolutely no clues he was about to end it. In the week before he did, well, we faked like rabbits every day that week. On the Tuesday he brought flowers to my workplace because he'd been visiting a client in my building and couldn't be in the same place as I was without coming in to see me. And then on the Thursday, we went grocery shopping. I remember as clear as day, when we walked in the store I said, "Shall I get this one or will you?" And he turned to me and said he didn't think I should because it would be unfair of him to make me buy groceries I wasn't going to be using. I was like, what? And right there next to the potatoes and carrots, he said he was sorry, but he was going to take me to my parents' house because he didn't want to be married to me anymore. And that was it. We were 8 days away from our anniversary. We met up for coffee a few times after because I was determined to find out why, but he never told me. I tried to at least stay friends, but the complete lack of answers made me realize that it wasn't worth my time. I found out when he filed the divorce papers though. They're in black and white. Adultery. He'd been having feelings for someone else, and it wasn't fair to carry on with me, so he kicked me out of the home that was half mine, and never gave me a chance to at least try to work it out. He even moved her into our marital home a couple of months later. It's over 20 years ago, but I'm still so angry about it, even though I'm blissfully remarried. I took revenge in the best way though. He was on holiday with his new woman and a mutual friend was cat sitting at the house. I persuaded him to go out for the evening. He gave me the keys and I faked my ex-husband's boss on his and his girlfriend's bed. I left a big red lipstick kiss on the mirror for him to see when they got home. Made me feel about 1000 times better. About 8 months in, my friend called me early in the morning crying and rambling about one of her acquaintances bragging at a local bar the night before about how they were having an affair with my husband. The bragging acquaintance had just had a baby with someone else about a month prior, and so that meant it was going on while she was pregnant. I didn't tell him what my friend was saying on the phone. I simply walked up, took his phone, and locked myself in the bathroom. I found naked pictures of her vagina and her breasts. Turned out my ex-husband and this chick had gone to the same Catholic high school and dated. He comes from an affluent and well-known Catholic family in town. Turns out, he got her pregnant at 15 over 16 and his parents paid for her to carry the baby and then give it up for adoption to a relative and to never talk about it. It was a huge secret. Still is. That was just the beginning of my reality. He was having sex with my very best married friend and at least 3 other girls who didn't care that he was married. They would be super friendly to me whenever I saw them around town. I had literally no clue. I was blind to his manipulation and narcissism. Hard lesson, but I found my value through the pain. The marriage was short, but the impact, positive and negative, will last forever. Year of being engaged with a girl I met through sheer dumb luck. She was sweet and kind for 8 months, and talked about having kids, and getting our own house. The day I showed her a home, not too far from her parents' house, she started talking about how we should wait, and we might be rushing things. We were engaged, and she was happy, but after the 9th month she was gone out of the house more each week. One day a coworker of hers who was a friend called me, and said she was sleeping with another coworker and the man had told her. Had pictures of them holding hands together and kissing. Worst part of my life so far. So far. Told her mother, and showed her the proof, and she was shamed by her family. They offered to pay for the rest of the apartment, but I just left it up to her and her family to take care of the rest of the year for her. On the plus side, her mother and I gained a friendship from the whole thing. I was in a depressed state after the breakup, and she was there to take me out to lunch and watch movies with me, since her husband never wanted to go out. Ended up doing a few classes together for cooking and art, and she helped clear my head. I also helped her husband choose some good gifts for her to make her smile more often at home. We are amazing friends and we always look out for each other. I think she's the only female friend I kept. I've been friends with her for more than 4 years. Not me, but my dad. He and I have always been very close, so he told me just about everything. He had been married twice before, 3 kids with each. I'm from his second wife. He's been engaged I think twice, at least once, but those ended. He used to be an addict and has always struggled. Mental illness. He hated being alone, so he met a woman through mutual friends and they began dating. They dated for less than a year before getting engaged. He moved in with her. While they were engaged they would argue, but it was never bad. Me and my siblings always talked about how we'd never picture him someone like her. They just didn't seem to fit anyway. They married and got divorced after 6 months. During the engagement and marriage, he started having heart troubles and had a triple bypass. He had 10 by the time the marriage finally ended. This was stressful for everyone, so we all excused a lot of things we shouldn't have. She constantly blamed him for them being broke, since he wouldn't get a job, but he couldn't. He was in and out of the hospital for about a year. He did all the housework, cooking, cleaning, etc. Has always liked doing this stuff, so it never bothered him until she started treating him like a butler. Go fix me this vacuum for me, run some bath water for me, etc. This was when he first started having second thoughts. After the surgeries, his body was pretty messed up. He had some metal keeping his ribs separated for a while, He had draining tubes that would drain into little balls, and after all of this, he had huge scars, the biggest going down the middle of his chest. This made him feel really bad about himself, and she really fed into that. She constantly told him he was out of shape, looked way older than he is. She hated the way he looked now, etc. It was awful. Point the last straw was when she kicked him and I out because he finally talked to her about how he felt. He wasn't mean. I was there for the conversation. He didn't yell or anything, but she took it as us ganging up on her and told us to pack our shit and leave. So we did, and we slept in his car for about a month and slept in a tent for a few weeks. That's when he finally decided to leave. Point they still aren't legally divorced, and she's still acting crazy. She blows up his phone begging him to come back, and even begs over social media, where everyone can see he's now living at his late grandma's house. He stayed there caring for her until she died. He can't get a job because he's still having surgeries. So he's miserable. I really wish they never would have met. He's the best man I've ever met, and I love him my whole heart, and I hate to see him like this. Sorry that was so long. We got married after 6 months of dating because she was pregnant. Never had a doctor appointment and eventually just stopped talking about it. I was young and didn't know any better, and I thought you were supposed to be married by 25. After marriage, I found all her credit card receipts and she was over 60k in debt. What I didn't know was those cards were in my name too. We couldn't afford rent, and within a month, we had to move on with her parents. It was a nice household, but they enabled her and held me responsible for the financial hardship because I wore all designer clothes and drove a Mercedes. The stress of living there, her spending and my short tolerance for bullshit put me into a bad place. She started hanging out with her HS friends and coming home late all the time. Good thing I had my friend Pat. We knew each other since HS, and he became my rock. My mother-in-law suggested he come over for dinner one night, and he did, and that is where it all ended. Wife started staying out more nights a week. Pat stopped calling me as much. I drove to work one day. Wife had not come home and saw her car outside Pat's house. I will spare all the fireworks, but I moved out and we started divorces proceedings with all the financials. It turns out she was banging the loan officer at work and she personally was over 100k in debt, and I was responsible for half of that. Again, I was young and got bad advice, so I filed bankruptcy and started my life over. Happy now. Wonderful wife, kids, dog and beautiful house. Fact that beach. There wasn't really a specific moment, but I could slowly see the signs. Her dad threatened me at the wedding reception, April 2018, and my family literally booed him. He said if I ever hurt his daughter I would regret it. Obviously my family didn't take so kindly to that. During our honeymoon, she took his back and was defensive about it. This was the first sign of defensiveness, anger issues, and constantly choosing her family over our relationship/marriage. After that, I would see more anger issues. If she didn't get her way she would either explode or not talk to me for a week. This was how she dealt with her father while she was living with him, but I always thought it was her father's fault and bought into her bullshit. It turns out this is how she deals with issues. In November 2018, I got extremely sick, bladder issues, and the doctors couldn't figure out what it was, but my blood pressure was extremely high due to stress from the marriage. I came home, and she said her family was coming over. I've never had a problem with them coming over. I told her I was sick, and they can come over when I feel better. She said I could lay on the couch, or go into the bedroom. I told her no, and she decided to leave me homesick while she spent time with her family. I was extremely hurt and felt abandoned. I realized then that she really didn't care about me and would always choose her family over our relationship. I was ready to discuss our issues in a constructive way, but when I did, she exploded about how she wasn't happy. I had enough and told her we needed to discuss things and she shouldn't go to her sister's party. I made it clear I was at a breaking point. I told her if she continues to choose her family over her husband she shouldn't come back because it was over. She left and threw the keys at me. After that, she said it was over and that she was moving out. I said that was fine. This was all before our first Christmas together as husband and wife. She left for about 2 weeks and came back around Christmas trying to work things out, but I was pretty much done because of how she reacted. I agreed to try to work things out while having an open relationship. I realize now that was a mistake. Well, she found out I was hooking up with someone and completely lost her shit. Slammed a bowl while friends were over and told them to leave. Came over unannounced. She was still on the lease, so management let her in and threatened to commit suicide and cut her wrist. I had to call the cops on her. It was a horrible feeling doing that. I told her it was over because everything had become too stressful and crazy. I blocked her on everything except her mail so we could discuss the divorce. I was harassed by her for months. She knew my new address because of the divorce and came over a few weeks ago when I was with my girlfriend. She tried to break into the window. I had to call the cops on her a second time. She found my girlfriend's Instagram and stated lies about me. I was cheating on my girlfriend with my ex. Complete bullshit. I told ex-wife, if she doesn't stop communicating to me and girlfriend, I'll file a restraining order. It has stopped, but it's only been a few weeks. I can't wait for it to end because I'm so much happier now without her in my life. I got married at 20. I had a horrible feeling at the altar, and the second I said I do, my stomach dropped, but I ignored it. I was happy that day. It all went downhill from there. The fighting started the next week. She wouldn't work, and I was dumb and had no education, so I was making $12 an hour. She watched TV all day and wouldn't clean the apartment. She never took the dogs out, and they would lay in their own piss and cheat all day. She got a job because I built her resume and applied for her and literally drove her to her interview. She would call out sick all the time, but never had anything wrong. I lost jobs because of her. I did everything in my power to make things work, but all I could do was just lose my shit because I let things go for too long. I finally became absent. I went out with friends all the time because I couldn't stand being around her. I started drinking. I finally had enough. During a fight that had been going on for days, I told her that I wanted a divorce. She packed up a week worth of things and left within 10 minutes. She took my dogs. She left me alone. It was bittersweet. I lived in that apartment for about 1.5 months after that. Alone. I had no job, but enough money to not have to worry about anything for a while. I drank and drank and drank. I started learning about philosophy and listened to podcasts while playing video games. I sobered up long enough every day to go to the gym. I was a mess, and everyone could see it. Later that year I joined the military. I'm still in. I got my shit together, but that's not to say it didn't have its mishaps. Now I'm with a wonderful woman. We've been dating for a year this month. We have the cutest dog, a wonderful apartment in a nice area, and it stays clean. We take care of each other. We take care of our things. We have careers we are getting into. We enjoy life, and will likely never have to worry about things again. That woman is the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I owe it all to my ex-wife teaching me exactly what I never wanted in a woman. Now I have the opposite. Someone beautiful, smart, driven, and motivated in every aspect of her life. I can't say enough good things about her, because she makes me so stupidly happy. I wish it could have always been this way. This was the worst. I knew it was over before it began. I didn't want to get married, but he was extremely pushy about it, and we went to a place to get it done the same day. So after much convincing that this was best for God and his family, I agreed. I know this was crazy/bad idea. Then within 4 hours of getting married he tried to leave me at a hotel because his parents found out we got married, and they were not happy like he thought they would be. He told me to rest, and he went downstairs and called his family, who demanded to pick him up. When I went downstairs after my nap, he was waiting for them, and he said God told his father we made a mistake. So I said, let me talk to your parents and we can drive home together. We then drove home and stayed married 48 hours before his family sat at their dining room table yelling at us and telling him that he could be the next Joel Osteen if he didn't stay married to me. That God said this and that. He agreed to the divorce in hopes that he would be this person they claimed he would be without me, and then he had me find my own way home. I was an hour away from home. I freaked out because he forced this upon me and then just left me. I called and texted him, and within 15 minutes he blocked me on all social media and his phone, and I never heard from him directly again after this day. I was upset for a while about this until I realized they were a crazy family. I would like to add he was 30 years old. His dad ran a small Spanish church in Philadelphia, and he worked at war. And he did not become the next Joel Osteen dodged a bullet. I knew before we got married. We had only been together for a few months. I was dealing with the death of a beloved family member. I wasn't thinking clearly and thought, well, I'm in my 30s. This is what I'm supposed to do. There were other reasons behind why I decided to marry without knowing him longer, and they involved feeling like I had to help him. Big mistake. We moved to another state. He had never been out of the city, and he had a hard time adjusting, a hard time finding a job, and a hard time being away from his family and friends. We started fighting. Although he said he was okay with me not wanting kids, he was pissed that I didn't change my mind. He was upset that I took birth control. He was upset that I wasn't a traditional wife, was upset that I didn't cook him dinner, and wanted to spend time away from him, was suspicious because I kept a diary. All this stuff just started coming out. I found out that he spent some time in jail for assaulting a woman he was dating years before we were together. I started to learn how crazy his temper was. The final straw. We got into a fight. He disrespected my aunt, and he kicked my dog's bed while my dog was on it, traumatizing him. I knew the next time he wouldn't miss. So the next morning, I purchased his ticket back home and filed for divorce shortly after that. Not me, but my cousin. She dated a man for almost 2 years whom she believed was her soulmate, a guy who adored her, put her on a pedestal, lavished praise, gifts, and his undying love. It was the perfect match. About a month into the marriage, he told her he was off to the gym. She went to the grocery store. While passing the diaper/formula aisle, she did a double take. There was a couple shopping together and the man, seen from the side, looked eerily similar to her husband. She dismissed it pretty quickly, then ran into the same couple a few aisles further down, only this time she could clearly see his face. It was her husband. As soon as they made eye contact, he did a 180 and disappeared. She scoured the store in an attempt to find him, but no dice. He was gone. She got home and waited for his return, and sure enough he came home in sweaty gym clothes. Upon questioning him about why he was in a grocery store shopping with another woman and buying diapers, he emphatically denied it, insisting that she had simply seen his doppelganger. He scoffed at the idea that he would possibly be with another woman, ruffled her hair, and teased her about needing glasses. Afterwards she said she felt rather foolish and a bit embarrassed. My cousin was convinced she was just seeing things and the incident was quickly forgotten. A few weeks later she borrowed his car while hers was getting serviced. She opened the trunk to put her golf clubs in and noticed there was a fold-up baby stroller inside, partially hidden by a baby blanket. Upon questioning her husband, he told her he noticed a coworker walking her baby in the rain and offered to give her a ride home and had simply forgotten to return her stroller. This excuse seemed pretty plausible, since he explained it so quickly and convincingly, but later she was trying to remember the last time it had rained in her area and couldn't recall any rain for several months. After having a couple of giant red flags waved in her face, she began to watch and observe him a bit more carefully. He would leave the house wearing different items of clothing. Then when he left, sometimes something as subtle as a different pair of socks. He would say he was going on an all-day hiking trip to take photos, but would return late without taking a single picture. His excuse? He forgot to put batteries in the camera. His paychecks were half spent, and he had no explanation of where or why his money disappeared so quickly, claiming he should probably try to cut back on going out to lunch with his coworkers, too much Starbucks, buying new camera accessories on Craigslist, etc. The final blow came on their 6-month wedding anniversary. He walked into the kitchen after work while she was cooking dinner, bleary-eyed from lack of sleep and having had a few cocktails after work, and placed a bag on the table. My cousin assumed it was an anniversary gift for her because he was always so sweet and sentimental like that, and while her husband was in the restroom, discovered some baby bottles and a teething ring inside as well as a beautiful gold necklace with the name Carol on the attached gift tag. She also found a card in his handwriting declaring his love for Carol and their child. It seemed that her husband had confused which house he was entering and accidentally revealed that he was living a double life. My cousin turned the stove off, grabbed her keys, got into her car and drove away. She was probably 5 miles away by the time her husband finished using the restroom and had crossed state lines back to her parents' home before he figured out she had left him for good. No confrontation, no discussion, no accusals, no packing, no explanation, no goodbye note, no pleading, no argument, no tears, just poof. Gone. She filed divorce papers the next day. Also interesting to note that Carol had no idea my cousin was married to the father of her child, but it all came to light when Carol's best friend Susan heard about the impending divorce from my cousin's boss, who also happened to be Carol's neighbor, and they all put the pieces of the puzzle together. They all lived in a big city and miles apart from each other, but it's still a small world. And yes, Carol dumped him and took him to court for child support. Close bracket. I, 29F, was with my S/O, 30 meters, for 10 years, and we got married in September 2017. November 2017 my mom was diagnosed with breast cancer for a second time, so I had to be a big support for her and my family. My now ex-husband was ripshit about it and was complaining I was spending too much time with my family instead of tending to his needs, aka cooking and cleaning like a damn housewife after coming home from work or treatment with my mom. Mind you, when his uncle was diagnosed with cancer a few years back, I would leave work early to go help him and his cousin with cooking for his uncle and picking up around the apartment, and happily so I would do that again to this day because that's just the person I am. I tried my best to split my time between my family and trying to make him happy. I even threw him a massive day party for his 30th, to which he later said that was nice, but not what I wanted. We went to couples therapy because I said to myself, if this is going to end, I want to make sure I did everything to save my marriage. I was so in love with him. He was literally my best friend, but he changed as soon as we got married. I wrote him a letter in therapy about how hurt I was, and he cut me off mid-sentence and said I can't do this anymore. I was shocked. I just thought, wow, I had a billion reasons to leave him, yet he chose to make that decision. But I got up and left quietly. Boy bye. We got divorced in 2018. It was not pretty, and it was traumatic honestly, but in the end my mom is healthy, thank God, and I'm rediscovering my identity, which is badass. I don't care how long you have been with someone. Once the respect and support is gone, you should be too. Just a couple months in. But to be fair, leading up to our actual wedding day we had a couple rough months. He was smoking spice, which for him was really bad. His behavior was erratic, and when he wasn't close to manic, he was withdrawn and secluding himself away from our family. I tried to get his brothers and parents to see what was going on and help me help him, but they just couldn't see what I was seeing. When I addressed the issue with him, he laughed at me. On wedding day, up in front of everyone, I felt like an actress playing a part. I knew right then there was likely going to be a divorce. A few months in, as things spiraled out of control resulting in his losing his job, stealing money from me, etc., I kicked him out of the house. He left without fanfare, but then started breaking in while I was at work. Things got really ugly. Deciding to file was the hardest, most heart-wrenching moment in my life. It tore me apart in ways I didn't know could exist. We eventually were able to become friends again and enjoy talking to each other and supporting each other as we each navigated our new lives. We had been friends for 10 years before we started dating, and then were together for years before we got married. It was so good to have my old friend back. He stopped with the spice fairly soon after all that and was back to his old self. He died suddenly in 2015, not drug related. I'm so grateful that we reconciled and had a good relationship before he died. Afterward, I asked myself what was left unsaid between us, and the answer was a 100% confident not a damn thing TLDR. New on wedding day, lasted 4 months. drug use and personality changes. I'm basically in this boat. We had dated for 6 years, and it was frequently pretty rocky. At the beginning of our relationship we had a lot of fun going out and doing things, dinners, baseball, and hockey games, etc. And we had some serious physical chemistry but at some point, the guilt trips started. She wanted me to work day shifts at the restaurant instead of night, because she thought we didn't spend enough time together during the week. This of course halved my income almost immediately. On the nights I did work, she told me not to go out for drinks with coworkers afterward to unwind. If you've ever been a server you know how needed those times are sometimes. Her reasoning being that she had to get up early, so when I'd come sleep over it would bother her. When she wanted me to move in, I was extremely hesitant, and I told her straight up that I didn't want to because I'm the type of person who needs space sometimes, and I loved playing video games to unwind after a long day. I told her that I knew if I moved in that she would slowly try to stop me from this, as in her eyes, video games are stupid. Eventually I caved and moved in with her. And wouldn't you know it, what I feared came to pass. I was playing Borderlands 2 with some friends from work when she came home once, and she demanded that I turn it off. My friends at the time were like, dude, what the fuck, she's really controlling. I began to fear making her annoyed or angry, as it would happen often. Eventually, I stopped playing video games altogether, stopped going out after work with coworkers, began to lose the desire to do anything but the normal routine of come home, drink heavily, watch TV. My friends all noticed the changes in me and were quite alarmed, and even though I knew I was unhappy and that this wasn't right, I had pretty low self-esteem and ended up staying with her. We'd have frequent arguments because I wouldn't do things the way she wanted them done. I put away silverware wrong. I was too forgetful. I never did anything sweet for her. I put things back in the wrong place, etc. I got even more depressed and developed a learned helplessness. My self-esteem and self-worth were shot because I felt I never did anything right. Through all of this time I burned through $10,000 in savings by combination of not making enough anymore and buying stuff / doing trips to try to make us both happy. We eventually left DC and moved to the SF Bay Area, where I'm originally from. She began agitating that I'd proposed to her, but I didn't want to spend money on a ring, yet because I was pretty heavily in credit card debt at the time, still in debt, but not nearly as bad. Then the ultimatums started. Propose to me by X date, or I'm leaving you. My identity was completely entwined with her at this point, because I hated myself. I stressed about this until I finally broke and started having anxiety attacks and delusions, most notably a delusion that I had to constantly check my shoes and skin for signs of needle punctures to make sure I didn't contract HIV. I started drinking heavily and smoking a lot of weed to cope, calling my insurer's advice nurse obsessively. I felt so unfulfilled and sad all the time. She demanded I get therapy and get meds. I did so. Eventually the serious anxiety subsided and I was able to function again. The ultimatums kept happening, now to include the fact that she wanted a baby, and I was so desperate not to be alone that I bought a ring. I eventually proposed and thought it would buy me some time to get my life on track. No such luck, as she became pregnant shortly after. Now I was trapped. I knew for years this wasn't right for me, but couldn't bring myself to end it. Now I was screwed. I went off the deep end into alcoholism. I would drink in secret at home, hiding vodka around the interior and exterior. I'd go to work, but a 6-pack of IPAs and drink those in secret at work. I tried searching for women to have an affair with because I felt so unfulfilled. I began self-harming by hitting myself in the head whenever she'd get mad, which was often. She would get really angry about that because she was convinced I was doing it to make her feel guilty for yelling at me or calling me stupid, when in reality I did it because I hated myself so much and wanted to die. I'd fantasize about jumping in front of trains. Eventually this house of cards came crashing down when she discovered me passed out drunk one night and went through my phone, something she did often, and discovered my attempts at affairs. She kicked me out. I went to my mother's house and drank even more. I ended up getting roughed up and arrested one night while walking home drunk because I didn't want to stop and talk to the cops. My thumb was dislocated so badly that I needed surgery. To correct it, I began to see how my self-destruction was ruining my life. I stopped drinking shortly after that. I moved back in. She decided to try to forgive. Our child was born, and I was very happy. But soon I felt even more depressed because of her cold attitude toward me. We were in counseling but nothing worked. Eventually I fell back into trying to meet women online, just trying to feel loved and wanted again. I know this was wrong, and I don't have any excuse for doing it. She caught me again and now is just borderline hostile to me every single day. The tiniest annoyances cause her to explode and yell and ask why I'm so stupid I can't do X right, etc. I now self-harm at least once per day, and I feel nothing but hatred toward myself. I've internalized all the negative things she said about me. I've come to the realization now that we just need to divorce. She will never be caring or nice toward me again. I feel like a stranger in my own home. She's threatened to take my son away from me and uses my past struggles against me, saying it would be so easy for her to get full custody. I sit here now on my 32nd birthday after yet another morning of hostility and yet another morning of bashing my head with my fists, just wishing I were dead. My life was good before I met her, and I let her abuse me emotionally until I became this husk of a person, which she now holds against me. Of course, my parents are divorced, and the last thing I ever wanted for my children was to grow up in the same circumstances. But I've failed. I've bypassed relationships in which I could have had a loving family. Instead I live in a broken home with no friends, and I long for some sort of validation or love. Anyway, if you've gotten this far, thanks for reading. The day after our wedding we got into a huge fight over something small and stupid that erupted out of control. During the argument he shouted we should never have gotten married. He said it just to be cruel and hurt me, but as soon as the words left his mouth, I knew it was true. 5 years of my life, countless tears, emotional abuse, and numerous episodes of catching him cheating later, I finally got up the strength and courage to leave. Afterwards, I really struggled with feelings of resentment and anger towards myself for so much wasted time and letting myself be treated so terribly. I've spent a lot of time since then thinking about my own role in the situation, trying to understand why I made the choices I didn't, learn from my mistakes. I still wrestle with self-anger, but I'm actively using the lessons I learned from this awful experience to make better choices going forwards. Despite all the anger and heartache, I grew a lot as a person during the whole process, and I wouldn't be who I'm today without having gone through the pain of this experience. I guess by making the most of what little positive there was from going through this divorce, I feel as though I'm making my past suffering count towards something. I'm in a much happier, healthier relationship with a wonderful partner now. I try to consistently apply the lessons I learned about what I need for myself in a relationship and about what kind of partner I want to be. It's been a long, painful journey and a lot of effort, but I'm really motivated to keep it up. I will always be a work in progress, but so far I'm seeing a lot of positive returns for my effort. I divorced my husband after 4 months, but we had been together for 9 years total. I think for a long time we had been waiting for happiness. We will be happy when we graduate college. We will be happy when we get good paying jobs. You catch the drift. We met our sophomore year of college, and I think it was easy to fall in love with the potential of a person, especially while young. He suffered from anxiety and depression, and myself with anxiety, so I enabled a lot of behavior out of empathy. Led to a very codependent relationship. Over Christmas he started to talk to his family about us having children soon, and I went into a total panic. I realized that the life in front of me wasn't even remotely what I wanted, that I under no circumstances wanted children with him, and that I wouldn't be able to have a happy life with him. The breakup was very messy and emotional, but even a month after I can actually breathe again, and I'm so incredibly happy. I'm disappointed in myself for compromising so much, but I think for me, it was like a slow boil. I had been unhappy for a long time, and I had tried lots of solutions, and I think a lot of our fights got blamed on planning for the wedding instead of our real issue. Big surprise issues were still there after getting married. My advice is to set boundaries, stick with them, and don't knock down those red flags. You should always trust that gut. Wish I had. Would have saved a ton in legal fees. Finally one I can answer. I knew when I was saying I do. My son's dad and I dated for a couple of years. I met him at work, retail, when I was 16. This was my senior year of high school. We ended up breaking up and almost a year later had a one night stand. I knew instantly that I was going to get pregnant from it. He didn't pull out. I wasn't on the pill. Young and dumb I was. I literally said to him, if I get pregnant I'm going to kill you. I knew before I was even late, and a test confirmed it. We both come from really religious families, so we decided to get married at the courthouse. I took the afternoon off work, by then had an actual grown-up job, and realized how little thought I had put into this day. I hadn't even shopped for anything nice to wear. I ended up wearing a skirt and a cardigan that I would have worn to my office job. While at the courthouse, his grandpa made a joke about how I could tell my second husband that my first marriage took place in this city. I was appalled at the comment, and it fueled the anger I already was feeling from realizing that I didn't want to do this. We tried to make it work, but ultimately I didn't love him. Our son was born, and less than a year after we married I left and eventually filed for divorce. Thankfully, we have been successfully and peacefully co-parenting for over 13 years now. Moral of the story: do not get married just because you or your so gets pregnant. A little bit different, but sort of relevant. Met my now wife in college when we were 18. We moved in together after a long distance relationship, both going to the same university. She was a bit of a country bumpkin, shy and quiet, but I took her places, saw things, did stuff she'd never done before. Everything was great, but towards the end of her course she started to become extremely depressed and started to behave in ways I'd never seen before. Seriously concerning depression. I'd walk in and find her on the floor crying, banging her head against the wall. She'd have the shortest temper and lash out violently, or flip her lid at the slightest provocation. We've always talked about everything and never hid anything from each other, and she'd tell me she couldn't explain why she felt so utterly without hope or desire to live. After a year of this, one night we had an argument, threw an iron at me, and stabbed my clothes with a knife out of anger. That was the last straw for me. I couldn't live like that anymore. I didn't like the way she made me feel about myself anymore. I told her how I felt, and out of desperation and clinging for solutions I just randomly suggested maybe she come off the contraception pill and see how she felt. I didn't know what to do, but I loved her, and I wanted to find a solution. She agreed to come off the pill. A week later I woke up to the smell of bacon and music. She had woken up before me, she was cooking breakfast, and she was singing. I went downstairs, and she smiled at me. I hadn't seen her smile in a year. I'd forgotten she could smile. Holy shit, it was like she was back, and I'd never realized I'd lost her. She told me that, since coming off the pill she felt like this fire that had been burning inside her was gone. She didn't feel angry or tired anymore. 2 years we lost. No doctors had ever warned her of the possible mental and behavioral effects of the contraception pill. That there were different kinds and can affect you differently. I was relieved and at the same time furious and saddened. How many young women out there might be suffering from a misprescribed contraception pill? How many lives were destroyed? How many relationships? It's maddening to imagine a girl experiencing that and never knowing why, and God forbid hurting herself. There needs to be way more education and communication for young women starting contraception regarding these effects, because it is potentially disastrous. I'm glad I didn't walk away and give up, even when things got truly terrible. We were together for a long time and got married 5 years ago. We would have gotten married sooner, but we could never afford it. Was my high school sweetheart. We moved across the country to pursue college in both our fields. It was her first time being so far from family, etc. She got depressed, so I started helping cover 4 classes so she could study at home. Eventually our nest egg started to run out, and we were forced to get jobs and quit school. We both ended up working at an AT&T customer care call center, and once it switched over to ad sales she struggled. Eventually this led to her being fired, and in that time I was promoted to resolution specialist. We lived paycheck to paycheck, and she loved to decorate, and I paid for everything in that time, even her car payments. I realized we were just spinning our tires and not getting anywhere. Her cousins were a prime example of the Coast Guard life, and I decided to enlist so we could be together and work toward finishing college, so we could stay together after being stationed and share benefits. We got married in Vegas. We were together for 5 years at this point, and I loved her at the time. I thought it was the right decision to keep us together and to get through college. Before I was sent to boot camp, we came back to Miami to have a wedding reception with family and friends. Then I was shipped out soon after, and upon arriving in boot camp and the yelling of company officers, my body had an extreme reaction. Even if my mind was rational and understanding that it was within expectations, my body couldn't handle the environment. After growing up in a very traumatic and life-threatening childhood, my body had its own internal memory and was prepared to take action regardless what I thought. I tried to fight it off and control it, but this resulted in severe panic attacks, where the staff couldn't get in forth in me, and my heart rate was over 220 BPM. Eventually I had to concede that I had to get out of there. Luckily the Coast Guard, unlike other services, to discharge from boot camp. I was sent to DHE, a discharge holding element, and met other people who were unfit for boot camp. Some of them were really genuine and others were definitely in need of professional help. I was both. When I finally arrived back in Miami, we ended up living at her mother's for some time. Before my hair had even grown back, I had gotten a job at PetSmart Pets Hotel and got to be around dogs and cats 24/7, which was a blessing, even if I worked an insane amount of hours. When I was home I was depressed. I felt extremely disappointed in myself. I was treated awfully by my wife and her mother. Her brother was always kind to me regardless. I would hide away in video games like Diablo 3 just to talk to my old friend. Eventually she got a job at Target thanks to her friend, and she started making some friends. My depression got worse at home, but it never was a problem at work. She started calling me pathetic and a loser that doesn't know how to deal with life. I got promoted at my job again and was now manager at the Pets Hotel. While she started hanging out with a guy from work and a concert, Trans-Siberian Orchestra, we were supposed to go together, she belittled me until she told me that she was going with this other guy. I got accepted for a county job with Animal Services, which was an amazing opportunity. Before I could get through on giving my 2 weeks, on December 23rd, she left her phone open on the bed to their texts when she took a shower. In it said how he was sorry for kissing her, and her response was that she hadn't stopped smiling since. It killed me, and I wept in the shower for a good hour. No one came to check on me, and the next day I moved out. I called my boss at PetSmart trying not to cry as I quit, apologizing that I couldn't fake being happy anymore, and that he was the best boss I had. He told me to take care of myself, and I said I would as we said goodbye. As my mom helped drive me to my mass empty house, I cried. She called me, I picked up, and she was worried that I would kill myself. I told her to go fuck herself, that she isn't even close to worth it. We talked about how Christmas was the next day, and that we should try to show face so that everything would be alright with the families. It was one day, and it was the worst day of my life. First we went and visited her family. The entire day she's texting this guy novels of text with me sitting right next to her. I had to pretend to be okay and be happy when in reality it was my last moment with a family I had worked 5 long years to be a part of. Baby cousins, uncles, aunts who always made me food. How it hurt so much, and she just texted away. We then went to my family's Christmas, and she didn't talk to anyone and just texted the entire time. She couldn't even pretend for one day that I mattered even as a friend or an individual. Finally we arrived at her aunt's, and her little cousin Julia was told by her mother and my ex's mom in front of my face that I was the one who did something wrong. That I was to blame for something being off when I was just trying to enjoy what little time I had left with the saint of a little girl. Who I could never tell her how proud I am when she grows up after watching over her for so many years. For Christmas I gave the gifts I had intended because I have integrity for myself. Regardless of what happened, I was still going to show my effort and care to those around me. My ex flaunted it to the other guy but her brother really appreciated the thought behind the gift. I was forced back home to the place of my trauma and miserable childhood. I went to my GMA's place to have my own space, and I had some time before my new job started. I wept a lot. I felt like I was lower than dirt. How someone you could love, marry, and they couldn't even treat you like a human being, let alone a friend. I couldn't sleep well, so I'd work out and clean to feel productive. My tabletop friends were my rock, even if I was unsteady. I saw a therapist, but it was just an echo chamber at the time. Started my job at Animal Services, and I saw people who were working my job for 30 years. My mother came to me one day telling me I could go back to college under the freshman forgiveness program. In this time my iTunes account was linked to my wife and her mother, so I saw every message between them. I quit Animal Services before even working 2 weeks, and went back to school as a non-traditional student. We filed for an annulment on February 3rd, and I revealed how I knew everything that they were saying behind my back. Told her to give my TV, that was still there, that she would use to watch movies with this guy in our once bedroom, to her brother, since at least he has some integrity. It was a miracle to go back to school, but I was broken. I had no idea who or what I was anymore. I bounced around majors trying to replicate what it meant to interact with each other as human beings. So I was drawn to the arts, to the interactions that make us human, because to me, I didn't know what it was like anymore. Everything I had worked for and tried so hard to preserve, even just a bond or feelings, crumbled right in front of me. I graduated in 2006 with a bachelor's in studio arts, but really I wanted to be in interactive media and design, which 2 years later became available at my alma mater. I have no idea what became of my ex-wife/ex-girlfriend of 5 years, and I wish her the best. I don't have time to waste energy or effort on hate point, yet if I did she would definitely deserve it from me, but that doesn't make it right. I'm so proud of myself, and I'm still working on myself and writing a new chapter in my life. I've gone through trauma therapy for PTSD and depression. I'm still not done, and I may never be, but I'm alright with that. I believe in my heart that, even if I can't always see it, that my love for everyone and myself will lead me where I need to go. I've gotten to demo and be witness to amazing companies like Magic Leap, and my goal is to create tools or games to help others who are dealing with trauma, mental illness, and anxiety through different forms of media. Right now, I'm preparing to go back to school for my master's, and I'm in a relationship with a beautiful person that I'm lucky to call my girlfriend. She and I base our relationship first and always as two individuals. Just like we heard at a recent wedding, we are two different pages in the same book. Edit. Thanks to whoever took the time to read this. I hope it was able to inspire. May you have an amazing day just like you. It was just after a year, but close enough I think it still counts. He and I had a lot of issues, but we had decided we loved each other despite them, and were willing to work through them. We were together about 5 years before getting married, but had broken up once before. What finally pushed me too far and made me leave, it was a combination of things. He had cheated on me multiple times since our wedding, all with ex-girlfriends of his. I tried to let that go, considering the sticky situation that made us break up before was due to what some may consider cheating on my part. So I thought, well, fair enough. I won't give up on us over it, but it happened repeatedly. I started to get paranoid about it. I saw signs of him cheating on me again everywhere, and I would be right and he'd confess. Then he started hiding it and gaslighting me, making me think I was crazy and feel guilty for suspecting it of him. I became a depressed and anxious wreck. I didn't have energy to do anything other than play video games and draw. They were the only thing that brought me joy. One day he became angry with me over who knows what I hadn't done, dishes or laundry or something. It turned into a screaming match, and at some point he hit me. And then during another argument later he hit me again, after he'd apologized profusely and cried and said he'd never do it again. I was already reconsidering my marriage at that point. Then I lost my father. It was very sudden and unexpected. We had had a rocky and tenuous relationship, but I still loved the man. When my husband told me he'd gotten a call about it, I will never forget his words. "Hey, your uncle called. Your dad bid it." After I flew a few states over with my brother to handle things, we were informed we were the beneficiaries of his life insurance policy. We didn't even know he had one. When I was talking to my husband about it, he said, "Oh damn, for real? How much are we getting?" And I just hung up on him. Sometime after that, he was going on a camping trip with his childhood best friend. It was supposed to be a boys trip and I didn't mind. Not even a day into the trip, a mutual friend sent me screenshots of my best friend's Facebook. He was on a trip with her. Just her. And she had posted the photos on Facebook of them together. I called my mom, gathered my things, and left that day. TLDR. After being cheated on, hit twice, lied to, and more, I realized our marriage was not worth it. Shortly after I found out my wife had secretly been an alcoholic the entire time we were together, I tried to get her into rehab. She responded by violently attacking me while I was in the bedroom with the door locked, while she was slamming her body drunkenly into the door repeatedly. I decided to call the police in fear of my safety. This turned out to be a grave mistake. The police came. She started screaming bloody murder, that I was abusing her. I had scratch marks all over my arms. They arrested me. They breathalyzed me. 0.0. I then had to drive 3 hours one way a few times to fight the spousal abuse charges the state charged me with. Luckily, my wife sobered up and realized her meal ticket couldn't provide for her from prison, so she wouldn't testify against me. Very stressful time, but the charges were eventually dropped. Having to drive 3 hours one way a few times to and from the courthouse, and the DA chewed my wife and I out in private for wasting his time. Sorry you couldn't put an innocent man into prison, jackass. Anyway, I quickly realized the marriage wasn't working out and got a divorce. She eventually went to rehab before the divorce was finalized. She tried to threaten me with alimony, but I shut that down by explaining to her this marriage failure was due to her alcoholism, and it was documented by her going to rehab, so that shut her up. All in all, a pretty intense time. She was pretty crazy in the end. Before the wedding I was 19, and deeply in denial about how unhappy I was with him. We were both still young, and trying to find ourselves, but he was emotionally stunted by a turbulent family life and inadequate homeschooling. I was insecure, and liked the familiarity of him, so I stayed way longer than I should have, even though he was a socially maladapted loser. He was downright embarrassing to bring places. I was in college, and paying my own rent and bills, so the idea of marrying him, and having a dual income was tempting to me. My parents threatened to stop helping me through school if we lived together out of wedlock, so we casually decided to get married at a courthouse. My parents weren't satisfied with this, because it wouldn't be official in the eyes of the Lord, so they insisted that we have a wedding on their dollar a week before the wedding. I find out that my then fiancé was secretly going to a stripper's apartment and to bars with her. The wedding had already been paid for and everyone had already bought gifts and received. I decided I was going to try to prove everyone wrong about us and go through with it. 6 months later, he had run us into the ground financially. We both got laid off from our jobs at the same time, so we had to leave our town and move in with my parents. He chose to completely numb himself by playing video games and eating in our bedroom. He never applied for jobs, school, etc. He refused to help me buy groceries or clean the house. We fought constantly. After he refused to go to counseling with me on multiple occasions, I told him to quit wasting my time, grow the fuck up, and leave. He told me he would leave, but he had nowhere to go, and was wondering if I could loan him some money for an apartment deposit until he got paid from his new job at a foundry. Because I'm compassionate and a complete faking idiot, I gave him the last of my money. The day after, he sent me a picture of a fresh tattoo. The tattoo was a pocket watch that read the time that I broke his heart. The months following were a slow of him being an alcoholic, doing drugs, and lying about me to anyone who would listen. He tried to manipulate our mutual friends by playing himself off as the scorned lover. If I had just told my parents to shove it and lived with him for 1 month, I could have saved myself years of bullshit. Dating for a little while, and it felt off during a lot of times. On reflection, but I was suffering from a massive self-esteem issue that I felt that nobody else would have me. Plus that was what they would jokingly tell me. I was planning on leaving the country, but she fell pregnant, and I stayed to raise the child. Proposed to do the right thing and stay together for the child, but my depression grew while being controlled and constantly told how worthless I was, and unfortunately attempted suicide. During the time in hospital, my family told me not to go ahead with the wedding, but she gave everybody a big song and dance about changing and supporting me, a complete 180 on how she treated me. 1 month into our marriage, things reverted back to how they were, but this time with physical abuse thrown in for good measure. She started accusing me of cheating and lying, and it all came tumbling down. I gained the courage to leave a few months before the anniversary of our wedding, and we were divorced shortly after that. She continued to abuse me, and unfortunately I have lost contact to my child after getting a restraining order against her, after she physically threatened to attack, and she's told my child some terrible lies about me that they would tell me from time to time when we would see each other. I continue to support the child as it's not their fault, and they deserve to receive the care, even though I cannot see them, but once they're an adult I plan to reach out and build that relationship if they'd let me. On the bright side, I'm now married to the love of my life, and I'm thankful to have her as my wife each and every day. She supports who I am and sees the man I plan to become. We've been married for 2.5 years, and I plan to grow old and grey beside her as she grows more and more beautiful with each passing day. I was legally am still married to my ex-husband. I suppose estranged works better. I wouldn't say a mistake, but things sort of culminated, and it was clear nothing was going to improve. He was always very down on himself and had a lot of self-destructive issues. He's a completely lovely person, and being his partner I wanted to help him as much as I could. Between me, therapy, family support, nothing changed. If anything, it got worse. We dated for almost 2 years. When we got married, I had a bit of a feeling that I couldn't shake. Everyone told me being a bit sad after getting married was normal. I should point out, our relationship was long distance, and I mean really long, 10,000 miles apart. With that context, it wasn't so much his issues, and mine too, were too much to handle. It was the way they sustained the physical distance between us. His depression meant broken promises of visiting dates, visa application dates, new apartment viewings, so we could live together. In spite of common sort of ideas, being married doesn't instantly mean a visa. It's a long, expensive, complicated process. I thought our marriage would mean a new motivation in him, especially with all the support from his family, but it didn't happen. So, after 9 months of marriage and 5 months of things just not working, 8 months of not seeing each other, we called it. No one cheated, nothing awful like that. We just couldn't make it work. If we lived in the same place it would have been rad. The divorce is taking a very long time due to TJE same issues as above, but he's moved on with an amazing girl and I've been with my sweetheart for a year now. We are both much happier. We got married before I got deployed for 7 months in Afghanistan. While I was away she got a new job, so I had never met any of her new work colleagues. When I came back, it was a very difficult tour, my first and last. The one thing that kept me going was the idea that I had a wife and a new life at home. I only joined the forces because I was at a bit of a loss on what to do with myself, and reasoned that at least I could do my minimal time as a medic, earn some money, and once I decided what I wanted to actually do, leave. Dream job RS/philosophy teacher. Anyway, once I got home I was very tired and all I wanted to do was sleep. My wife was always less than emphatic and didn't really understand what I had been through over the past 7 months. After 3 days she dragged me to a dinner party with her work colleagues. It was initially nice, and they had questions about Afghanistan. There was a feeling during that evening that their idea of me as a veteran was at odds with how I really was, and so I was more than happy to talk about it, hoping that in doing so I could show them that I was a reasonably intelligent and rational person, and not some wild thug. I started to notice some people glancing at my wife oddly, and there was a suggestion that this was not the person you told us about. As the evening grew on, more wine had been drunk. The woman sat next to more slightly drunk, said that she admired our relationship. Of course, I asked why. She said that the fact that you can see other people when you are away. My heart broke. Only 7 days previous I had to drag a friend out of a crater, and I just couldn't digest that information. I tried to carry on through the evening. Afterwards my wife started claiming that I imagined it, that I had PTSD, had only been back for 3 days, of which I had mostly slept. Over the next 6 months she gaslighted me, a few times tried to get me to hurt her, once even told me to kill myself. I can only infer from her what was happening, but her work colleagues treated me like an animal, kept telling me to leave, run away, go back to where I came from. I was isolated and not very happy. Thankfully we separated. I could write pages about what happened, but for the sake of brevity, that is a very brief summary. I got married to this girl in February 2016, I believe. I honestly can't remember anymore. Basically, she was very controlling and manipulative. She didn't want me hanging out with my friends anymore. She always wanted to know where I was and what I was doing, to the point she put a tracker on my phone without my consent or knowledge. I found the app, but she brushed it off because she had trust issues from a previous partner, so I brushed it off. We had a lot of heated arguments and disagreements, simply because of her overbearing need to be right on everything and anything, and constantly wanting me around and not being able to see my friends or family. The arguments eventually got to the point where she started calling the police for no real reason other than we are having an argument. I got arrested on at least 2 occasions because of arguments, which I later found out she was saying I was abusing her. In November I moved out after another one of our arguments and had enough. Few days later, I arranged for me to go round to pick up my stuff and for any letters to be sent to my friend's address. The very next morning, I had the police at my friend's door looking for me for accusations of domestic abuse and violence. This all went to court, and they called her out on her bullshit because no evidence of violence, bruises, etc. But I still had to be fined because there was no evidence there was or wasn't domestic abuse of another nature, mental. We weren't allowed to contact each other for an entire year, which was awesome, until she started trying to contact me, which I reported to the police because fact that she also left me with over £11k worth of debt on my credit card she was using behind my back. In short, keep aware of what's going on and don't brush anything off you think is odd even in the slightest. She may be your wife, girlfriend, whoever, but they still have the ability to fuck you over. She asked him to disinvite his attractive female childhood friend to the wedding. There is very little context other than she's fairly attractive and he had given her a ride home one morning 6 months ago after a brunch thing, and the fiancé got super jealous that they were alone in the car together for the 5-minute drive. They were never romantically involved ever. He agrees to disinvite her under slight protest, but they haven't been in touch for quite some time, so he was actually fairly indifferent. He never disinvites her though out of indifference, because he thought it would be awkward for not inviting just her out of the rest of the large childhood friend group who were all coming. He doesn't think anything of it. For month's wedding day, attractive female friend shows up to the ceremony as part of said large friend group and the bride loses her shit. Doesn't want to do the ceremony, wants the wedding cancelled, is ready to walk out. The wedding planner, who was apparently well versed in last minute temper tantrums, locked the bride, groom, best man and the maid of honor in a side room and said you have 10 minutes to sort this out. So, after much shouting, the bride agrees to get married. Happily ever after. They buy a nice home in a Boston suburb. My buddy has precisely one friend in Chicago. 1. By some glorious stroke of luck, that one friend happened to be dining in the same restaurant as my buddy's wife. She was supposedly traveling for work and was supposedly out to dinner with her team. Well, her team was one much older attractive gentleman who was holding her hand. A quick photo texted to my buddy and the marriage was over. It eventually surfaced that despite taking multiple work trips, she was never actually required to travel for work. These were personal vacations that she was taking and traveling to meet married men or men with a lot of money, to be wined and dined, no strings attached. My buddy became physically ill when he realized she had taken 3 such work trips in the months leading up to their wedding. Happened to my friends. Anytime you meet up with them, there would be a moment where both of them would step outside to talk, and they'd argue loudly for anywhere between 10 minutes to 2 hours. One day he decides they should break up. She decides she wants to get married. They got married and moved far away from all his friends. Weeks later, he finds her secret Reddit account where she's posting in secret infidelity groups. Now that she's married, cheating is more exciting. He confronts her about it. She's cheating all the time now and says, well, what are you gonna do about it? Break up with me? I don't think so. This went on for 9 months. Finally he told her to stop. Well, break up with me then, okay. Bye. I'm moving home. He came home. He's depressed and addicted to everything and is floating above rock bottom. We've all tried helping him, but he just takes advantage of us and won't take professional help. We're waiting for him to hit rock bottom before we help him again, though we are making sure he's safe. She, however, is having a wonderful time on the other side of the country, and aside from her dad resenting her for spending a huge fortune on their wedding, she goes through boy toys too young for her who may or may not stick around. When she tells them about cuckolding, our group of friends doesn't talk to her much anymore, but she does let us know she's doing fine. Side story. So was my +1 to the wedding. What do I need to know about these people? I've never met them. They'll be my first friends divorced. This is actually an interesting thing to know, so it's worth a read if you're thinking about getting married. I knew after I changed birth control. I've actually known 2 other women that had this happen. I was with a guy for all of my young adult life. Over the years things had gotten not so great. I was in denial about this 7 years in, and 6 months married. I felt like that was just how our relationships were. So many married people talk about compromise and having to work at a relationship. I thought that is what I was doing. In truth, that was all I was doing. I was also very complacent. I tiptoed around ideas and didn't voice opinions I knew would be fought. I got sick of being on the pill. I was starting to get worsening side effects. I switched to a non-hormonal IUD. Several weeks of not being on hormones opened my eyes. I started questioning things more, pushing back, not just doing what he wanted. After 2 months I broke up with him. He was shocked. Said I seemed to change out of nowhere. Another friend switched birth control and had doubts about her engagement. They broke up before the wedding. When I shared my ideas with a friend, she spoke someone she knew that went through a similar situation. I actually read an article ages ago, can't find it. It was in a magazine, so Google isn't helping, that supports this idea. I don't remember the specifics, but it argued that you should always try being off hormones before you marry someone. It claimed that hormones altered your state of mind enough that you might settle down prematurely with someone or continue a relationship that you should have ended. Obviously I don't have a lot of science backing me up on this, but it's an interesting theory people should consider. Not me, but a couple I knew. The bride had been planning her dream wedding since about 8th grade, like actual plans. She met a cousin of mine, and they were both a bit socially awkward, and they kind of got pushed together by their group of friends. For both it was a convinced marriage, at least that's how I saw it. They were each other's first everything, her early mid-20s, him mid-late 20s, and pretty much figured this was it. She got to have her dream wedding. Now she found her groom to put in the tux. The wedding dress alone cost over $5,000, and the whole wedding had to be about $100,000 all out of her parents' pocket. Everyone at the wedding knew it wouldn't last, but we didn't realize how short it would be. Not sure how long into the marriage it was, but he cheated and moved out to be with the other woman. Literally at the 3-month mark, she posted on Facebook looking for somewhere to sell her wedding/engagement rings. It was crazy shit. The wedding happened January of this year, and he's married to the girl he cheated with, and they're having a baby, and she's constantly posting passive aggressive stuff in FB. Like not even 3 months. He was remarried 9 after the first wedding to her. Hell of a year. Sorry, typed on mobile and a bit tipsy, so sorry for any spelling/grammar errors. I got married in 1987 to a girl whom I really only dated about 4 weeks over the course of a few months. It was a long distance relationship. The honeymoon period lasted maybe a month, and then things started to go downhill from there. There were signs, but being young and bullheaded, no one was going to tell me anything. I thought I could fix everything. The reality was the marriage was doomed from the start. I was young and naive. I was thinking with the wrong head. Next thing, she was coming home late, and eventually not coming home at all. Finally one day I lost it. She had hit me and I exploded. I threw her against the wall and pulled my arm back ready to hit her. I stopped because deep down I knew if I hit her I wouldn't stop. I was leaving for work for a few weeks the next day. I told her she better be gone when I got back. A few weeks later I came back to a nearly empty house. She cleaned me out. If she would have asked I would have given her everything. I didn't care. I don't wish my next year on my worst enemy. The wicked thoughts I contemplated. The hurt and anger that was over 30 years ago. Today I'm remarried, 19 years, and have a good life. Been doing much reflecting lately. Was a dark time, but am a better person today. I wasn't going to post this because it's embarrassing and painful, but I'm deleting my account soon, so I might as well. I was 19 when we met. We had a great relationship and were always together. I knew that I loved him the day we met. He was 28, so my family was very much against it. I'm a gay male, but it was also the age difference. I moved to his town after a few months. He was taking care of his terminally ill mother at her home, so I took a job at a hotel that had housing available. We spent weekends together for the most part. After a few years of this arrangement, I was depressed because all of my friends were running around with their partners, creating a life, spending time together. In an odd turn of events, my boss moved out of the country, and I agreed to become a foster parent to a child he was caring for. Through the foster system, my partner at the time was furious. He only could think about that it would cut into our time together, and how I should be available to just drop and go whenever he wanted. This was only during the discussion about me making the commitment. The decision hadn't even been made yet. I told him I needed a break. We took some time apart. He kept calling me, and when the boy answered the phone he would make sarcastic comments about his family leaving him on my doorstep. I immediately got a restraining order. The kid had been through a lot of crap, and I felt like, if I couldn't be more stable than his parents, that it wouldn't be fair to him. About a year later, my ex's mother passed away. He was impossible to get rid of. He would show up at my, finally officially adopted, child's school and try to get him to send me messages. He ended up going to jail, overnight, for violating a restraining order. We picked up and moved out of state. It's been 20 years, and my son always teases me about it. He says, after the family I had, I figured your life was pretty normal. I did run into my ex at a grocery store. He still had that gross, lusty look in his eyes. I ignored him. Not to be shallow, but life was not kind to his aging process. I wasn't going to post this because it's embarrassing and painful, but I'm deleting my account soon, so I might as well. I was 19 when we met. We had a great relationship and were always together. I knew that I loved him the day we met. He was 28, so my family was very much against it. I'm a gay male, but it was also the age difference. I moved to his town after a few months. He was taking care of his terminally ill mother at her home, so I took a job at a hotel that had housing available. We spent weekends together for the most part. After a few years of this arrangement, I was depressed because all of my friends were running around with their partners, creating a life, spending time together. In an odd turn of events, my boss moved out of the country, and I agreed to become a foster parent to a child he was caring for. Through the foster system, my partner at the time was furious. He only could think about that it would cut into our time together, and how I should be available to just drop and go whenever he wanted. This was only during the discussion about me making the commitment. The decision hadn't even been made yet. I told him I needed a break. We took some time apart. He kept calling me, and when the boy answered the phone he would make sarcastic comments about his family leaving him on my doorstep. I immediately got a restraining order. The kid had been through a lot of crap, and I felt like, if I couldn't be more stable than his parents, that it wouldn't be fair to him. About a year later, my ex's mother passed away. He was impossible to get rid of. He would show up at my, finally officially adopted, child's school and try to get him to send me messages. He ended up going to jail, overnight, for violating a restraining order. We picked up and moved out of state. It's been 20 years, and my son always teases me about it. He says, after the family I had, I figured your life was pretty normal. I did run into my ex at a grocery store. He still had that gross, lusty look in his eyes. I ignored him. Not to be shallow, but life was not kind to his aging process. I realized it was a mistake about 5 to 6 months after the wedding. He stopped wanting to be intimate with me. He changed his mind about the plans we had made. I wanted another child, something he was okay with, before we got married. After the wedding, he no longer wanted children. He stopped working. He plays an online game on his phone. He would spend all day and night on his phone, and text women he met online in this game. I accidentally found out shortly before Thanksgiving of that year. When I confronted him, he told me that they were his friends. I asked to go to marriage counseling. Initially he agreed. I brought it up again before Christmas and he refused. His parents hated me, and that was another big factor in our relationship. At Christmas, his mom made fun of me yet again, and he told me to get over it. There was nothing I could do about it. That's when I made the decision to divorce him. My divorce was finalized a day after our 1-year anniversary. I've moved on, and am in a relationship with a great guy. My ex-husband lives with his parents, with his girlfriend, one of the women he had been texting when we were still married. I think it's kind of sad. He has no desire to support himself and depends on his parents for everything. When they die, he and his brother are going to struggle to survive. I think the only reason he married me was so he could go on the honeymoon. When we got home after the rehearsal dinner, his sister had 8 months to get the right color dress, gold. I contacted her multiple times asking if she'd found one. Never did. Wanted to wear a dark bronze dress she already had. The day before the wedding I went to the mall with my cousin, who wanted a new dress. After seeing my 3 best friends' dresses, we got a great dress that complemented the junior bridesmaid's dress for my cousin and the same dress in Sil's size. We showed it to her in the parking lot before the rehearsal dinner, and before dessert was served I saw where I really stood. How dare I provide a member of my wedding party with a dress? My husband refused to back me up. I cried all night. The ceremony felt totally fake and was a disaster. The rabbi was half an hour late. The chicken was dry and salty. The green beans were cold and oily. I permitted myself 5 minutes to wolf my gross food, so my husband started going around to tables without me. Mill was disgusted that I would sit around eating and ignoring my guests. My stomach was such a wreck from my world being suddenly upended that this was the first food I'd eaten all day. Ceremony was 3:30 on a Sunday, reception at 5. Party and family photos during cocktail hour. I asked his best man to discreetly collect him and continued scarfing so I could get back to hosting and mingling. Mill grabbed the DJ and tried to get him to side with her. I'm sorry, Ronnie from Spinning Discs. You were the only good thing about my wedding. The rest of the reception was fine to my knowledge, just didn't feel the way it's supposed to feel when you marry your forever mate. Found out later that my aunt and uncle were accidentally served another couple's kosher meal and refused to surrender the salmon, so the kitchen had to act fast to save me the embarrassment. Props to the Arboretum Club. Also found out later that my Mill had gone around my friend's table and bragged that her dress cost twice as much as mine. My stepsister asked my permission to needle my Sil about her dress, which I granted. She pointedly asked her why she didn't match. Sil said it was just what she felt comfortable wearing. Stepsister countered that my wedding day is not about Sil's comfort. Sil turned heel, and my creepy underdressed photographer staged a borderline inappropriate solo photo shoot for my gorgeous mom. Spent the night in the hotel room with my husband trying to convince him that typically brides pick a dress for their attendants and they pay for it and wear it with a smile, whether they like it or not. Also reminded him how his mother had said multiple times that she would wear a fucking bikini because it was our day. Spent a rainy week in Maine, got into it again about the damned dress issue while he was brushing his teeth, and he tossed my toothbrush onto the carpet. I whipped it at him. Missed. Our layover from JFK was delayed by 2 days. Those days at my cousin's house in New Jersey were the best part of my honeymoon. He actually apologized for not listening to me and promised to do better. Oddly, this was inspired by my cousin asking his wife if his outfit for the next day matched. My husband was a terrible dresser. I'd had to send him back to change twice because Merrill clogs don't go with anything and sneakers don't go with cholo on Easter shirts. Sadly, he abandoned the marital home 2 nights after we got home. I lost 15 lbs, but gained the entire sum of our joint bank account, and Jews are generous with wedding money. Also an apology from his lawyer, his uncle, on behalf of his paternal side of the family. Illuminated why very few of them were at the wedding. I'm now with my husband, who I've been with for almost 10 years. Our daughter will be 2 on New Year's Eve. Eat a dick, Ross. It was 2 years for me. So I'm around 24, she's 35. We met while I was still in the Navy. I get out and get a job. She's a clinical social worker. One of the reasons I fell for her was that she had all of her shit together. Older woman, had a career, things were good. Very shortly after I took on civilian employment, she decided to unravel at work. She got fired for unprofessional behavior and then proceeded to bounce around jobs, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. All the while she kept pushing me to take on more hours and more responsibility so I could make enough money to support us both comfortably because, as she put it, her work was less stable. I quit my job as an LPN and became an insurance adjuster. I volunteered for a CAT team which involved tons of travel, but would help me progress in my job. I was traveling tons, I was working lots, and I was running myself into the ground. My wife then began to feel insecure because I was away from home so often. First, she started calling my job to verify that I was, in fact, traveling for work. Then she decided they were covering for me and I was probably not where I said I was and was faking someone else in town. Then she decided I was traveling, but probably faking someone else on my team. She read my work email, and one of my female coworkers ended a fairly casual email with an emoji, and that was all the proof she needed. FWIW, said coworker was nearly 60, overweight and very much married. But my wife saw a female name and an emoji. I never cheated. No flirting. Nothing. This sheet is eating me up inside. I'm getting depressed. One day I fly home a day early from the Midwest, where a series of tornadoes just tore up everything. I figure I'll get home late Thursday instead of Friday night. Surprise. Maybe the wife will call off, and we'll spend the day together. It's been bumpy, and she's been jumping jobs, and getting fired, and we've both been on edge. So I stop and get flowers and tequila from her favorite place. I get home, and I immediately noticed something is wrong. She told me that she was just going to be at home reading a book. There are 2 cars in the driveway. I park on the street, and I sneak up to the kitchen door and look inside. There are 2 dudes sitting on my couch and love a seat. One has a big grin on his face while my wife is blowing him. The other guy is looking like he's either waiting for his turn or celebrating having just had it. I come in and confront. The dudes leave. She tells me that nothing happened, and I'm an asshole for suggesting that it did. Then she admits she was blowing these guys. No condom, but I deserve it because I cheated first. I did not. Stupid me with my lack of confidence actually felt the next day like I was being too hard on her and I should try to reconcile. Then I came to my senses and called a lawyer. 5 months before the wedding, New Year's Eve, went out with fiancé, his best friend and best friend's girlfriend. Everyone except fiancé had a bit too much to drink, so he drove us all back to our apartment, intending for best friend and best friend's girlfriend to spend the night in the spare room. Fiancé and I go to bed, do our thing, and then I fall asleep. Naked. I woke up to the best friend in our bed, rubbing my back and trying to get me to roll over towards him. I yelled out for fiancé, who was in bed with best friend's girlfriend. To my knowledge, nothing happened. Both parties were still clothed when I stormed in. He thought it would be an excellent idea to tempt me with the best friend to see if I would cheat on him, then got mad at me for being upset about it. Yes, this was 5 months before the wedding, and yes, my dumbass still married him. I questioned marrying him up until the day of the wedding, but was too afraid to call it off because of the amount of money my parents had already spent. The marriage technically lasted 2.5 years, but I left him after 1.5 years. We were two completely different people, and after spending years, we were together a total of 5 years, pretending to be someone I wasn't around him. I'd finally had enough. It really hit me when I finally got a job where I enjoyed and liked the people I was working with. I would go to work and be myself and be fully accepted for it, then go home and have to act like a completely different person. It was awful and exhausting, and one day I was just done with pretending. I knew it was a mistake before I got married. I just did it anyways. I was in a relationship with the girl for a couple years, and looking back, it shouldn't have lasted more than a couple weeks. I was a socially isolated virgin, new to everything relationship related. Basically, I got sucked into the sunken cost fallacy and kept pouring more and more into the relationship, getting less and less happy the deeper I got. The whole thing eventually peaked when I joined the US Air Force to support her and inadvertently got sent overseas. The training, the friends, the independence, all attributed to personal developments that were long overdue. Self-realizations and personal confidence were the beginning of the end. Being overseas made the whole separation that much easier. I got out of the Air Force a couple years ago. I'm now 28, studying physics at a top-tier school, and dating a hot Japanese medical doctor. Moral of the story is, don't sell yourself short, and try not to fall into fallacious reasoning. A shitty investment is still shitty, regardless of how much more you put into it. It's like that old car that keeps breaking down. Send that shit to the scrapyard already and get what little you can for it. I wasn't married, but actually engaged 6 months. I had asked her to marry me about the beginning of my senior year. She said yes, and I resolved to start saving up as much as possible for when we got married. I had an after-school job, so I worked as hard as I could, hanging with her in any of the time I was off. Well, one day my boss lets me off early, and since I didn't know where she was, this was before cell phones were easily available, I decided to go to where my friends usually hung out. I'm sitting there waiting in the back of my truck when one of my friends pull up. I kid you not, I was so happy to have extra time off. I did a stupid little dance in the back of my truck, sort of like a victory dance. Got that stupid dance. Then he opened the door to his car and the inside illuminated. Sitting in the passenger seat was my fiancée. She wasn't exactly shamefaced, but more like crap. This doesn't look good. Then, like in the video games, when you figure out the last rune in a puzzle, all of the subtle hints fell into place. All her offhanded comments about him, how cool this or that was. I knew, right then, that while I had toiled away, I had lost her. I ducked out and went driving for hours. When I got home, my voicemail had simply these words: "It's not what it looks like, but we need to talk." It was what it looked like. Turns out she had told a few of her friends of her interest in dude before I had even popped the question. No one thought to inform me. And the worst part is, when I went to return the ring, guy would only give me half for it, with this condescending grin. Sad to say, I started crying right there. It just kind of hit me that I was the only one who had been taking this whole thing seriously, and now I knew it. On the bright side, the tears got me an extra 10% back. So, I essentially rented an engagement ring for like 6 months for $400. Luckily we were not married. I did dodge a bullet. We had dated for about 8 months and decided to get an apartment together. One day she gets a puppy because she felt bad for it. I'm not too big on dogs, but I'm good with it. She babies the shit out of him and starts blowing extra paychecks on the dog while telling me I need to find a better job. I was already looking for one, but that still bothered me. One day she come home after work and I was already falling asleep since it had been a long day for me. She starts screaming at me because I had accidentally spilled coffee grounds on the floor in the kitchen and didn't notice. Left the dog's empty bowl in his kennel. didn't do the dishes after I had worked a 10-hour shift of manual labor in 90-degree weather, and how I don't put in enough effort for her. I stuck around a bit longer, but more arguments were starting to come up over the smallest stuff. She wanted to get another dog. I disagreed, since she buys some of the most expensive food available. We don't have the space, and that our landlord was already unhappy that we had one dog in the first place. She then went off on me claiming that I was an asshole, inconsiderate, and loving, and that I'm the type of guy that would never tell his kids that I love them. Again, I stuck around for some unknown reason. The next week we were drinking at my parents' house and I commit the most heinous crime of smoking a cigarette. She says we are leaving and proceeds to start crying, claiming I don't love her and calling me everything short of a piece of shit. The next day I packed my stuff, took my name off the lease, and left. Haven't looked back. When the cunt flap hosserbeast went from docile and seemingly well-adjusted / caring to literally looking at me with unbalanced seething rage and hatred, while simultaneously grabbing my arm with a $100 nail job, paid for by me, every week, and raking it so hard it left gouges, and drew blood. The offense, I grabbed an empty shopping cart some patron just abandoned at the front of the store, right in the middle of the entrance, instead of grabbing one from the stack of carts inside. She viewed this as lazy, since I did not walk clear to the other side of the store to grab one from the cart stack. Yes, seriously. I also would wake up addled and wrenched in sweat from PTSD / B-induced nightmares. I'm a combat vet, invading Iraq, March 20th, 2003, she would tell me, and I quote with great accuracy and clarity, "You are some kind of faking retard. The army faked you up and now I have to deal with your bullshit." Divorced. Her gave her nothing except the memory of multiple squirting orgasms and 20+ minutes of tongue play I would often give her during our marriage, and went our separate ways, with me literally moving across the country. Physically pleasing, large tigs, slightly tanned skin, blonde hair, psychotic / sociopathic tendencies and gross emotional instability. She calls me or messages me on occasion, trying to be all sweet and reminiscent of good times, and I'm very cold and distant, and tell her to essentially fuck off. I mean this sincerely. If she died, I literally would shed no tears. None. The boy who surprised me and ate the end of my rifle to his chest. Tears for the rest of my life. She was less of a human being than that boy was, by far. Die and rot in a hole, you evil beach. So want to tell a little story of what is now known in my family as the shamdig. This story is not about me, but about my younger sister. But first, a prologue. My wife and I decided to get married 3 weeks after we got back together. We had been off and on several years and had spent the previous summer in an off phase. We got back together in August and married in September. Now, why does this matter? Well, my sister was getting married in October and was thoroughly pissed that my wedding was 3 weeks before her. Now, my wife and I did everything cheap. We got married at her grandparents' house in front of only family. My best friend officiated, and we only had a best man and maid of honor. The only reason we had a reception was because my mother forced one, so that extended family and friends could come. Needless to say, it was a blast. We somehow had a 150-person reception thrown together in 3 weeks with an open bar, good DJ, custom cakes, and wedding photographer. It was the best night of my life, and my wife and I are happy as can be with the family now nearly a decade on. Okay, so now on to the main course. My family comes from Texas, but my sister moved to New York to make it big on Broadway. It didn't happen. So she ends up meeting this guy while she is at school up there, and they end up having a kid. About a year later they decide to tie the knot. Since she lives in Manhattan now, she wants a big New York wedding. Central Park ceremony reception area, a dance hall overlooking Central Park with a ton of people. She also wants to make sure my wife and I see how amazing her wedding would be. So the day of the wedding comes and everything seems normal. Then we get to Central Park trying to find the spot they were having it, and we realize it's on the other side of Central Park, so the entire wedding party sans bride has to fit across to the wedding area. So obviously, to be cliche as possible, my sister shows up in a ridiculous carriage and the wedding starts. Well, her husband is half Jewish, half Irish Catholic, so the weirdest wedding ceremony occurs with a friend of hers officiating. He does the whole step on glass thing, and then we hoof it back across Central Park to chartered buses to go to the reception. So during the reception everything goes normal, until my brother goes out to smoke with the groom's family. They reveal to him that the guy officiating the ceremony, a friend of the groom, never got his online certificate and can't actually officiate, so they weren't married. My sister didn't know this. I think it finally got revealed to her at the end of the reception. The first I found out about it was drinking at a bar afterward the reception with my dad, brother, and sister, the bride. My wife and I took her limo to our hotel and she took the subway home. Her husband moved back home to his parents the next week. He changed so drastically once we got married. Once that happened I couldn't keep explaining away all the red flags I'd seen before. Then when he flipped it on me and told me I had changed, not him, he took perfectly innocent things that I was doing and twisted everything into me being horrible and cheating on him. I wasn't, to the point where I just couldn't take it anymore. The exact moment I realized I was done was when I told him I wanted to go to therapy because of all the issues we were having, and he was antagonistic, attacking, and sabotaging when we went to couples therapy, and he flat out told me I couldn't go unless he was in the room with me. That's when I realized the extent of his controlling behavior and that it wasn't going to get better. When we finally split up and I got away from him for a while I started to realize that so many of the things I'd accepted as okay were definitely not normal or okay. I had a poorly chosen fling after we split. My therapist says I was trying to convince myself I could still be loved, and he used that as proof I was a liar and a cheat. He still tells everyone his version of the story. Since we run in the same circles, it's a hard pill to swallow, but most people seem to have a good measure of him, and many privately admitted to me that they were glad I was out. We had been married for 15 months when I walked out. We never even got our wedding photos. It's now been 10 months, and I'm happier and healthier than I've been since he and I met. I never got married, but I was engaged. About a month after we moved in together, I started getting sick, very sick, every day. I was in and out of urgent cares and doctors' offices trying to figure out what was wrong. Vomiting and constant headaches. Finally a doctor looks at me and says, "You think it might be your mind, son?" and recommends I see a therapist. I go and this therapist diagnoses me with, her words, one of the worst cases of major depressive disorder she had ever seen before, along with high anxiety and some PTSD. I get put on meds. My fiance hated that I went to a therapist. Her little idea of a perfect world was shattered because to her she wasn't enough to keep me happy. And then I started seeing all the little signs around me. Her constantly not wanting me to talk to my family. Her always keeping tabs on me. Driving me away from my hobbies. Pulling me away from my friends. She wanted to control me. It was always about what I could do for her, not about what we did for each other. It ate away at my heart and my soul until I was a shell of a person. And I blamed myself for a very long time. I ended up losing my job, my good credit, and a lot of other things from that point. But what I gained was a lot of coping skills, an appreciation for my family, and eventually, a lot of self-worth. I'm worth loving to somebody as the person that I am, no matter what anyone else says or tries to do, and I don't have to be anything other than me to show that. And if they don't accept me, then they aren't the right person. I'm not perfect, but I'm worth loving. Throughout the year I thought it was an increasingly bad idea, although it took about a year and a half until we separated and a few more months until we divorced. My husband at the time took a lot more interest in becoming internet famous than putting actual effort into our relationship. He showed affection by buying gifts, which isn't all that important or necessary. He was home all the time, and I was too, since I worked from home as a digital artist. We were just together 24/7 and that isn't a healthy relationship. At our 1-year anniversary he didn't do anything to make it special, so I took the initiative to take us to a movie and a nice meal out. Eventually I felt lonely and a lot more like a friend to him than a wife, as there was no romance at all. While fatching around with an art blog I met who is now my fiancé, and we talked while I was still with my hubby. We were both in relationships and there were no secrets about that, but we unintentionally fell for one another. A lot of drama happened near the end. My hubby found out, and I didn't deny it. I wasn't sure if I wanted to give up a 7-year relationship for an online fling. I asked my hubby to make changes to better our relationship, but he wasn't interested and just focused on losing me. It took 6 months for our relationship to completely fall apart. My best friend at the time had a hand in it, getting details from me and saying how the new guy was a good idea and I can always get back with my husband later. Absence makes the heart grow, blah blah, only to go around and tell my husband because she always wanted him herself. There's a lot more details to it, and I'm certainly not claiming to be innocent in it, since it was me who ended up flirting around online. What I do know is he is still with my ex-best friend and gave her all the changes I originally wanted in our relationship. I'm with the guy I flirted with and had a baby with him this year. I think we just weren't meant to be with each other and stayed together out of lack of self-esteem and comfort. My brother, 5 months into marriage, he finds out many lies about where she would go and with who. They had been going out for 8 years, and he had forgiven her for cheating once before, but he learned of other instances also. Dude never cheated ever during 5 months before, and after marriage she would drink a lot to the point she would swear at our family and cause a scene at many family functions. She would yell at him publicly and tell him he wasn't a man or how boring he was. She would hit him and demand that he follow every whim of hers, or she would get angry. She would demand every holiday would be at her house and that he had to cut one of our sisters out of his life that she never saw eye to eye with. She would deny everything she was ever called out on and made up strange stories about the dude after the divorce. Bro was a great dude, but with a huge ego and so many insecurities he filled with this rigid relationship. She used this to get whatever she wanted from him. We couldn't even recognize him anymore. He even hid his mental health medication from her and all of us. The final straw for him was him quitting his successful businesses and locking himself in the home for weeks at a time. We feared for the worst. We were also happy when he finally kicked her selfishes out and I could physically see my bro unclench his asshole for the first time in years. He was a mess and his ego took a huge hit, but he rebounded hard and seems so happy now. I'm not saying my brother was perfect, but he and we deserved much better than that thing. That was 5 years ago. I got my bro back now. He's successful, happy, matured and met someone that respects him as much as he respects her. I'm so proud of him, as some people never get out. My mistake was trusting her. It wasn't until after she left that I realized I should have listened year before, when she said to me, during a spontaneous emotional breakdown I was consoling her through, "I'm just afraid someday you'll see the real me and not want to be with me anymore." Things were 99% amazing until those random 1% of the times when she would have a paranoid, anxiety, rage fueled mental breakdown that would absolutely blindside me every single time. I think I knew things were bad when maybe 5 months into the marriage we got in a small routine disagreement that snowballed into her leaving that night and not coming home 3 days later, and her mom stops by. Her mom that lives 2,000 miles away, because she had called her mom and her mom flew out the next day and they were staying in a hotel. Then she had her mom talking to me because she didn't want to anymore at the first sign of anything difficult. So basically right after the wedding she rapidly convinced herself that I wasn't actually on her team, but was actually her enemy. She was so paranoid and afraid that she'd end up in an unhappy marriage that she willed it into existence completely in her own head. So 7 months in, 2 months after the last thing, and only a few weeks after our honeymoon, one day we had another small routine disagreement that snowballed into her full-on screaming and slamming things and breaking stuff. Until she threw all her clothes in a pile and left to stay with her friend for a few days. Then she came back with a U-Haul trailer and took all her stuff to stay with her mom for a few weeks. That was the last time I ever saw her or heard her voice. She refused to talk anymore. I got divorced via text message. Then she had the audacity to go on a lavish vacation overseas on her mom's dime and post things like "no post divorce blues here, beach. You did this, you did all of it, to yourself." We had a 2-year-old girl when we married, and he insisted on a huge wedding and a huge loan to pay for it, but I believed it was for life so went along. He would go out every Friday night with his mates, no problem as I was a homebody and the main breadwinner, and enjoyed a night in on my own 5 months till I found credit cards and confronted him. He had run up huge gambling debts and been buying drinks for everyone. I stupidly transferred debt on my empty credit card. He then spent a month acting odd and one day said I need to get away, to think, and walked out. I got a phone call a couple of days later saying I don't want to be married anymore. I found out he had been having a series of affairs and buying them gifts, gambling as well, whilst my daughter and I were cold, rationing nappies and food just to get by. I was left with pressurized job, long hours, 2-year-old and huge debts. Best thing that ever happened to me is I found my soulmate and we celebrated our 10-year wedding anniversary this year. He looked after daughter whilst I worked and is the kindest person and great with money. It took 10 years to pay off EXH debt. He has since married twice more with huge weddings, and one of them only lasted a year too. He has filed for bankruptcy too. My wedding was jeans at the registry office, 6 people and the most wonderful day. Gonna be buried, but I got a twofer. Neither are mine, just people I know. I had a coworker that liked to go on cruises down to the Dominican Republic and juice the houses there. He met a lady, she gave him a song and dance, they got married, and she moved to the US with him. 6 months later he comes home one night to an empty house. Neighbor told him that she packed her shit up and left. She had moved to New York to be with her boyfriend that she'd been seeing since before she married coworker. He ended up having to put a divorce ad in the paper and wait for 30 days because she had zero contact with him before he could officially divorce. Her family friend was alone, a kid in high school, had a huge crush on the popular girl. She didn't really want anything to do with him. After high school he joined the army, got real fit, had some money. Now she's all over him. Within 3 or 4 months of dating she's pushing to get engaged. Less than 6 months later they're getting married. Several people ask him if he really wants to. She's his high school crush, so he's gung-ho. They're living on base out of state for a few months. She has headaches, doesn't want to have sex, yada yada. He goes on the computer one day and goes on Facebook. She's logged in and has a bunch of messages from one of the guys in his unit. Dirty talk, pictures. He does some digging and even found sex tapes they'd made together. She was doing stuff for this guy that she wouldn't do for him. He feels devastated, starts the divorce process. She wanted to keep his grandmother's wedding ring because he gave it to her. He went into a major spiral after that. Serious drinking. Failed the army physical enough times that they kicked him out. Became kind of a piece of shit from stories I'd heard from the family. But it's kind of understandable after watching your wife's sex tape. My first wife and I separated within 1 year. The marriage was officially ended 1.5 years after we got married. I know exactly where it went wrong. We met a few years before when she joined my band as a bass player. I'm a drummer. We got a relationship, but the band wasn't successful. We started a new band together with our common love for the 50s rock and roll style. This band became pretty large for a 50s cover band. The band members were either 22 or 25 and then making music like Buddy Holly, Elvis, Jerry Lee Lewis. Yes, we had a pianist and 4-voiced harmonies were awesome. Obviously, we went to see the competition. Not really, but other bands in our genre. About 2 years after we started dating we went to another band, knowing that her ex-boyfriend was there as the roadie of that band, who was convinced she cheated on him with me, which wasn't the case. We knew he already had another girlfriend so we figured, it's cool. We had a lovely evening, but then just before the end of the show when we left to prevent to see him, he found us, and he nearly killed me. Yes, literally, he hit me twice before I fell on the floor, and while I was laying there, he started to kick me in the head with his steel-nosed shoes. My almost wife started to scream and went inside. The band jumped off stage and stopped their roadie from killing me by removing him from me. I remember regaining my consciousness and hearing my girl scream and secondly noticing blood from my ear and not able to hear on that side. We rushed to the hospital and thankfully I only had a few scratches and lost about 20% of my hearing on one side. Obviously we went to the police the next day and they brought him to court. in the Netherlands. At that time, if you were victim, the state takes over from the victim and will do all the talking and bring him to court. Since I lost a good amount of hearing as musician, I wanted to sue him for that. That's possible in two ways, either a private to private court or use the abuse. Of course the latter is the way to go, which I did. But that can only be done if you are mentally okay with the abuse and it will be tested. I was fine, but it was discovered that my girlfriend slash almost wife was having all these mental issues from her youth. She went into therapy to fix that point. A year passed and we got married and all. Everything seemed fine. We had a job, a relatively successful band and were happy. But the tension started when we were together in our apartment. More and more. No fighting, just being like a brother slash sister. She was away a lot, either therapy or doing her sports, and came home very late. At some point, I think we were married for 9 or 10 months, while watching TV and relaxing, she suddenly said, "I want a divorce." I asked why, and she told me the life she was having was not the life she wanted to have. She wanted to be somebody else. This was caused by the therapy. However, I wanted to work on the relation, so I proposed to go for marriage counseling, and since she had the contacts, she would arrange it. Sure, a week passed, and I asked her how far she was with arranging a counsel. She told me she was not going to do that, and she found a mediator, because she wanted a divorce and I didn't. That wasn't the deal. So I told her that, no yelling or fighting at all, and it was pretty unfair that she wanted to leave, but still lived in the rented apartment. She agreed and left that evening. She lived for a few weeks with her mother. Mind you, we still were in the band together. Her mom was living in a tiny house which really didn't have room, so she moved to the apartment of the singer of the band who just broke up with his girlfriend. He had plenty of space and they both asked if I had problems. I said no, the only thing I want to know when you have a relation. About 2 months later she got a relation with the singer, which she told me. The band stayed together for another 2 months after that, and still actively doing shows, but eventually the singer left because he couldn't handle that the ex-husband of his girlfriend was in the band. Obviously, the girl left too, and that was the end of the band. I've lost my marriage and my band, which I've worked very hard for, within a few months. That was not a great time. I did meet my current wife around that point, just before my band shut down, and are happily married for nearly 10 years now, and have 2 beautiful children. I've been in much larger bands, touring Europe and now doing amazing things, and have my own successful company which is a computer museum. There were plenty of reasons for me to leave, but I will try to list them all as best as I can here. So, after he proposed he wanted me to move in. Okay, I can handle that. It's what you do when you're in love and getting married, right? So upon moving in with him and unpacking that final box, seems like my new life is going to be super great. It was like a switch had been flipped for him. He went from showing no red flags to every single red flag being switched on. Of course, this is my first time dealing with this kind of thing. For some reason my brain processed this as normal, even though part of felt this wasn't right. He traveled for work, so he would be gone a couple of days at a time. He started to travel on longer trips, being gone for 2 to 4 weeks straight. After the first 2 weeks he would ask if I was cheating. For some reason this didn't strike me as odd, and I just replied no every time. It's not like I had anything to hide, so the question just seemed like a question. Well, that changed after I started a new full-time job. I worked 60+ hours a week plus traveled 1 hour to work and 1 hour from work to home. So I was barely home myself. That's when the cheating thing became all he wanted to talk about it. It got to the point, no matter what I tried to talk to him about, like fiancés or even just a date night or even having a child together, he would immediately want to fight about me cheating. I would like to say I never cheated on him, even during this heckish time. It got the point that he would scream at me and I would just take it. I did scream back a couple of times, but I realized really quick that only made things worse. He would call me names and down talk me all the time. I felt ugly and stupid every time he spoke to me. He would make fun of me all the time in front of friends, and not the haha I'm kidding kind of way. It was cruel and mean and meant to put me down. I lost friends because he wouldn't let me go out unless he thought it was okay, which was never. He became very controlling, very quickly. He would time me driving from one place to another. He would drive to those places and he knew exactly how long it would take me to get there. If I was a second late or even early, he would call me and ask me where I was at. Who was I with? I'm a huge bookworm and love Barnes and Noble, so I would go there as my kind of getaway from the heck I was living. After what felt like years of torture, only about 4 months, he did the one thing I was not okay with and wouldn't take laying down. He hit me straight across the face. In that moment, it wasn't the pain on my cheek that I felt. It was the pain of betrayal that I felt. Someone I loved more than anything in this world hurt me not only mentally and emotionally but psychically as well. That night I went through a lot of emotions. I wanted to die. I hated my life. I hated my husband. I just wanted to end it all, but I never had the courage, because if I did my mom would cry. I couldn't do that to her, and I didn't believe in divorce. That changed quickly after he hit me. It was like something in my brain finally snapped and it just said enough. It was the moment I knew I had to get away. So when he left for the work, traveling, next day, I moved out. I broke up with him and told him I wanted nothing to do with him again. We were common law married, so I still had to technically divorce him by state law. So he got a hold of my dad and my dad tried to convince me to get back with him. My dad liked him, but I never told him what he did to me. If I did, my dad would, well, you know how protective dads are of their daughters. He wanted to go to therapy to try and fix our problems. I went to therapy with him and I hated his therapist. She would take his side on everything and only made him worse in my opinion. Like everything wrong with our relationship was my fault and I was just being delusional. Plus she gave him advice on how to be more subtle with his controlling behavior. After we finally got divorced, all of this takes place in the same year. It's still hard for me to believe, because that was the longest year of my life. He told me he cheated on me 6 months into our relationship. I was so angry with him. I got punished because he felt guilty, not to mention the fact, since he told me after the divorce, that meant he was never planning to tell me in marriage. 2 weeks after we got married, she came home and announced she had quit her job. She felt it was not worth her time to work for small money. She was above minimum wage in a new field for a short time. We just bought a house, her a car, and we had 2 motorcycle payments being made, none of which I could afford on one salary. Also, her being home all day, I found the heating for the house was constantly at 25+ deg, so the heating bill doubled overnight. We just found out we were pregnant weeks later, so I had to stop arguing for her to go to work, because stress and pregnancy. Twins were born prem. More stress. I had to take a second job. She just flat out refused to do anything other than SAHM. Even 2 weeks into pregnancy, I was working 2 jobs, and one on the side for cash, traveling home in my lunch hour to do the house cleaning and laundry every faking day, because stress and pregnancy and physical work. A few months later, she demanded I sleep in the spare room so that we could get better quality sleep. I was a zombie by the end of the first year. Before the kids were 1, she sat me down and gave me an ultimatum. I was to go to counseling and sort out my issues. I was asking her to find work please, or she wanted a divorce. That was my choice. After 18 months of work in 2+ jobs, keeping house and dealing with in-home separation and demanding behavior, it was an easy choice to make. First 5 years was hell. We got divorced. The court ordered psych eval because she then claimed I was abusive and neglectful. The psychiatrist and 3 counselors told her she had some form of PPD and needed help. She took that really badly and tried to skip the country with the kids. In retrospect, she should have married her uncle. It seems he was her idol. I compromised again, and now I live in EU. I get to see my kids at least and have some semblance of freedom. I have hardcore PTSD when in any kind of relationship now and have panic attacks when on dates. What I learned, you never know anybody until they are under pressure, in discomfort or in a new situation. We lived together for a few years, so she did not come off as entitled and arrogant then. Get to know your partner, live together a few years, get to know the entire family, and be aware of that partner's family dynamic, and how they deal with stress, discomfort, and pain. It would be really helpful if you could actually meet one of their ex, so you can compare the story to the reality. The thing that kills me, I think I'm too old now to start a family, mid-40, too scared to date, fear of commitment, so it is a shame I cannot give my children that experience of unconditional love and great relationship examples. I don't think I got married for the right reasons, wherever the right reasons are. We had been together for a few years, and were the right age, and I know my family were expecting this next phase. They never actually pressured me, but I assumed it would make everyone happy, including myself. My then fiancé/partner was more go with the flow, and wasn't that into the notion of marriage, but went along with it to make me happy. We spent a lot of money and effort, and after a year, the relationship fizzled. Maybe I could have made it work, but I wasn't in the best state of mind at the time, and suddenly all I wanted was out. We separated a year after the wedding and formally divorced another year after that, which was the minimal legal requirement. Interestingly, we are both in new relationships, but are very close friends. I don't think we were a bad match, but I think we jumped the gun with marriage. My attitude about marriage now is that it's definitely not something that has to happen because it's society's preconceived notion of what makes a relationship more serious. I'm not against it, and I'm happy when people get married, if that's what they want, but in my case, I think I just did it because it felt like the thing to be done, rather than really wanting to be married and thinking it through. It ended up costing a lot to get married, and a lot to get divorced, not to imagine family members and friends who think I'm an idiot. We were together for 4 years prior. Everything was great. Trips together. Her ideas and my ideas all intertwined. I thought I hit the jackpot. She would surprise me by cleaning my place and doing dishes, making dinner, etc. I work a lot, like 80 hours a week, but only for a few years, then it was go to normal 8 to 5 type stuff. Within a month of marriage I knew it was going to fail. She completely changed. Even thought she worked as a teacher before she decided she didn't want a job and quit. We hadn't even discussed this, just came home one day and said, "Hey, I quit work." She stopped doing chores. No dishes, no cleaning, wouldn't feed the dogs, wouldn't take them out. Left me to do everything for the house. When I got home at 7 p.m. after having been at work since 5:30 a.m., all she did was sit on the couch and watch TV. That's it. She had basically watched all of Netflix within 6 months. I confronted her multiple times about it. I would turn into the bad guy. She would say things like, "You don't support me leaving work and hate me." She would literally tell me I hated her. I thought she was depressed. I said something. I became the bad guy for thinking she was crazy. I was just trying to help. So I got fed up. Essentially said marriage counseling, or we are done. She didn't show up to session #1, and I got home, and she was watching TV, and I was like, okay, I'm done, and walked. Looking back on it, she probably was depressed, or a severe stress reaction to the change in lifestyle, because she was a totally different person, and I mean totally different. But she refused professional help, and refused to hear my side. TLDR, got married too quickly, and due to constantly being in stressful environments, and getting 20k in credit card debt, we never had time to be ourselves. She cheated, and left. My wife and I are currently going through a divorce now. We technically were married for more than a year, but we knew from 3 months in it wasn't going to work, but I insisted on trying. We were engaged and interested in buying a house. Worst decision ever. A terrible realtor and a broker that strung us along really caused a lot of stress. We eloped during the process because we thought it would make things easier, but it was a terrible time to get married. So we started off what's supposed to be a super happy time with a 3-month terribly stressful process of getting us a home. The whole time we were both working full time, and she was doing school full time. After we finally got into the house, my wife decided she really needed liposuction. She weighed 125 at 5 feet 2. I couldn't convince her that she was beautiful and didn't need it. But she started to despise me, saying I just wasn't a supporting husband, and that she was going to do it regardless. So that put us 10k in debt, since she had to put it on credit cards. On top of the 6k of credit card debt due to our dog having some major surgeries a month later, I had to leave for work for 5 months to another state. We only got to see each other once. About halfway through, once I get back, she was in the process of looking for a new job and still doing school full time. And I also was working full time and attempting to start school full time as well. On top of some major house problems that caused us to not have heat for 2 months of the winter. During that time our dog got sick, costing us another 6k in credit card debt points. So after our initial first year of marriage, half of which I was gone for, and the other half spent building about 20k of debt, we really weren't in a happy marriage. I spent most of my time making sure we were sticking to our budget to make sure we were debt free by the end of the year. This forced us to get a roommate, which just caused more stress. Marriage counseling didn't help because we had a terrible counselor we should have never gone back to after the first apt. I was depressed because of all the debt. She said I didn't communicate enough with her. After about 5 months we were sleeping in separate rooms and she was looking at other apartments. She finally moved out after 1 year and 5 months of marriage. Come to find out she was sleeping with other guys in that last month before she moved out. But at this point it doesn't even matter. Oh boy. This is a story that involves generations of a family. My entire life, there's been these little rifts between various family members and groups of the family. As a kid, it never fully comes together, but I finally pieced it all together, and the story fits perfectly here. So the year is like 1958 to 1960 and my father has a new wife. He's working 2 jobs, and he buys 2 houses to fix up. One house near one job, another house near the second job. He fixes one room, lives in that one room, fixes the rest of the house. He's working frantically to provide for his new family, new baby and wife. Fix them up a house. Meanwhile, there's another part of this story. My grandma was this sweet old lady archetype, but she was sharp as a tack. Even as a child, you knew that behind her ridiculous affection and doting there was a formidable woman. Back in WW2, she had to work with all the men away fighting. So when the men came back, she still worked. She married my grandfather, who I'm named after. They had my father, who I'm named after too. Technically, I'm the 5th, and a couple more children. Grams still worked. Everybody worked. Except one day grandma comes home from work, and she walks into her house and finds my father's new wife in bed with my grandfather. So grandpa was fucking my dad's wife. This made the whole family faking explode for 60 plus years. My grandma divorced grandpa. My father divorced his first wife. I'm 36. It's 2019, and I'm still seeing remnants of adultery through the eyes of 3 generations. Shit is crazy how much it impacted my family for so long. For some context, my mum and my dad were married and split up after several years together when me and my siblings were all below the age of 10. She had a few relationships thereafter, and then, after a couple of months of knowing this guy, mainly on the internet, they married when me and my siblings were either in or coming up to our teens, ranging between 8 and 16. The divorce followed very shortly after. The guy she married seemed really cool to me at the time. He liked playing video games, good music, but cult films, and we could really get along with him. The problem was, he was a raging alcoholic and white supremacist. We did not know about this part until the very end. My mum tried to make him a better person and get him off alcohol, but obviously in his mind she was taking away from him the only thing that he really enjoyed, which to him made her evil incarnate. There were a couple of times that he would be aggressive when drunk, but it never amounted to much and calmed down very quickly. I'm sure counseling was involved at some point to try to make the situation better, because you've got to work at a marriage, right? This should have been a warning sign. The heavy drinking continued, and I think the final straw was when, in a drunken stupor, he attacked my mum when me and my siblings were at home, and it ended with me and my brother, we were probably 14 and 16 respectively, bundling him out of the house. The next day, whilst we were at school and my mum was at work, he gained access to the house and proceeded to pour bleach in the vegetables, draw Hitler mustaches and swastikas over my little sister's teddies, and keyed my mum's car. Moral of the story is, know the person you're marrying. Or maybe, Some people aren't able to change. Or perhaps something else entirely. Thanks for reading. For some context, my mum and my dad were married and split up after several years together when me and my siblings were all below the age of 10. She had a few relationships thereafter, and then, after a couple of months of knowing this guy, mainly on the internet, they married when me and my siblings were either in or coming up to our teens, ranging between 8 and 16. The divorce followed very shortly after. The guy she married seemed really cool to me at the time. He liked playing video games, good music, but cult films, and we could really get along with him. The problem was, he was a raging alcoholic and white supremacist. We did not know about this part until the very end. My mum tried to make him a better person and get him off alcohol, but obviously in his mind she was taking away from him the only thing that he really enjoyed, which to him made her evil incarnate. There were a couple of times that he would be aggressive when drunk, but it never amounted to much and calmed down very quickly. I'm sure counseling was involved at some point to try to make the situation better, because you've got to work at a marriage, right? This should have been a warning sign. The heavy drinking continued, and I think the final straw was when, in a drunken stupor, he attacked my mum when me and my siblings were at home, and it ended with me and my brother, we were probably 14 and 16 respectively, bundling him out of the house. The next day, whilst we were at school and my mum was at work, he gained access to the house and proceeded to pour bleach in the vegetables, draw Hitler mustaches and swastikas over my little sister's teddies, and keyed my mum's car. Moral of the story is, know the person you're marrying. Or maybe, some people aren't able to change. Or perhaps something else entirely. Thanks for reading. Never been married myself, but I had a saving Silverman situation. Friend married a girl he knew within 6 months. At a railroad station. A very busy railroad station. Foreshadowing. A month later, he stopped playing video games with us online, because even though he was in the basement, he was too loud. More time goes on, and I see him taking every opportunity to go out and drink with friends. Eventually she cut that out too. So, we tried to come over and drink at his own house one Saturday night when she didn't have work the next day. He got drunk, and we ended up calling it a night. After we sobered up a bit. Apparently as we were leaving, he went to his bathroom and puked in the toilet. She comes running to the front door and yells at all 4 of us, telling us now she has to stay up all night and take care of him. He has alcohol poisoning. She has to clean up his mess now, and that we all should be ashamed of ourselves. She slammed the door in our faces as we apologized for nothing, mainly just to calm her down. We told him what happened a week later and told him he should split. He didn't believe us, or at least blew us off. About 6 months later, she was taking random trips to see faraway friends. He asked no questions. Eventually, he found out she was driving out of state to participate in orgies. He got divorced not far after she got back. Years later, he is married to a friend of mine, and they seem happily married. A week before the wedding, she came to me to say she was not happy. We were dating for 8 years. We talked it out and went through with the wedding. Wedding, great speeches, great music and dancing, food. Everyone, to this day, tells us how much fun they had at the wedding. We went on the honeymoon, and she still acted different. She was quieter and reserved. We came home, and she would stay out or make plans more than usual. She had a lot of mild mental health issues before, so her going out was a very big out of the norm thing. One day she said that she was uncomfortable with me in the house and that I needed to leave. This is less than a month from the wedding night, mind you. I tried talking with her, but she just kept saying that I needed to go, so I did. I went to my best friend's house and stayed the night. I called my then wife and we agreed to spend some time apart and to make a session with a counselor. We had an initial one-on-one session and the doctor brought up my ex's concerns. Eventually, we came to the conclusion that my ex and I needed to speak. I met my ex at home. She had gotten the tattoo which she would never had gotten before. We spoke and I saw this completely different person in front of me. After we spoke, we mutually concluded that we needed to split up and get divorced. She offered for me to stay but I declined. I stayed with my sister the next state over and fell into a deep depression. We finalized the divorce I think 5 to 6 months after the wedding. I drank every night, and at one point I put a gun in my mouth. I was destructive and made bad decisions. I got a batshit crazy hookup pregnant. Maybe she still won't let me test and ghosted me. One morning I drove to work still drunk from the night before. I got into an accident where I ended up under a semi-truck. I got out without harm to anyone including myself. That was my bottom. I still felt bad for myself, but I was able to climb out. I found love in the best friend that took me in the first night. We've been married over 2 years and we have our baby. I'm the happiest I have ever been. My ex-wife ended up marrying her friend, which was the guy who officiated my first wedding. They're happy and that's all I ever wanted for us. Married 6 months, not divorced, but so far through our marriage it's been mentioned multiple times, and I could easily see it happening if we let it. Point I was brought up to believe divorce is never an option, except in the case of infidelity, so I'm adamantly against it. I would be greatly embarrassed to be divorced even a few years into marriage, let alone a few months, which is why I'm determined not to let it happen, no matter how bad things get. We knew, even before we got hitched, that we weren't very comparable, but we basically got married for convenience. We both wanted the same thing, marriage and kids. He was tired of years of multiple failed relationships, and I could feel my biological clock ticking, so we took the plunge together. I figured no relationship is perfect, and if I got with someone else there'd be issues in that one too, so why not just take the chance while I have it? The first major sign that this wasn't gonna be an easy marriage was a few weeks after the wedding, when we were on our way to our honeymoon. He blurted out during one conversation, "This ring means nothing to me. If I wanted to leave you or cheat on you, I still would." Yes, he said that on the way to our honeymoon. I was pretty taken aback, but I'd already tied myself to him, so what could I do but accept it? Another issue has been our expectations of marriage. Remember I said we did it because we both wanted kids? Well, apparently that's changed for him since we tied the knot. He shows little interest in trying and barely even has sex. Has said on a few occasions he doesn't know if he wants them anymore as he thinks I'd be a rubbish mum. I thought that was the whole point of our relationship though. Also, there were apparently expectations of his that I didn't realize he had until after I married him. I've never had the best relationship with his family, not that I've ever fallen out with or not got along with them, I just don't have much to do with them. He pushes me to get close to and become buddies with certain members of his family, but it just never happened. I never clicked with them, and they don't bother with me. It turns out that he though this would change once we were married. Apparently he though I'd start putting in more effort and form relationships with them. He was sourly disappointed when he realized this wasn't happening. In fact the majority of times he's mentioned divorce it's been over this. I don't know what he thought would magically change. Another weird issue of face-orgasms. Something new I learned about him since getting wed is that he has a huge fetish for seeing a girl come, like really huge, to the point that he claims he doesn't really enjoy sex without it. Well, turns out I must be anorgasmic or something as I just don't get them at all. He's so obsessed with it though that it's actually caused arguments and put a strain on us. I've had revelations about his whole idea of marriage in general too. Remember the first thing I mentioned he told me on the way to our honeymoon? Well, he's reiterated that sentiment multiple times. He now says he doesn't think marriage means anything, and he only did it because I wanted to. This is a complete 180, as he was the one who was always pestering me to get married. In fact, about 4 months into dating he was even suggesting we may as well break up because I wasn't willing to marry him yet. And now the guy who was so desperate to drag me down the aisle is saying marriage is pointless and means nothing to him, as he can just leave me and find someone else whenever he wants. Edit. Can't believe I forgot to add this part, but it was revealed to me a few months after the wedding that he's allegedly raped someone. So yeah, I now have that hanging over me for the rest of my life too. We were together for 4 years before the wedding, married for just over a year. I had known for a while that things were not good, but I always hoped that with work and communication we could get over them, like we had in the past. Shortly after we got married, She started to get physically abusive, and I started to record our fights, because she was very small, and I'm pretty big, and she had threatened to call the cops a couple of times. I knew that, if the cops came, they would arrest me, and immediately assume she was the victim, and that's pretty much when all the trust in the relationship dissolved. The fact that she was being recorded only made her more angry and violent, and so we stopped communicating, stopped being in the same room together, stopped thinking it could be fixed. The final straw happened when she was driving back from her parents' house with a car that I'd bought cheaply from my brother's mill. I was up late and ordered a pizza and forgot to change the phone number on the delivery app. We both used it, and so both our numbers were stored. The delivery guy called her phone and woke her up. She called me screeching that I hated her and wanted her to die, that she was going to leave the car on the side of the road and call her parents to come get her. The next day when she arrived, she asked if I still wanted to try and make it work. I said I did. She said she was done. The minimum number of days later, we filed a no-fault no-contest divorce, and I haven't spoken to her since. Edit. Fixed a typo. About when we returned from the honeymoon and there were no more looming events to worry about. Realized I wasn't happy. Tried to talk to her about it. She didn't want to do anything. Tried going to counseling. Watched videos. Read books and blogs. Talked to friends and family. Did everything in my power, while she spent a couple of hours almost every day with her friends from work. Tried to convince myself over and over again that she has right to hang out with friends and I'm just being jealous. In hindsight, she lied to me, gaslighted me, cheated on me, and I was right all along. We officially got divorced a week ago. We have a daughter together whom we have 50/50 custody, pretty equal time between the two of us. She doesn't know I know everything. She started dating one of the guys less than 2 weeks after we broke up. I'm working on learning to not feel guilty to do things for me, loving spending time and doing things with my daughter. I haven't lost anyone. Even her own family knows she faked up big time. I have wonderful friends and family who have supported me from the beginning. I'm not normally one to shift away blame, but I didn't cheat. I didn't abuse drugs or alcohol. I never hurt her or our daughter. I was the only one trying to make the marriage work. I tried to talk with her, listen to what she was saying, gave her the benefit of the doubt. I didn't do anything wrong other than be an imperfect human. After we broke up, I learned that everything I thought back then was true. I wasn't crazy. I was being jealous. I was perfectly justified. I stand by the statement that I did nothing wrong. And you know what? She lost out on a great man, husband, and father. In retrospect, there were signs from the engagement on, but it was my first and only marriage, so I didn't have anything to compare it to, and I figured the problems were just wedding stress. The wedding stress stayed on though, and almost right after the ceremony I hit some really rough patches in life. Things like lost my job, legs trouble, massive debts to pay off from wedding, insomnia flaring up, mental health calling my wife without asking me first to tell her I'm BPD from heavy drug use, I'm not, and lots more. It's still the worst 9 months that's ever happened to me, and I'm still digging out from under it all. I hadn't slept in 4 days and was on the edge, and I really needed a partner. I needed her to listen and provide the same level-headed reassurance I'd always give her when she'd lose it at even the slightest thing. I felt it deep down that I was about to crack. I remember telling her that I needed to talk with her because I was getting worse and I was scared and didn't know what to do. I was in such a precarious mental state with everything going on that reality was a bit warped around me, and I needed her to help. But when I asked her, before I could finish the question, she cut me off and yelled, "Oh my god. Shoot up. Be a man for once and just sack up. If you want someone to talk to, go find someone and pay them." I died inside at that point, and I wound up having a full-blown fugue state breakdown the next night and went missing for about 8 hours. When I came to, and I addressed that with her, she vehemently denied ever saying it, which became a pattern I found, and I knew that something had sprouted, and a seed was growing, that would end it for us unless things changed. Finally, a little over a year into it, I hurt my back while home visiting family, and I remember getting so nervous because I knew that when I called her she'd blow up, because now we couldn't go walk around and do the stuff she wanted. And I was right. It started a huge blowout that sealed the deal. It wasn't just one thing, but a series of bricks stacked up over a short amount of time that made a wall and wasn't going to come down. It took several incidents before I filed, but one of the first ones was 8MON, when I planned a romantic Valentine's Day date for the two of us, 2 weeks before I was due to give birth, as a last just the two of us celebration. We were pretty broke, but my parents gave us money to go to the fanciest restaurant in town, and I got super dressed up and even wore heels. I gave birth 10 days later. He invited his two best friends, and then they all left me alone at the table all night while they hung out smoking outside or drinking at the bar. I ate 3 courses alone. The waiter felt so bad for me that he gave me free dessert. Then, on the way home, he got pulled over for a DUI, but the cop felt bad for me and let him go. Point the other ones. When I was in labor, he spent the whole time complaining about how uncomfortable he was and allowed everyone else, including friends, hold our son before I was even out of surgery. Then left me alone in the hospital. Took the computer with him for 7 days. Not to work or clean, by the way, just to go hang out with friends. During my first trip home, our dog gave birth in the house, but he left all the puppies to die while he was out with friends and then left for out-of-state training. So I came home at midnight after traveling for 12 hours with a 9-week-old baby to an empty house, blood all over the guest bed, and tracked through the house and a bag full of dead puppies on the porch. He wouldn't let me work because who would watch the baby? But he also wouldn't get a job working for anyone else because I don't like working for other people. And working for himself was just too hard, took up too much time. He wouldn't let me file for welfare because it would embarrass his family name, and wanted to let the bank repossess my car. We lived 20 miles outside of town. I finally filed for divorce when he told me, stone cold sober, that if I ever left him, I would never see our 8MO son again. I filed the next day. I figured I could deal with a bad marriage, but threatening my baby woke me the fuck up. Point in news that will surprise no one. He is currently mid-5 figures in arrears in child support and hasn't seen our child in 7.5 years. I have no contact info for him and haven't heard from him in 4 years at this point. I married a guy that I had been dating for a while because the leaders of the cult I was in strongly suggested that I marry him so he can stay in the country. Unfortunately, around that time I was already thinking of breaking it up with him. Now it was expected that I do the right thing for the cult. I didn't really think that marriage would fix what was wrong. I just found him annoying after a while, and the pair problem he had wasn't resolving. Anyway, I planned a nice wedding because if I was going to do it, it would have to be nice. On the day things were going to plan, I was kept busy, so I didn't have time to think about it, if that makes any sense. As I was being driven to the wedding, I just started crying. I knew I couldn't be married to this guy. It was pretty upsetting. I thought about calling it off, but all those other cult members were at the venue waiting for me. His mother had come from a long way overseas for the wedding, and that made me feel really bad. I was worried I would be in trouble for not marrying this guy. I decided that it would be easier to call it off later rather than now. So we got married. I hated having to kiss at the ceremony and then for photos. I was worried about later, our wedding night. I shouldn't have worried. I should have known how it would go. It would be over in a couple of minutes. Due to the pair. I decided to let him have his 2 or less minutes with me, and I would try and be married happily to this dude. That didn't work, so after 6 horrible, very long weeks, I called it. I couldn't stand it anymore. The cult leaders were angry with me for wrecking this guy's chance to help the cult. He was heartbroken. I had done a terrible thing. I know that. I inquired about having an annulment, and the law is archaic and based on consummation of the marriage, so that 2 minutes determined our future. From there we lived separate lives. I would see him at the cult center every now and again. It took a very long time for him to stop looking emotionally destroyed. 2 years later, I got a divorce. He was living in Australia by then. Several years later I remarried, and a little while after, I left the cult. He remarried too. I think he has a couple of kids. I stalked him on Facebook to see if he was still in the cult. He was. And that really is the saddest part of all of that. He continues to waste his life, time, and money on something so pointless. I actually was given zero signs of mine until after the marriage. She has chronic depression, but handled it quite well for the first 5 years of our relationship, and I've always been supportive. Mine was a steady slope that turned into a cliff within a year of the marriage. It took 2 years to ultimately seal the deal, but shortly afterwards, discussion of her claiming my family and I were exacerbating her depression, and talks of being able to be in love with more than one person, set me over the edge. She eventually said she needed time for herself, so she went on a trip to Colorado and stayed with who she eventually admits was someone she had been in love with since shortly after her and I met. She moved to Colorado to be with him immediately after we split. She also claimed I had a drinking problem. I don't, and that I'd never be able to make her happy. The man she moved to Colorado to be with is currently in rehab for alcohol abuse. Seems like it was doomed, and I'm glad that I gave up my older moral stance strictly against divorce in order to leave what was a toxic relationship. Mind you, I'm not perfect, and I absolutely take responsibility for my own shortcomings. I'm lazy, forgetful, and unmotivated. I don't like to travel like she does, and I have different family values. I also don't like to play absolutes. She said I should always side with my wife, even if she's wrong. I sincerely disagree and believe in taking accountability for things you've faked up, but not in shaming those who have made mistakes. Using mistakes as learning experiences is crucial to me. I understand that others believe you should always have your spouse's back, even if they are wrong, and I respect that stance. Edit. I have no evidence she cheated, and I will never claim she did. Everything leading up to the divorce was enough. It was actually a very civil divorce, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to get out cleanly, so we can both move on with our lives. Slightly related. My wife's good friend married a total ass. I'm floored at the story she tells about her husband. Guy is the worst. She didn't want dogs, so he got like 2 giant dogs, but he refuses to take them out, walk them or clean up after them when they shit and piss in the house frequently, because he doesn't let them out. She said the most said phrase to her by her husband is, "Shut the fuck up." He's not physically abusive, but my god, I couldn't imagine treating my wife like that. My wife tries to not get too mouthy about it, because literally everyone else in her life tells her to leave him, and it's driven a crutch in their relationship, and her entire family begged her not to marry him. My wife is worried if she does the same, he'll get mad and tell her she can't hang out with my wife anymore. She said they only kiss during sex, which isn't often. He wouldn't even hang their wedding pics. She had to have some friends come hang them with her. One fell on the floor. She came home, and it's laying on the ground a few feet from her husband, and she asked what happened. It fell. But he couldn't be bothered to faking fix it. She knows she's in a bad marriage, but she thinks it'll get better. I told my wife to let me hang around both of them, and I'll straight up go the fuck off on that sheet. My wife is a treasure, and I can't imagine treating someone like that. It breaks my heart, and she's not even my friend. It's a point before there we realized it's not going to work. We are just waiting for the bride to figure it out. My brother and his wife lived on our family ranch 45 minutes from town, where their jobs were. This was to help them get started. They dated for 4 years. After 6 months of marriage, right before Christmas, literally week before, we all felt someone was off. Even her family felt like something was off. She said she was just sick, but one day she left work early, didn't return, and my brother tried to call at lunch like he always did, which she didn't answer. Was a little worried, but thought she was probably busy. He usually drove her work to save money, so when he went to pick her up she wasn't there. She'd been gone for 6 hours. We called hospitals, called police for any accidents. My brother raced to the ranch and found her rings, cell phone, no SIM card, and broken, and letter stating she didn't love him from the start and wished she would broken up with him before they got engaged. As a witness, she acted like she loved him. Her family was even shocked as she was super close to them and just left them too. She left to Mexico. My brother was really hard on himself after that. Didn't trust anyone. She also would spam call him and just make his life harder. He loved her and she would have spurts of saying she'd come back, never did. She loved someone else and left with them. It was a dark time for my bro. He just didn't know what to do or how to be himself. Christmas was his favorite time of year and loved being with all of us, but it has never been the same and often never showed up for Christmas or any family major events like graduations, weddings, and holidays, etc. But 9 years later this year my brother got remarried and we couldn't be happier for him, and he really has turned himself around. Obligatory not me. Guy I dated in high school. We broke up junior year, then spent senior year on and off again. I was young and dumb. He wanted more from me that I wouldn't give, so he started messing around with other girls and stringing me along the whole time. One of them, who was previously a friend and really floozy, ended up pregnant, and he spent the entire pregnancy thinking the child was his. Funny thing is, everyone knew that wasn't his kid. She'd started showing months before she told him, and basically everyone knew she'd put out for anything and has been gunning to trap this guy for years. Even went to the ultrasound. Doc said she was 4 months along, and he wouldn't believe it. Kidded himself into thinking the baby was just big boned. They married the day before him, and I graduated high school. She was a junior, supposed to be a senior, but she got held back. Had the baby. He joined the military. I left the area and moved out of state. We reconnect about a year later, and I find out he's freshly divorced. Turns out his mother really pushed for a test for the baby to see if it was his, cause the baby came early. Wasn't his. Should have listened to literally everyone in his senior class. He tried to make it work for another 6 months afterward, but she was really abusive toward him after that, calling him worthless, and so on. Point goes to show how far some people will kid themselves into thinking they're doing the right thing, and that future wifi would never lie to them. 6 to 8 months in, when his dad kept verbally abusing and harassing my parents for perceived slights, and possibly for extorting money, and my ex kept quiet about it to me for those 6 months. Following this harassment, my otherwise healthy dad had a stroke from the stress, which my ex did not believe, and thought I was making it up. His mom also accused my 60-year-old diabetic and long-suffering mom of trying to seduce her son aka the ex. Ex also quit his job, and at the time I was in my final year of my post-graduation, and he decided it was fine to let my dad support him and his family while he drove around on road trips and watched sport on TV at other times when he was not eating, sleeping, or gallivanting. The guy should get an award for still convincing people of how he is the good guy, and suffered because I started the divorce proceedings and refused to negotiate, and my deepest regret is not filing criminal charges against them and refusing alimony because I wanted nothing to do with them. After all this, I'm still in the wrong. 10 years past, still alone and still being blamed for everything. Apparently I should have been more understanding and adjusting to it all, including realizing that guys are by nature less mature and should let it go. Not sure which of these was the breaking point for me. Of course the happy ending is that he is remarried to a rich divorcee lady and have a baby together, and I'm still quite alone, untrusting of people, and still struggling in my career because of years of depression and therapy. Nevertheless I'm content and finally working on my dreams. Sorry for the jumble of words, just trying to get it all out without thinking too much. Okay, wow, first year heading to 1 year anniversary. She goes out that day and buys me a crotched rocket. My maid brother of 8 year already took her. Come to find out she was sleeping with him. I went to family reunions with this guy. I tried to make it work, still cuss of my daughter. We moved from 2000 to 2007. By this time she has cheated on me, too many to count in court. I always told her I will never justify what you did to me by doing it to you. So I stayed faithful even knowing a couple years into it, she wasn't going to stop, and I was just there to be with my children. 2007 I had enough, left her, and that day she goes to jail, gets caught stealing of all things. I return the next day to find the person that was LWFT with my children was bad, and needless to say I removed my children from her home after leaving her and telling her I never cheated on Tao, but in going to do something that will forever let you know I'm done. I slept with her man. She asked why I would sleep with her, and I told her I figured sleeping with you would definitely let your daughter know I was done. Yeah, I know, wrong, but fuck it, I done went through it for 7 years. So fast forward to 2012, finally she realizes I ain't coming back, neither are my kids, and I get point of divorce. Finally she signs the papers, and sure enough I walk away with my children with full custody, with sole custody orders against her due to the fact she never attempted to see contact or nothing to do with her 2 daughters. Hell, I even moved her in with me in the middle of divorce, and she still couldn't be a mom, so the judge threw the book at her. My youngest daughter, which is 13 now, couldn't pick her mom out of a lineup. Sad really if you think about it. Her mother did it to her, and her brother too, but they turned out amazing due to them having a dad that would go through hell and high water then to have ever faulted them in their life. Deadbeat mothers do exist, but I wouldn't change it for nothing. My children were able to grow up strong and amazing young ladies. And yes, took 20 years, but I have found love. She's amazing, and I will marry her in 2020. Does within a year before count, I got engaged to a young woman whom I thought I was compatible with in terms of religion, but she had always been a little hesitant to bring me to her church, and on at least a couple of occasions seemed to fall into an anxious and depressed mood, as though she knew things would fall apart. We finally went to each other's churches after we had been going out for about 8 months, at which point I already had a ring picked out and waiting to receive it. She had one more mood swing, which led to a long tough conversation. I already had the ring at this point and was not looking back. We seemed to resolve things there, and a few weeks later, she accepted my proposal. At this point, I started to find out she would only marry me if I joined her church, and I was just starting to see some weird things there. After being engaged less than 3 weeks, I had to tell her I could not join, and she immediately said she could not marry me. She came back a couple of days later, saying I did not need to join her church, but the damage was done, and I had to turn around and say the only way we could make it work was to move on from that church. I was fine finding something that would work for both of us, even if it meant leaving the one I was going to, but I could no longer accept her church at all, as I recognized that I was always going to come second to it, or rather, third, since I was technically okay with being second to God. We could not resolve it, and she immediately cried, wishing to not be alone anymore, missing that she had the full power to do something about it, but not having the will. I cried a lot too. That was a lot of pain for us to both go through. So I knew it was a mistake about a month or so before we got engaged, but I plunged forward anyway. Never thought I could have so many regrets from one decision. Don't let fear of being alone put you in a position you shouldn't be. Be open and honest with yourself from the very beginning to avoid a lot of unnecessary pain. In hindsight, I should have always known it was a mistake. Overall, I was never treated well, but I thought I deserved it. We were together for 8 years and married for 1. I thought in that amount of time you would really know that person. We got married. Constant threats, abuse, telling me I should kill myself, and abusing his badge to get away with things she shouldn't have. It finally came to an end after I got into a car accident that should have killed me. I was a burden and he started staying out late. I couldn't take care of myself that well when I first got out of the hospital, so it was rough to be alone all the time. He served me divorce papers shortly after. Never admitted to cheating, but he changed his Facebook relationship and picture to him and his new girlfriend. When I confronted him about it, he would just smirk and tell me he didn't know what I was talking about. There was a long history of me saving texts from him or recording phone conversations because he would just say I made it up and it didn't happen. I would play the conversation back for him to hear and he would say it wasn't his voice. She started getting moved in before I even moved out of the house. It makes me sad how bad it was for so long, but that I'll let it go because I believed him when he said I deserved it or that I'm crazy and made everything up in my head. It's been a few years since the divorce, but I'm still faked up over it. My uncle's first wife lasted about 3 months. He went to get something out of her coat pocket for her. Found an envelope in it. He took it out, looked at it curiously, and noticed it wasn't sealed. Curiosity got the better of him, and he went and sat down and opened it up and read the letter she'd written to her friend. In horror, in the letter she discussed how it was so wrong but felt so right, and how it was exciting for her sneaking around with his best friend behind his back since before they'd even got married. She described in the letter how they'd also cheated behind my uncle's back on the actual wedding day too, and after the wedding, how his best friend was all she could think about and was asking her friend what she should do. My uncle's best friend had been his best man at the wedding. My uncle had also gave him a place to stay when he was homeless and on his ass. My uncle helped him get a job where he worked and helped him up from nothing. Just shows how grateful some people are. So what did my uncle do after he'd read the letter? He folded it back up how it had been folded and put it in the envelope and put it back in her coat pocket, like he'd never touched it. Then that week he plotted a silent revenge. He would sleep with his wife as normal, pretend he still loved her, would go to work, and act nice to the best friend. Then he arranged to go for drinks at the weekend with the guy and some workmates in the bars. My uncle pretended he was drinking his drinks, but actually staying sober, making sure the best friend got drunker and drunker, until he could barely stand. My uncle and the other guys took him back to my uncle's flat, and my uncle helped his best mate lay on the bed because he was so out of it. Then, knowing the other guys were in the other room, my uncle took a bat from under his bed and brought the bat down hard on the best mate's knee and then the other knee. My uncle went to bring it down on his head, and the other guys heard the guy howling in pain, so they came running in and grabbed the bat off my uncle in midair and then pulled him off his best mate. Then my uncle yelled at them all to get the fuck out of his flat. Then he told Wendy they were over and moved back in with my grandparents. I graduated high school years early, had scholarships to colleges, etc., but my religious mother wouldn't let me accept any. Unmarried women don't leave their father's house, so I went to community and local college on my own dime, since she thought scholarships were welfare, and married the first person who smiled at me the second I turned 18. This after several times she found me running away and dragged me home by my hair and sat outside my locked door 24/7. I knew not to marry him, but I got pregnant immediately and I needed to be free. On our wedding day he dialed his mom's house from a friend's cell, and we all got to listen to him buying coke instead of picking up catering. I tried to leave, but his parents guilted me, and I had no one and nothing. He tried to smother me while I was having a seizure months pregnant. I convinced him to move us back to my mom's place to let her take care of me because my health was awful during that pregnancy. We found an undeveloped instant camera in his car he was taking to electrician classes, and it was him at a club with some girl. Packed his sheet in the car and sent him away. 2 years later we had moved across state. My grandparents needed help, and mom wanted a fresh start, and I was pretty depressed raising a baby alone and working my ass off. They set me up with the emotionally handicapped, bipolar, depressed, OCD, klepto, etc. grandson of their pastor. We went on a date and my grandma told me I should marry him to look legitimate and get taken care of by the church, since no one would want me or my daughter ever. I believed them and let it happen. We got married, had sex on our honeymoon, and he had a full-on freak out. We got home to our new place and he set the wedding gift cash on fire, since it was a tool of the devil. When I wouldn't buy name brand Fruity Pebbles like his grandma, he stole some boots for some reason at a store to make me feel bad. And then stood in my daughter's room while she slept with a shotgun and told me if I didn't let him go home to his grandparents he'd shoot himself right there. I let him go. Then I moved TF across the state and got myself some confidence. Took a few years to know me and cut out my family. Daughter is 19 now and faking awesome. Son is 16 and a cool kid. New Hubs is the best dad ever. Oh boy, I have a story for. I was with my ex for about 5.5 years when my best friend and her partner, who at the time was my ex's best friend, broke up after 6 years of dating. Somehow this made my ex want to propose to me. So he did, and we set our wedding date for a year later. Fast forward like 6 months and he finally has a mental breakdown from his anxiety and past trauma that resurfaced. So he goes on disability. I go into caretaker mode. Our relationship suffers, but we both tell ourselves it's the stress of him being sick and having our wedding coming up. We get married. He spends most of the time outside smoking, and I have a blast partying with all my closest friends and family, and try to give my new husband the space he needs and would constantly ask for. A month and a half of marriage goes by. Relationship is just getting worse as I'm at wit's end trying to work enough overtime to afford his continued pack-a-day smoking habit, our combined growing weed habit, and just general home marijuana expenses. I confront him about his spending after he took Ubers across the city purely because he didn't feel like driving his own car. This was probably the first piece of criticism he had heard in months, as everyone was constantly walking on eggshells around him for fear of his random mood swings and tendency to ignore all his problems. So he broke up with me. I know now that he had undiagnosed borderline personality disorder. Looking back, it was so obvious that he was BPD. And I didn't see how shitty everything had gotten because I blindly loved him. He realized he faked up, asked to get back together, but by that time it was too late, and I was a woke bitch who wasn't about to waste more of my life caring for someone who refused to care for themselves. Part of recognizing how shitty he was to me though didn't happen until I found a new healthy relationship where my partner listens when I speak, values what I'm saying, and acts if they need to. Not me. My parents. They lasted a month. A few months ago I would have said my mother's version, but I sat down recently with my father about the situation, so I will be giving both versions. Mother, dad got drunk, got her in the car, started hitting her, ruined her dress, and pulling her hair. Once they got to my grandparents' house he beat her with a home phone, the ones with the wire at the end, until my uncle got home, and kicked my dad's ass, and out of the house. Dad's version, she got mad over a joke and told him to take her home. He got in the car a bit mad, but my mother was in the bathroom. She got in the car all bloody and bruised and he asked what happened. She kept quiet. Later on the highway she tried to jump out of the car into traffic, which my dad held her by the dress until they got home. She went into the bathroom and started to hit herself in the back with something. My dad called my uncle and he left out of panic. Whose version I believe? Neither. Both have sadly true statements and I have seen both scenarios play out. Mother's version being one, she used to try to get my guardianship. Dad has anger mixed with stress issues which makes him be a jackass, and entitlement issues which don't help. Also, this situation was a few weeks after my mother found out she was pregnant with me. So why did they divorce? Both are equally as power hungry and manipulative as the other. Doesn't help that mental issues run on both sides, which most consider taboo, and that only a handful in the family have sought help with the unfortunate growing list of suicides on both sides. TLDR and answer, when they both noticed they were cut from the same cloth and could not outsmart each other 23 years later, and they are still in a two-person war. My friend's wife told me this story a while back, and it is genuinely one of the shadiest ordeals I've ever heard in my life. Her cousin got married to this guy and soon afterward conceived. They didn't have a whole lot of money, but she was an RN or medical researcher or something, and he was in school, so from her income they figured they could scrape by when the baby was born and everything would be more stable when he graduates and got a job. Since he had classes and she worked in the medical field, they often had weird hours where she wouldn't be home in the evening and he would be gone in the day. At times she would come home and wake him up because he would oversleep and he'd rush out the door in a panic to get to class. Well, as it turns out, this scumbag had never set foot in a college classroom in his life and had been faking this thing for over a year or two. He relied completely on her financial support, and she still has no idea where he was going every day for hours on end. Apparently his plan was to make up some excuse to explain why he wasn't able to graduate, because the school held back his transcripts or something else completely fallible, and I guess he would wing it from there. As soon as she found out, she got a lawyer and filed for divorce with the terms that he wouldn't have any sort of custody or visitation rights to their child. I don't blame her, because this sounds like the type of deceit that could naturally escalate into something like murder for financial gain. If I didn't have wedding blinders on, I'd have realized the day after, when he told me he'd almost left me alone in the hotel on our wedding night. I'd passed out as soon as I sat down, and he was bringing on the last of our gifts from his buddy's car. His dumbass did not take the key and had to walk down to the front desk to get back in the room. We went wine tasting on our honeymoon and brought back about 20 bottles. They were gone within a month. Shortly after that, he lost his job and lied to me about he was fired. My family got him that job. It didn't take long for me to find out what really happened. A few days later, he confessed to hiding a letter my mom sent in the mail. The letter turned out to be her credit card statement for an account I was on for emergencies, and a note asking me to tell her when I was using the card. He had been stealing my mother's credit card out of my purse to buy alcohol, cigarettes, and pizza. Several $100s worth. I kicked him out the next day. We were together for 4 years before we got married. It took a long time for me to be able to look back and see the copious amount of red flags. He was a manipulative, controlling and dishonest man. I learned many things from this chapter of my life and have no regrets. TLDR first, no more hormonal contraception ended my niece's marriage. My niece was with her boyfriend for at least 7 years before they got married. The ceremony involved only my niece, the groom and 2 friends. A civil wedding at the registrar's office, as is common here for the many non-religious people. Both didn't care much for the institution of marriage, but did it for tax reasons. Soon they decided to try for a baby, and she stopped taking the pill which she had been using since being a teenager. Did wonders for her acne then. As soon as she stopped taking the pill, she lost all sexual attraction to him, and, worse, she stopped liking his smell. I myself find smell extremely important for attraction, so I can relate. She then had the bright idea to suggest an open marriage to him, which would be completely out of character for him. I don't know all the specifics, but she being extremely bossy and him being rather docile, he probably mumbled something that she took as him being a-okay with it. He's a very non-confrontational guy and was used to getting the short end of the stick in their relationship. Her whole character changed without hormonal contraception, some of it much for the better, less depressive, more outgoing. At age 29 she suddenly started going to heavy metal festivals, which had never been her music. Plus she used to find festivals filthy and meeting loads of new people and hooking up with some questionable guys. Soon after, he served her with divorce papers. I feel quite sorry for her ex-husband on one hand. On the other hand, I'm glad he's free now, and I hope he'll find somebody less domineering. I'm also sorry he has to partly support her financially, because she's a forever university student. It's free here, but her jobs don't cover her full cost of living. She seems very close to finishing now and becoming a teacher. He's in it and earns well. Both share custody of their dog. I was in the Navy, thought I could help her after she moved in when she had nothing going for her. Still love her then, though. I'm not sexist, and I'm not saying I think the woman should clean the house and cook the food ECT, but if you're not working and we don't have kids, at least keep the apartment clean. I would come home after working 12 or 16-hour days and all she would be doing all day is watching some shitty TV show about random girls put in a mansion and given money to party. Never cooked, never cleaned, never signed up for school, or found a job that whole time. Eventually towards the end we just started yelling at each other all the damn time. It got worse and worse as time went on. Then one day I ended up getting in trouble in the Navy, so I was confined to quarters for 45 days, meant I could not leave the ship at all. Well, around day 41 or 42 I notice a good amount of money missing out of my bank account. She spent it at an abortion clinic. I know damn well it wasn't mine, cause we had not had sex in over 4 months at that point. The last argument ever ensues. Called her, she admitted to it. Got off of my restriction to the ship for 45 days. Get home and I pretty much kicked her out. That whole marriage was 11 months long. Worst year of my fucking life so far. Oh boy, a question I actually have experience in. I'd been with him for over 3 years. Starting freshman year of university, we survived his Navy training, He was in the reserves, and though I thought of breaking up while he was away, I always thought he was undeniable kind and caring. He and his family has given me a home away from my home country, and I felt I owed him a great debt of gratitude. So I stood by him. I married him in a courthouse with only mother and his parents present. It was depressing. The main reason I went with it was because my mother had gone through so much trouble to afford the flight and visit. This was sometime in October, a few months after getting married. The search completely died off, and he dropped out of school after a back and forth of indecision and failing classes. I ultimately lost respect for him because he never committed to any plans, and he was too full of excuses. I went from wanting a child to not being able to imagine having a child with a man like that, and I knew it'd be a matter of time until we parted ways. I eventually met my bestest friend on World of Warcraft that December, and he's turned out to be the love of my life after myself. In all honesty, the divorce flipped my life upside down. I was homeless, I was couch surfing, his family turned their back on me, and I had to return to my home country. That was in 2016. It's been 3 years, and I'm thriving, financially independent for the first time in my life, able to help support my mother, very in love with a man aligned to my own views and values, and I'm finally so very at peace with myself. All is well. First one was a green card marriage. After 2 months of not understanding what she was saying, extremely broken English, I had to call it quits. Second one, she called the police on me for a false claim of strangling. This happened to fall on my birthday. I went to jail. This was on a Friday. Because of the nature of it, I was not able to bail out. Felony. Also, due to the nature of the crime, I was put in a jail block that was high security. It was 23 hours a day lockdown. Dudes in there had done some pretty bad shit, like stealing cars and shooting at the police. She, my wife at the time, went to the DA's office to admit she had lied. At that point it was out her hands and in the hands of the state. She then hired a lawyer for me. It was a friend of hers husband. I finally get out of jail. State has a no communication order in place for the two of us. I, like a total idiot, moved back in after a week against the state's ruling. One night myself, her, and her 9-year-old daughter that I adored were having dinner at home. A pizza party. After dinner I went to the bedroom to check my phone that was plugged in. I had left work early that evening to spend time. I opened my phone to see I had 6 missed calls from work. I immediately called them back, only to find out they figured out the problem. She came into the room to find me on my phone. She immediately started to freak out and accused me of cheating on her. I played it off, calmed her down, and talked her into watching a Disney movie with her daughter. Movie starts. We are about 45 minutes into it. I had made my mind up. I calmly got up and told her I was going to get a pack of cigarettes. She was cool with that. I got in my car. I asked myself about 10 times if I was doing this. Each time was a resounding yes. I put the car in reverse and drove to a bar. The bartender just happened to be my childhood best friend. I asked if I could crash for a few days. He obliged. I haven't looked back. I'm now in a super healthy relationship of over 2 years. We just bought our first house together and are planning our wedding for next fall. I couldn't be happier right now. Unfortunately, it has taken some serious life lessons to get where I'm now. Not sure if this counts, but I dated my boss's daughter for almost 4 years. He suggested it, but engaged to her for 2.5 years of it. I felt a lot of pressure as our families got along, and I've known everyone in her family for over 10 years well. A lot of the time, we would constantly break up, and she would call my parents over. I stopped drinking and smoking hookah because she would constantly say it's okay, then say it wasn't. She also would tell her parents every problem in our relationship. So about 3 months before we were to be married, on my actual birthday, she sees a text from one of my good friends/clients saying happy birthday, let's get a drink sometime. I'm Korean and Irish, so a drink is the norm for your birthday. Well, she decided to take my phone and make things really awkward seeing if my friend liked me, etc. Well, the next day, I call my friend to apologize, and then my fiancé asks me to go to couples counseling. She tells me insurance covers it, etc. I spent over $5,000 on a few sessions, and on top of that, another $25,000 on the wedding plus her dad's contribution of $15,000. She kept going over budget and she did not work at all, yet I gave her $1,000 of spending money on clothes and luxury items. I fit the bill on everything else necessary. So she didn't practice anything we learned from the counseling, even cancelled dinner with my family with a freak out moment. Anyway, I ended up calling her parents who insisted she had severe OCD, that she has either borderline or something else, but not OCD. So 5 days before the wedding, her cousin and sister come to my house. My friend and I cook all day for them, so they can have a nice dinner after they finish the pre-wedding stuff. Her sister asks my friend to smoke pot. The next thing I know, my ex says my friend needs to leave, and her sister is creeped out and upset that my friend went to smoke pot with her. This evening, we break up. I go to her parents to resolve things, and her mum tells me to get off her property or she will call the cops. I call her dad and grandma and they both say, sorry, name, but we can't do anything. Soon after, cousin and sister came to my house calling me horrendous things, hoping I would die, etc. while I was crying my heart out. I also gave her half the price for the engagement ring, just for her to give it back. She also sold all of the nice luxury stuff I got her for very little money. Well, fast forward a few months, and I found out my ex is diagnosed as a bipolar, attempted to kill herself 7 times, was trying to marry a Muslim 2 months after we broke up. She is extremely Jewish, and called me multiple times from the mental institution. The most satisfactory thing of all of this is, her whole family hated me. But her mum, sister, and cousin had the audacity to reach out to me begging me not to help my ex. I got to tell the 3 of them something along the lines of, doesn't it suck when you wish another human such awful things to happen to them, but you ask them for their help a few months later? Also, she is a lesbian now, and shaved her head. Oh wait, the best part, I hid a lot of my assets, also got a deed to a very nice house, to start a family in on the wedding day. Then I bought some nice things for myself, as a reward for escaping what would have been hell. TLDR, was engaged to my former colleague's daughter. She broke up with me for something juvenile, ended up with bipolar disorder, turned lesbian, shaved her head, attempted suicide 7 times. Didn't end up getting married, but called of my wedding a few days before this summer. One of the hardest things I've ever had to do. It came up incidentally when my therapist, who I had started seeing as a result of workplace trauma, expressed concern my partner was maybe a narcissist. I hadn't really ever heard the term, but when I looked back on our relationship it hit me like a load of bricks that I had been being emotional abused the whole time and maybe wasn't actually crazy. Leading up to the wedding the abuse got worse, and I realized he didn't add to my life really at all, and had made my world smaller. I'm a shell of who I was when we met. I was too chicken to call it off until a huge fight we had 3 days before I suggested we postpone the wedding, and he left the house for the first time and said either we get married or we are over. I was scrambling to fix things, and he told me over the phone that he didn't want to see me for 2 days, and he had never left the house before, and I had to prepare him PowerPoint to atone for my wrongdoings. Basically he wanted a whole different reception and I didn't have time/money to pull it off in 3 days, and he said I didn't care what I wanted, and it's not his fault. I spent money on other ceremony, and I was punishing him, even though he initially liked the first idea. Called my mom crying who, even though I didn't want to come, drove 8 hours overnight with my dad and basically forced me to leave. Wailed and gnashed the whole way home. We are still together, but long distance. I had hoped things would have fizzled out by now, but somehow he's got an even tighter grip on me mentally. I'm afraid of the aftermath, and not sure I can handle it during grad school vs staying with at least a known amount of stress. But holy fuck am I glad I'm not married. Not me, but a former coworker/friend. The couple were together for more than 10 years and had 3 kids before deciding to finally getting hitched. Beautiful wedding, and I even gave a small speech. Each table had to give a little speech about the couple, saying what a beautiful couple they were and may their love last forever. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, fast forward about 8 months later, and my friend rang me and told me that they had separated. It was very messy, and I believe money was the major factor in their split. I sided with her in the beginning, but then eventually we found out from her ex that my friend didn't want to contribute her share of the finances to the household, so her ex had to pay everything like bills, mortgage, etc. I had a feeling that this has been ongoing for a long time, but because he had just started a business and was teaching to help with finances, so they were struggling a bit. Anyway, it came to a head when he got back from a holiday and things went sheet creek. Lots of accusations, and then he left. From what he told us long afterwards, he couldn't handle her anymore as she was also got a little violent, and he had to leave, but she wouldn't let him take the kids, even though he feared for their safety. They got divorced, but the drama kept going with lots of accusations of one hiding money from the other, kids not wanting to stay with my friend and others. He gave her everything but it wasn't enough for her, and eventually all her friends that I had met during the time we were friends abandoned her and supported her ex. It was really sad that she had become a totally different person, and she even accused me of preferring her ex instead of her at the height of their divorce when I mentioned that the kids' welfare was important. She was really irrational, and I eventually stopped contact with her. We still hear from her ex, a genuinely great guy, from time to time, and he was the only one who was consistent with his stories, and he felt sorry for her in the end. It was really sad as I was the godmother of one their twins. Sorry for the long post. Actually still in mess. I had married my ex-husband, who was also my college, in spite of having get feeling he is money digger, to get away from my parents' house, cause my father used to sexually abuse me since my childhood, and my mother used to do domestic violence as she was always petrified I would tell people. Hence I wasn't ever allowed to make friends or even allowed to socialize with cousins and relatives. When I got divorced from my ex-husband, I had found Pratik, love of my life, during the lengthy 3-year divorce process, but when me and Pratik got married on day of wedding in a small temple in society, my mother badmouthed me in front of Pratik and his parents and his relatives, that I'm very bad character woman and I eyed my father wrongly, and that I wanted to sleep with him etc. and loads of other bad words. Pratik's parents got completely flabbergasted and confused whom to believe, me, a woman who they met just over 2 years, or my parents who raised me for 36 years. On top I had little hope from my ex-husband, who I later discovered was gay. That he knew me since I was 18 years could be a valid proof of character, but he too went and said that I slept with my father and many other guys while I was married to him. And I have launched false fur against my father for sexual assault and fake case of domestic violence for their golden house of 1.5 crores. All was only person who knew me after my parents, over 18 years, and both making same claim that I'm a hoe, created a huge misunderstanding between me and Pratik's parents, and Pratik is stuck in between. So my attitude of never to give up on people in positive manner was sort of inheritance from my parents, who followed negative aspect of same, never to give up screwing up my life until they get rid of me for good. My mother threatened to kill me even. There was once gas leakage in house in absence of my parents when I was alone with my 2 daughters, second I adopted, who used to work in my office, who is only one with me through this worstest phase of my life, at every second being my rock. Once I ocked up in house, once we spotted rat poison at home, etc. And in court they present complete opposite case, that I'm after killing them for their money and house. I knew it was a mistake the June before our October wedding. There was no intimacy in our relationship by this point, on any level whatsoever. She had gone home out of state for her bridal shower / birthday, and I was left at home for a weekend. I was up late one night playing a game, and I remember I wasn't playing well. I was getting frustrated. Sounds so faking dumb recounting it now, but at one point I lost it. I was so angry. No, I was livid. I went over to the couch and just started wailing away on this pillow. I swung so much and so hard I hurt my faking shoulder. I wasn't mad at the game, and no, I didn't want to hit her. It was years worth of frustration and unhappiness coming to a boil. I'm not ashamed to admit I cried my faking eyes out that night, nor I can hear the question, why did you stay? I was sure she was the person I was going to spend my life with. At the time, I had convinced myself that after the stress of the wedding was over things would start to get back to normal. Of course that was a foolish notion, but when you're down in a hole like that, you'll tell yourself whatever you need to get through the day. We separated 6 months after we got married. I had initially found a relationship counselor, but she wasn't interested. I kept going to the counselor. I still go see him every few months. Anyway, sorry to go so long here, but that's when I knew. Mine is not a spectacular story. I had a weird feeling before the wedding, but convinced myself I was just getting cold feet, and anyway everything was paid for already. So I went through with it, not telling anyone. We were supposed to stay at his mother's for a couple months, until he started a new job. I was still studying at the time. The job didn't work out. He didn't look for anything else for months, until he found something, went for 2 days and quit. I told him we either moved out of his mom's house, and he found a way to support his family, he had married me, or we were done. We moved out. I found a job. He didn't. His mom kept paying for everything. I had been understanding for years before our wedding. He was depressed. He had trouble deciding what he wanted to do with his life. But he didn't even get a few hours at a grocery store to pay his own bills. Even after getting married and deciding he wanted children. He decided he wanted to leave the country to start over fresh. I realized I really didn't want to be stuck far from my friends and family with him. I was scared and depressed instead of excited about a new chapter of my life. So I left. 10 months after the wedding. I still think he didn't believe I'd actually leave. I'm not even mentioning the anger issues and emotional manipulation point. If they tell you who they are, listen. About 2 months after she broke up with me and I stopped being brainwashed. TLDR. Controlling wife plus soulmate me equals the perfect relationship I thought I wanted. PSSSST. It was cheat. I let myself become a doormat and she obliged to use me as a doormat. I'd given up my friends because she said they were a bad influence, which they are a bit, but what good friends aren't? I'd stopped seeing my parents as much, who I lived with, because she didn't like me to have time away from her. I had a second job as a carer for a severely autistic girl, which I loved. She made me feel bad for prioritizing the girl over her when I was working. She made me stop seeing my family dog, who I also lived with, because she was dirty, but just dirty in an all dogs are filthy kind of way. My dog loves to cuddle and get up close. She hated it. I wasn't allowed to watch what I wanted, work where I wanted, or really have any aspirations that weren't hers. The final straw was for my birthday. She asked me what I wanted, and I said I'd love a new TV, nothing fancy, and I'd put towards it, because TVs aren't cheap, and I also suggested I could get a good deal on Black Friday, which is always around my birthday. So I go and buy the TV and ring her telling which one I'd bought. She told me to bring it back because it wasn't the one she'd decided on, which was a TV that was smaller, a worse brand and £50 more expensive. I told her that was ridiculous and pointless. She began to scream down the phone to me about the TV. I hung up, left the car with the TV at her work, where she was on a shift, and got the bus home. I hid in my house from my parents for 2 days because I couldn't face what I'd done. Eventually the night before my birthday rolls around, and I ring her, ask her to come to my birthday meal tomorrow, and forget the argument, because I'd like her at my birthday meal. Then my 2 best friends, who I'd abandoned, text me a bunch to ask to come to the pub, and for the first time in years, I went. I got fucking hammered. It was great. Next day I went to work with an awful hangover. By the time it came along to my meal, she came, we all ate, my parents and their friends left, and as we walked out of the restaurant she said, I know you were out with your friends last night and got drunk. I want you to promise me you'll never see them again. And I said no. This little doormat man stood up for himself, and she left me, in the city, on my own, drove off in her car. I crashed my mate's, one from the previous night, date, and stayed at his house on the living room floor, and ever since that for the past 3 years I've been rebuilding my life, my confidence, and finding out who I'm again. Thankfully, so thankfully, I got my friends, my parents, my caring job, and of course, my dog, back over those years. I've got a new girlfriend who's amazing. I moved out, I have a job, and I have aspirations again. Finally something I'm qualified to answer. 10 years ago I was in a 5+ year relationship and felt pressure from all sides. My mother told me for years about how she settled on my dad because he was a good provider. My ex's parents were older and her grandmother was late 80s. They wanted grandkids and all that. Friends of my parents would hassle every chance they got. 3 years. When are you going to pop the question? 4 years. When are you going to pop the question? It felt like an inevitable path. After the divorce I went to counseling, and after burying the relationship the counselor asked me why I wasn't nesting. I was traveling about 3 hours once a month or so to head back to where I was raised to hang out with friends. I hadn't bought a house where I was living with my ex. I should have, easily doubled in price. I think I was fearful of being tied down, having to commit. Looking back I was actively not making new friends where I lived. I was actively not taking steps to settle down and create a home for my future wife and myself. I decided to do it, and I finally popped the question, the beginning of the end. That moment was a huge rush of emotions. I cried. I didn't really know why. Looking back I understand, now that I didn't want to do it, but felt it was something I had to do. The next 15 months was consumed by constant talk of wedding this and wedding that. I feigned excitement whenever I felt it was necessary. Venue tours, cake tasting, color discussions, seating arrangements, what candies to have at the candy bar, what alcohol to have, etc. A few moments stick out that were clear red flags for everybody involved. We sat down with the pastor at the church she grew up in. He was to perform the ceremony that would be at a venue. He advised that we sit down for premarital counseling before we booked him. We declined, but he was still willing to perform the ceremony. What would have happened if we would have gone to those counseling sessions? Would I have lied through it? Probably. Another red flag is that I didn't tell my job that I was engaged. I actively disengaged with co-workers around topics around significant others. I compartmentalized my life so that work never bled into my personal life. I don't really know why I did it. Maybe I was embarrassed? I went from a very high review rating before the wedding to a below expectations after. I had co-workers cuss me out and tell me to leave the team later on due to my dramatic performance decline. It was like ignoring the suggested speed limit on a corner and taking it at a speed well above the posted limit. Red flag, you idiot. The night before the wedding I couldn't sleep. I woke up at 4 AM or something for no reason and was awake on my phone for hours at a friend's house. I was panicky. I hadn't finalized my vows. I felt more anxiety than normal. I felt like running. The other groomsmen all assembled and then headed to the venue separately. I went out to my car and I drove a different route than I needed to. I was fantasizing about running, driving in my tux and just not coming back. I got out and headed north on the freeway for a few miles and turned around. Something was wrong. I somehow couldn't figure out what was clearly the answer. Nearly 200 people, fancy venue, fancy food, beer, wine. I struggled through my vows, struggled through the speech after dinner, had fun with friends partying, and eventually closed the venue out. The bridal suite was amazing. Rose petals in the bathtub and on the bed. We tried to be intimate, but I couldn't get it up. We chalked it up to being tired from the long day. After the wedding the days and months dragged by. I was unhappy about something, but it was hard to define. Anxiety was causing my performance at work to drop dramatically. However, I hid this from my ex. I pretended nothing was wrong. There were more trips to see friends back home, more than before, more than I needed. I spent money fixing up a car that I didn't need. I ended up buying a different car that I didn't need. I was compensating for something being wrong, but I never could put my finger on it. 7 months after the wedding, a friend was getting married in a destination that is known for debauchery. Everybody in the friend group was going, so I went too. Somehow I ended talking with a friend of a friend for a while. She was worked up about an ex and ended up crying on my shoulder for a bit. Once she finished crying, she asked me, "How are you?" I really don't know why, but I decided to be honest. I hadn't been honest to anybody for months/years. I told her that I was terrible, I was miserable. She pressed for more answers, and she got them. I confessed everything that I had bottled up. It all came out, probably the best feeling I had felt in many years. There was no way to shake that feeling. I couldn't forget it. I got her phone number and called her the next week after the trip. We talked about her issues, and talked about mine. She had been to counseling for several issues, and I had never been. She encouraged me to seek counseling. After about 3 weeks I finally did. I confessed everything again to the counselor, and she said it sounds like you've made up your mind. I agreed. 5 weeks after the friend's wedding I sat my ex down and laid everything out. We talked for nearly 2 weeks every night after work. We tried some couples counseling, but that went nowhere. She moved her stuff out, we separated bills/accounts. The lengthy and level-headed process of our breakup left her and myself with a lot of closure. I was able to move on, and she was as well. Separated at 9 to 10 months, and divorced at 16 months TLDR. I knew something was wrong, but I never admitted it out loud until after the wedding. Seek counseling for yourself, and couples counseling before might save you some money. My best friend was married for a little over a year and a half, if my calculations are correct. They dated for about 3 years before getting engaged, and then got married in a civil ceremony with just their immediate family members. I believe it was mainly so that he could take advantage of her health insurance, and had a bigger wedding shindig a year later. They were separated around 6 months after the latter, and divorced shortly after that. He had some emotional issues stemming from a not so pleasant childhood. Both of his parents were deceased, and he was living off a trust that they had left him. He didn't have a steady job. He would do his own side hustle, but there really wasn't a positive cash flow. Once she and him moved in, I suppose she handled most of the bills, even though she only worked retail management at the time, so not making a ton of money, but enough to get by. But he seemed to make her happy, especially considering how her last relationship ended on a sour note. They actually briefly broke up shortly after she moved in the first time, but they worked through their issues and got engaged shortly after patching things up. Once they got married, and after the honeymoon phase, they didn't actually get a honeymoon. Now that I think about it, things just soured. They bought a new house because she got tired of living in a work in progress of his. At that time, he had gotten a real job, but ended up quitting it to become a writer instead. She supported him because she wanted him to be happy, but money was tight. She rarely would hang with friends because she couldn't afford dining out. We weren't fully aware of the situation and would always have to check in with him before making plans with us. Then things got real worse. His issues drove a wedge between them. She wanted to do counseling and he refused. Then in more words or less, he admitted to her that he had no idea why they even got married, showed doubt of his love for her, the whole shebang. She left and made up her mind that she was done. He tried to apologize and agreed to counseling, but she told him it was too late. Their divorce was pretty quick, not much to argue over. But one stipulation was that the house be sold. Those proceedings took forever, and she got the money that was owed to her from the sale a few years later. Now she's with a guy that's also been married before, but he treats her right, so that makes me happy. She's weary about getting married again, and I don't blame her. It's scary shit to legally bind yourself to someone, and then they become someone different. We spent 4 years as a couple, after meeting as volunteer helpers. We even had our own group to run by the start of the marriage. We lived together in her parents' house for a year before the marriage. She begged for the engagement. She rushed the wedding through. Families helped a lot financially. Spent $20,000 on the wedding. After the marriage, her mum kept making comments along the lines of a couple should have their own house. He should have his finances registered here. I've never heard of a couple with 2 separate addresses. You two shouldn't play video games at all. You should come watch TV with us. So a month into the marriage I decided that I would leave my low-paying career, a job I loved as a field service/sales engineer, to find better pay to save and move out. I found a job in a different sector, nearly doubling my salary from £21k to £36k. This new role involved night and day shifts of 12 hours on a Panama pattern. While I was doing my nights on weekends, she would go to the pub with our friend group from volunteering. Fair enough though, but then she started coming home after I finished my shift at 6 am and she would be high. Turns out she had started doing drugs and banging the dealer, and to get more drugs she would occasionally bang his mates. Insult to injury, we hadn't been having sex for some time because she was too stressed from the wedding point. So I ended up in a job I hated and moving back in with my parents for a bit. At least I had more money to play with. Treated myself to a 52-inch smart TV and used Barks 1X. It's all in my history if you want to be nosy. When we met in the military, she was ambitious and fast-tracked the same as I was. Fast forward a year, and she had managed to get herself discharged on a Section 8. She was totally faking, and practically seduced the psychiatrist, maybe. Then in the course of about 10 months she managed to get her name on all my credit cards, and then rack up $22,000 in debt. This was 20 years ago, and to this day I have no idea how she did it. She refused to get a job, and basically just went shopping with her girlfriends, buying them lunch. This was quite a debt on a single E4 salary point. The straw that broke the camel's back was when she asked if her junkie ex-boyfriend from high school could come live with us across the country because he was trying to get clean and he needed to get away from bad influences. I refused, and then she threw a fit, so I told her to go spend some time at her mother's. While she was there, I cancelled her return ticket and took her name off all the credit cards, but not before she cleaned out my bank account, just a few $100. With her gone, I started going through the house and discovered drawers full of bills she had hidden, as well as an attic full of clothes with matching purses and shoes. There was even a wedding dress I didn't know she bought, but she had been discussing having a proper wedding before. Years later I found out she had run off with her ex. They became heavy meth junkies and arrested for check fraud and shoplifting. I finally got a judge to grant the divorce after a year because she kept ignoring the paperwork. I was still liable for most of the debt and had to work 3 jobs at a time, including my army job, over the next 2 to 3 years to pay it off. Okay, not technically 1 year, but if she left, discarded me really, filed for divorce in a different state, did not give me a chance to defend myself from her slander, quite literally before our 2-year anniversary, then yes, I still count it as 1, plus a little gravy. But the red flags. Oh, the red flags. After just getting out of a 5-year relationship with a guy who she claimed cheated on her, and she did everything in their relationship, her moving to a different state, meeting me 3 months after breakup, and then 3 months after we meet, she threatens my weak ass with leaving if I don't marry her. And what does my cuck self do? Marry her. After 3 months. That's 1, and mostly on my dumb ass. 2. Starting to see the controlling/manipulative aspects come into play after being love bombed through disallowing me from seeing this person, that person, not doing this, not saying that, Jesus. 3. Hopping between 5 different churches within the span of a year because as a self-proclaimed Christian, she did not feel the sermons, /the people, /the word, /the pastor. I mean, come on, you used the I'm a Christian card and the I don't believe in sex till marriage card on me since the get-go, and God knows you initiated first and a lot of the sexual intimacy well before we got married. But the church hopping is just overkill. In addition to this one, the whole first date at her uncle's church was uncomfortable. Her crying during sermon. What's wrong? Oh, nothing, you're just the man I have been praying to God for. I shoulder ran, but I felt like I was in a fairy tale. 4. As an accountant, I assume our money is in safe hands, and that our savings are what you say they are. When I ask about the savings constantly, I'm told oh, it's still there. Yet when I say I need to buy something outside of our non-existent budget for my last semester into my degree, I'm told oh, I'm sorry honey, I lied, we don't have any of that. Please forgive me. And I do, and because I love her, I didn't even ask what she used the money for, especially because at that point of our life, she was working, and I was in school. None of my business imo. But that's just me. You think that was the kicker? 5th and final, me, for 2 years. Oh, hun, why do you delete all of your text messages and DMs except for mine? You even delete your mum's and family's ones. Huh, oh, that was always how I have done it. I don't like them taking up all my space on my phone. Bullshit. Never mind the whole bullshit story that ensued after she left. That's a whole nother can of worms. But the stuff I did not care to acknowledge pre-marriage, nor during the first year, and only, really just taught me about how to start seeing the real in people, and to stop seeing just the good. I lasted around 9 or so months. The first day of marriage everything changed. I think she felt super trapped. I tried to get help for us, but she interpreted that as me being dominating. She met a new best friend, a guy 15 years older than her. They would have tickle fights and I would get called controlling and mistrustful when I spoke to her about it. I started seeing a psychologist because I thought I was going nuts. This was used as fodder against me. That thing going bad were my fault. I pushed for couples counseling and she didn't want to. She even said the fact I was going to see a psych was proof that I was the problem. Boom, we had pretty much our first and last fight. She didn't want to be the one to call it, so I did. As soon as this happened, we both felt relief. She moved out over the following weeks. We were able to sort out the divorce and splitting out stuff with no major problems. We had to wait 2 years from separation as we were a new marriage. I'm glad it happened. I think we both were playing a role which wasn't us. She is still with the best friend I don't know, and it doesn't matter if anything happened whilst we were together now. She is happy and that's what I wanted for her. I also am happy with my partner. We have been together for 4 years now. But the scar that still shows is that I don't want to get married again as I'm afraid of either of us changing. I know this is flawed logic, but it's what still remains of the experience. I ended it not even 2 months after my wedding. Officially got divorced within 14 months cause the system is slow. I was never really on board with the whole marriage thing and was quite young, 23, and just kinda played along. My then boyfriend was struggling financially, that's why we were living with my parents since we were 19. While with them, he seemed very kind and everything was perfect. Maybe TMI, but fuck it. He was my first boyfriend and first everything, so I had nothing to compare, and I thought that having sex maybe once every 2 months was normal. He was never really affectionate towards me, but again, I thought it was normal. My main mistake was to not live alone with him before getting married. We found an apartment just 1 month before the wedding. That's when I realized that when my parents weren't around he was different. Not kind anymore. Not helping at home. I was the one making the most money and the most hours, but he still expected me to do all the cooking when I got home, and all the cleaning as well. He wouldn't let me go out with friends. I thought maybe he was stressed because of the wedding. Then on the day of, once we got home, he told me you're all mine now, but not in a cheesy, romantic way. I got scared. Decided to take a 1-week vacation with my friends. He didn't want to join and tried to forbid me to go. I went anyway. Realized that not only was I not missing him at all while there, I actually felt relieved and free. Then when I got home he started pressuring me about having children right away, and that nailed it for me. Roughly a couple months after we got officially divorced he moved in with his boyfriend. Can't say I was that surprised. Sometimes I wonder if he was with his boyfriend the whole time and just wanted me to pop a child for him then try to get full custody so he has his own little family. I don't know. 3 months into the marriage, he went from best friend, best husband, I must have done something right to deserve him, to how is this my life now? We knew each other for 2 years before we got married. Everything was perfect, or so I thought. He did a complete 180. 3 months after we said our I do's, he started to become emotionally abusive and being crazy jealous. I wasn't allowed to talk to anyone besides my mom and my sisters, only when they came to visit or over the phone. I wasn't allowed to go anywhere without him, not even shopping with my family. So much so that if I was on my period and didn't want to have sex with him, he thought that I was cheating on him because I must be getting it somewhere else unless I proved to him that I was on my period. I tried fixing us or me, making me the wife he felt he wanted. I started to believe that he's the only one that could ever love me. The tipping point for me was about a year or so into the marriage. I taking a bath late at night and I realized if I were to drown myself now, he wouldn't notice that I was gone unless he wanted sex or coffee. That's when I made the decision to call it quits. He took pieces of me and ruined them, made me into a person I didn't recognize anymore. When I told him I'm leaving, I've never been married before, but I'm pretty sure this is not what it should be. Like, he didn't put up a fight, he just said okay. Which was a relief point. After that though, he started showing up at my place at 3 o'clock in the mornings and scaring the shit out of me. But I'm now in a loving relationship for 4 years. I have freedom and love and respect. I'm holding on to this one. Not me, but my friend has been married for almost 1 year now. She married her husband after they moved in together. A lot of her friends tried to talk her out of marriage because her relationship needed to be worked on first. Her boyfriend was very controlling and manipulative. She found it annoying, but never really sorted it out with him. After they got married, it became worse. She felt trapped at home and needed to be away. However, she lied to him where she was, and untrusting as he was, he just assumed the worst, because when she was away it confirmed his suspicions. She herself wasn't an angle always. She liked to flirt a bit with guys, but she never took a step over the boundary because she is loyal in the end. She needs that energy in her presence, but her husband could not really understand that. There was a lot of things they needed to talk through together before deciding on marriage. I advised her to find someone who doesn't follow the same tropes as always when it comes to guys. Find someone who appreciates her for who she is and not trying to mold her into something she is not. We often made jokes about when you separate with your husband because neither me or my girlfriend really believed it would last. Now she is divorced and you can sense a salad of new energy from her like she did not have before. Not me, but happened to my son. He and his wife came to visit me after just under a year into their marriage. The first night they were there, my son and I had to run an errand, and it took a little bit to get it done. We got back maybe 2 hours after leaving the hotel, and the wife wouldn't greet him or talk to him. Her passive-aggressive displays continued for over a day. I finally turned to him and told him I had some bad news for him. I told him they were squarely on the path to a total annihilation of their marriage, and that they needed to turn it around if they wanted to be truly happy. There was the codependency and the other fatal telltales in their relationship as well. I think his marriage would have ground on for a few years as my earlier marriage had, except I was there to identify things for what they were and help him understand what he was dealing with. Within 2 months, they had separated and divorced a few months after that. I'm still close to the woman and to him as well. I tried as much as possible not to influence his decision, but only to influence his awareness. They are happier on the balance now, it seems, but there is no easy way to dismantle a marriage relationship. I'm just glad they went ahead and faced their realities early on instead of grinding through years and children before they finally succumbed. They say they are glad too, but I still see the tears when they don't think anyone can see. I hope they heal as humans before any future relationships. The truth is, one knows in their gut before they get married. It's simple fear that prevents action before the big day. The issue is complicated by those around one saying, everyone gets nerves before their wedding. So, one is inclined to try to ignore their cognitive dissonance and dismiss it as mere pre-wedding nervousness. But they do know, really, few men are ready for the accelerator that happens once you put a ring on it. You're quickly bounced from boyfriend and girlfriend into fiancés, celebratory parties, dinners, and family get-to-know one another's, which all conspire to speed the setting of the concrete around your feet. Then it's wedding planning, booking hotels, and her sister is flying in to help buy a dress, yada yada yada. There you are, in a ball of sweat thinking, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. But, you stay as the comfort blanket of the relationship is hard to let go of at any time. #BREAKUPSAREHARDASFAK. But a breakup is much harder when you've the added stress of having made a fool of your partner by starting the whole marriage process and getting engaged. Why did you do this to me is a phrase you can prepare yourself for. I know. I broke one up. And it's shit. Real shit. It's worse if your fiancé is in some way financially dependent on you, either for living expenses or a place to stay or both. The stress in that case is huge because, in addition to the hurt of breakup, the public shame, it's in your head, of calling off an engagement, the rage of your fiancé's family, your own grief for the loss of all the good in that r/ship, and there can be an awful lot of good in the r/ship of the person you just can't marry. This is a hugely important concept to grasp, by the way. I describe marriage material as someone who's 80% perfect fit, 79% is still someone you're mad about, is great in bed, looks amazing etc point etc point etc point, but just doesn't make the cut. There's a whole pile of hurt in losing all of that 79% match and starting again, and then you're leaving them homeless, or they have a massive drop in their quality of life. This makes them fight even harder to keep the engagement alive, and makes you feel like an even larger asshole for doing the right thing. Top tip to the young guns out there: choose your partners wisely, and if you detect serious compatibility issues by the 3 to 4 month mark, break up and move on. Top tip #2, where possible, only consider partners where there is a reasonable balance in your relative wealth. While this seems cold, and it's not always a necessary consideration, it's important to be a. comfortable with the impact supporting another person and family will have on your disposable income. Unless you're loaded, it's going to have deep impact on your ability to do the stuff you're used to doing. Be aware that, if it does blow up and end in divorce, if all the assets and cash are yours day one, you're going to lose a lot to your estranged husband or wife. So, folks, the unvarnished reality of marriage. It's the worst contract you'll ever sign, but it can be great too. Choose wisely. PM me if you need advice. I felt a lot of dread in the week or so before we got married, but that's just cold feet. Day of was bad, but my family was all there. I felt this pressure to go through with it. I was miserable at my wedding point. We moved states for my job 2 weeks after we got married. So I got distracted and happy for a bit. I had been very direct with him that I didn't want kids until we'd been married for a couple years throughout dating and the engagement. I was 23 when we got married. He was 29. I wanted to get settled in my career, pay down my student debt, buy a house, then kids. As soon as that ring was on my finger, he started pressuring me to get pregnant. We stopped having sex because there was no way in hell I was having a baby right now, and I didn't want to risk a hole in the condom. The more he pressured for baby, the more I wanted out. I had this internal monologue that was going through what ifs. I hated his mother. She is a racist redneck who openly discussed her hatred of black people in front of my ex's nephew. So the scariest scenario was, what if we have a baby, we get divorced, and then I have no control about how much time my child spends with his mother. I started rationalizing maybe, if I do get pregnant to appease my ex-husband, I should secretly get artificially inseminated with a donor, and then when we get divorced, I can do a paternity test, prove he's not the father, and get full custody. Obviously this was crazy and unhealthy. I started contemplating divorce. The final straw was at 6 months. We were lying in bed. He was attempting to initiate sex. He kissed me, and I felt repulsed by him. In the time between when we stopped having sex and this moment, I'd feel neutral, nothing. All kisses were only a peck. I'd show no interest, and he'd drop it. He was trying to get my interest by a suggestive touch and a deeper kiss, and I just felt disgusted by him. I told him I couldn't do it anymore. I packed a bag and drove 2 hours to a friend's house, stayed there for the weekend to think. When I got back, I asked for a divorce. He tried at first to convince me not to. He moved into the guest room. He begged. He called our friends and asked them to call me and beg. I wanted out. It didn't faze me. I needed it. It took maybe 2 weeks of being firm before Jed just gave up and said he'd sign the papers. He called his mother and arranged for her to help him go back to his home state. I found the divorce papers online and filed them. We decided no lawyers, since we had no kids or joint assets other than furniture. Both cars were mine, but I gave him one so he'd leave. Still cheaper than a lawyer. Between the car, furniture, and the $220 it cost to file, I lost maybe $3K. Really not bad when you're looking at the spectrum of divorces he left. I made the mistake of giving him space when his mom got here with a moving truck. Lesson learned, never let anyone who hates you move out unsupervised. He trashed the apartment. Anything that wasn't his, when he was packing, got thrown across the room. It took me 2 weeks to clean it all up. Our court date was set for 2 months later. He had to come back to my state for the court date. We barely said a word. Signed the papers. He left. Only time I heard from him was when I had to file my taxes because we divorced after the first of the year and I had to put his SSN on my taxes. Zero contact other than that point. That was 3.5 years ago. I met someone a few months later. We got married this past May. It feels so different. I'm really happy. I don't regret the divorce at all. More like 2 years, but we married after 3 years being together. He was being muted to Africa for work, military, and wanted me to come with. There were so many red flags before then, but being young and dumb I still said yes. Even though prenup was mentioned in his lazy ass proposal, doodle of a ring handed to me. We got married, cheapest possible, and I got mocked for any choice I wanted to make. Def, when he saw me, he mumbled pretty when he spoke to me just before. Side note, his mother wore pretty much a wedding dress toned down a bit and the same jewelry as me. She gave me mine to wear for the day, so she knew it was matching. Got to Africa, things got worse, and I couldn't escape cause I was so far from home. Skipping a lot of shit for this part, I'm still processing it I think. As soon as we were home, he sat down and told me he wanted a divorce. That he could have cheated on me, but was too tired from dealing with me. Told his entire family that I was abusive and I hurt him. As he kept telling me I would, I went back to my parents like a loser and a nobody, alone and worthless. His favorite threat, if I wasn't doing as he said. He had a nice sum of money that he built up savings while we were there. There should have been money going to me for lack of wages, but I never saw that. Got told I needed to be grateful he fed me. So, to answer the question, I always knew it was a mistake. I just never listened to myself. Sorry for the rant. I don't think I'm quite over this yet. I forgot to mention, he went back there not long after the divorce and married the woman from his work and brought her back to France. Sort of got roped into our neighbor's bullshit a few years ago. My girlfriend and I were living together, risking it all, seeing if it could work out for us. We met later in life I guess. I was 33 but looked 23. She was 25 but looked 19. So maybe we looked like a normal young couple, not two people who were pretty stoked to have met each other just in time and wanted to spend every minute of that time together. Our neighbors, driveways directly adjacent, both had kids from previous relationships. Plus one 3-year-old they had together. There were 4 kids in the house. 3 were his. He also had at least one who he didn't have custody of. He was an annoying, self-centered, special snowflake punk rocker while nearing 40. He was unable to listen, but fully willing to ramble on for minutes at a time without pause, always trying to be unique. She was quite supportive, awkward point right away. I got the swingers vibe from them, but I got the feeling she was less into it than he was. They would try to get us over for a campfire in the backyard, shit like that. We were never interested, but they wouldn't give up. None of that is inherently swingerish, but it was the way they would say this shit. A year and a half in, my girlfriend turned fiance and I were bringing in groceries. He was down in their front yard and got kind of weird. Guys, can I talk to you, please? Please? Seemed pretty important, so we stopped in our enclosed porch, my fiance holding the door open. So with us standing there holding bags, he asks if we want to come over for his birthday party after it was over basically, cause this guy's turning 40. We say no. He persists. My fiance explains she's working, second shift. He says, all night, and kind of leans in, says it in that special way. She says yay and kind of leans back like what the fuck. He holds our door open like a steamy Mohawk hound, I guess, in his mind. I walk up, grab her bag, while she stands there all stuck in the mud, so she doesn't have to stand there with her hands full, while Dumas rambles on and on about himself. And I know this sounds bad, but I didn't want him to think I was just being possessive, and that she was only shooting him down, because I was angry, so I 100% left her to deal with it. He tried for another 10 seconds, maybe 30, got shot down, and she walked back into the house looking like she needed eye bleach. Later that night, douchebag's wife came up to me wearing a bikini and said, so are you coming over? My fiance ignored that and got in the car. I said, no, rather coldly. Long story short, we got married, they got divorced. Talked to her one day and she informed me that he married the stripper he used to drive around in his taxi because he could have more fun with her than he could with his wife. Unfortunately, ran into douchebag at the dog park several times afterward with the pregnant stripper girlfriend. He tried schmoozing me with her on his arm this time, same bullshit as before. I pretended to have no idea who he was. Embarrassed the shit out of him in front of all the dog park people he was unabashedly glomming himself onto and more or less performing for. Look at me, look how awesome I am, look at my dog, and how awesome he is. We are the first people ever to name a giant as Noofy Chewy after Chewbacca. Ha 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 ha. Let me be louder this time so everyone in the park knows I'm here. Why won't you acknowledge me? Because. Fuck you. That's why point edit. TLDR. Douchebag neighbor left his wife and broke up their bratty bunch because no one wanted to have swinger sex with them, which meant he couldn't fuck other women. My wife was on his list apparently, so he started cheating on her with the stripper he drove around in his taxi and then left her for said stripper, then tried dangling said stripper in front of me as an incentive. But I ignored him in front of all the dog park people and embarrassed his ass. Got him. My dad dated his first wife 4 years in college, and they worked the same summer job traveling together as part of state survey crew, and then decided to get married 6 months into the marriage. My dad starting talking about starting a family and settling down and stuff. She was like, I don't want kids, or really I don't want to be married. So 6 months in they got divorced. Hadn't even opened all the wedding gifts. It was amicable enough, and they never spoke again. He joined the army and 8 weeks later he met my mom, and 6 weeks after that they got married. They've been married 35 years. According to my dad the story goes like this: I was sitting with my buddies smoking and I saw her get off the bus carrying her bags to her barracks. One of the other guys made joke about her and I said, I'm gonna marry that girl someday. My sister's first husband turned out to be crazy. Like, he seemed all nice and normal before the wedding. Sent her all kinds of pretty letters while she was in basic training, and then they got married before he went to basic and she was off to tech school. Then after that it turns out he was just nuts, accusing her of cheating, calling her all kinds of names, and turns out he was cheating. She flew home and was filed for divorce. Fortunately they didn't have any assets, so she was basically, I just want him to leave me alone. She had filed a restraining order after though, because he would show up at her dorm in the middle of the night yelling drunken obscenities. Edit. I know this doesn't fit the thread, but I wanted to say it. Point not married, but 6-year relationship. I realized that I had let her anxiety rule my life. Every decision I made, no matter how small, came down to, is this going to trigger her anxiety instead of is this the right course of action, or even is this minor action worth a second thought? She would get anxious and angry over things that were so minor that I found myself constantly walking on eggshells. I was never allowed to throw food away when it went bad because she wouldn't believe me without verifying for herself. This meant it actually led her to get light nightshade poisoning from potatoes that had gone green that she didn't want to throw away. Money for food was not a problem for us. We had plenty, but that didn't matter. Even after the poisoning, the time I knew I had to end it was when we bought a washer and dryer. After I got my tax return we decided to test it out, so we threw in some clothes and I put in some detergent. As soon as I poured it in I thought, shit, that was a little too much. She's gonna get mad at me, and she did. She got mad because she was anxious that a little too much detergent in a brand new washing machine would break it. That was when I realized that no matter how small the slip up, the reaction was the same. I wish I had ended things right then, but I let the relationship go on longer because I was scared to break up with her. I'm very happy in my current relationship. Occasionally something happens that makes my brain say, oh no, this is gonna make her anxious. It won't, which in turn makes me anxious, but that happens less each year. Not me, my cousin. He lived through 9/11, left New York City shortly after, and was in a very low place in his life. He moved back home and was trying to rebuild his line when he met her female friend and her when he joined a film lovers club. He was originally attracted to her friend, but she moved in and claimed him like a fat man eating steak. Point they knew each other for a total of 3 months or so, and his family urged him to propose. They were married in an expensive and ostentatious wedding. They went on a super expensive honeymoon. All paid by her dad. They bought a condo, furniture, etc. all high end, and racking up the credit card bills. She starts traveling for work and needs to attend late night dinners with clients. She was an accountant at a law firm. Such was not a problem, but there was a chill in the relationship. On her return from a business trip, he surprised her with flowers, but he sees her walking with a male co-worker in a very chummy way. There were words. He checks her delete history on the phone, sexting with at least one or two guys, even when she was home. Took a couple of weeks, but he filed for divorce at 9 months. Epilogue. About a year later, he was listening to an NPR program on the most common behaviors of psychopaths. She exhibited 11 of the 12 most common behaviors. I always tell him that he ducked a huge bullet by getting out of Dodge before there was a kid. So, never got married but was close. High school sweetheart came back into my life 3 years after graduation. We parted amicably in the first place due to non-relationship issue. I had just started a flexible work from home job, and she was living 2 hours away from everything I knew. Started great, super romantic. We'd make trips to see each other, and decided to move in together to make things easy after 4 months. Didn't regret it. We got an apartment together. Everything was great. After living together, I began to notice she really only had 2 hobbies, Netflix and me. When I got off work, I liked to unwind for an hour or two and game, which was no big deal for a few weeks, but quickly spiraled into fights and hostilities. She told me I didn't care about her because I didn't want to spend all my time with her. So I cut back. I only played when she was out with friends/family or at work. Things got better. After a year, we were discussing getting an apartment back in the city where I lived prior. Things seemed fine until she told me she wanted to look at houses. I was originally unsure of the large monetary commitment, and then I realized she was looking at houses in the town we were in. I told myself I loved her and grinned and bared it when she applied for a home loan on her own. Very suspicious the whole time. We got the house and moved in. Initially I hated it, but as we remodeled a few rooms and re-landscaped the property, I grew to love the house. Everything was my job: the cats, the lawn, the dishes, cooking. She started school, college, and I had to travel for business meetings. It started with an overpass bag in her car. Then I noticed person effects of mine hidden out of sight or moved when I return home. Eventually I confronted her, and she told me I was crazy. She cheated with some loser alcoholic from a town over, and we broke up. I took my cat and all of the items, furniture I purchased, and walked. Left the house almost empty. 2 months later found out she's addicted to pills, and her family has disowned her. 10/10 would leave again. Lol, I'm so late to the party when he wouldn't kiss me in the rain. We'd been dating for 3 years and we only really married for insurance / it felt like the thing you do after 3 years. First mistake, but we had a fiasco of a day. We were caught in the rain. I lost my keys. I found them again outside in all the flooding with a friend. And my friend and I, and remember I'm in my 20s, this friend was 38, and he was 33, shouted and we are happy and we hugged. And my husband just looked annoyed and said, "You're weird." I guess he thought it was childish maybe, but how do you not find joy at finding your keys in flooding? Lol. And I thought, why isn't he just happy now? I mean, we've been soaked through since this event started, who cares anymore? And then we sent my friend home. And before we got to our car, I tried to kiss him, and he was really prickly and grumpy about it. And that's when I knew I couldn't spend the rest of my life with someone that grumpy. I mean, it was a sheet day. It was awful. I was freezing and wet, but we had found the keys, which in that amount of flooding seemed impossible. And we'd been wet for hours at this point, so whatever. I was looking at the day positively. I was like, fuck it, and just laughing at this point, because when a situation spirals out like that, you can get upset or just laugh at the stupidity of how bad it's gotten. I just couldn't spend the rest of my life being positive when bad things happened and looking for silver linings, while he hushed every vibe and sat there looking like the world's biggest grump. Was tough, and I somehow had an unusually bad hangover from the rehearsal dinner, drank less than usual. During this hangover, I noticed that she had no compassion / empathy for me at all, and that this was very consistent during our relationship. Prior to us getting married, she quit her job to go to graduate school, and I feel like she lost her identity. I would come home after work, extremely happy to be home, and I would see the scowl on her face every time I arrived. We ended up losing just under half of our income with her going to school, plus the added expense of a graduate school degree. I was hoping that she would help with meal preparation or something. When she wasn't at school, she only had night classes. I ended up coming home every day, picking up the dishes scattered around the house and cleaning, while she studied. I felt like I was in a relationship with a teenager, and I was becoming her hated father figure. I noticed that she would not do anything but run through television shows, and as soon as I got home she would get to studying. I think the moment I knew it was over is when I went to help a friend with moving on the weekend. I drove to his house, walked up to the door, and he immediately said, "You look like shit, is everything okay?" At that moment I realized how much I was putting in the relationship, and that my fiancé was only providing negative feedback. I was responsible for her happiness, but the same rule was not for her. This was only 3 months after being married, and I was having night sweats due to the stress the marriage was inflicting on me. I worked out a plan to have a place to stay and planned my escape that same night of visiting my friend. I filed for divorce the week prior to me leaving and left with the help of a friend to get a few things I needed, removed her from all of my credit cards, took a portion of our savings, and left to my friend's house. My ex was extremely mad and did her best to inflict pain on me through the divorce process. After 9 months of ferocious divorce proceedings, I was able to finally separate from my ex-wife and took a relatively terrible 70/30 split of all of our assets, house, cars, etc. This was the best decision of my life, and I do not regret it at all. It was worth the thousands of legal fees. Pro tips: make sure to keep really great relationships with friends. Know that the divorce attorneys are like a small incestuous family, and they care more about these family relationships than your case. We got married after 6 to 7 years together. Divorced after 10 months of marriage. After getting married we moved in together and got settled into married life. He charged me for rent, internet, and utilities. I was kind of shocked when he asked me for money and his response was, "Well, you use all of it, don't you?" I would have been fine paying for all that out of our joint account, since they were shared responsibilities, but he insisted that it should not come out of our joint account, and that I would need to send him money every month to pay him. That only stopped when my mom found out and was appalled that he wasn't taking care of those things as was expected in our culture. He told me to stop sending him money because he didn't want people to know that he made me pay him rent and utilities. He also lost interest in the bedroom after we got married, preferring to watch shows, play video games, hang out with coworkers/friends, or taking care of things himself. When I asked why, he said that it was just too much work to do it with me, and it was just easier for him to do it. Despite me trying to do things he'd like, or just wanting the intimacy. So it came down to like once a month or so that we'd have sex. I finally couldn't take it anymore, and after repeated attempts to convince him to go to marriage counseling, I asked for a divorce. Around 8 months of being treated like a room. He was adamantly against it, but by that time I knew that we wouldn't work anymore, and I couldn't put any more of myself into the marriage. I asked him to tell me why we should stay together. He basically told me that he settled for me and all the qualities that he had where he was better than me, but ultimately his reasoning for why we should stay together was that he was afraid he wouldn't find someone else, and that he didn't want to have wasted all this time together. I'm happily divorced, going on 2+ years now. It is shameful in my culture to be divorced though, so there was that to deal with. Close bracket. I was not married per se, but we acted as if. I moved in with this guy that was an alcoholic, drug addict, with no middle school and on and off jobs, but I was young and naive. I didn't left when he told me I needed to quit university to start working while he wasn't working. I didn't leave when he, extremely drunk, threatened me with knives. I didn't leave when we didn't have money for food, much less for drugs, and he would literally cried because he was in abstinence, 5 days without consumption, but for him felt like years. And I didn't left when I discovered he cheated on me. I caught him with a girl in the moment. I stayed for about a year like this, because as I said, I was young and naive. I left him one day that I was getting ready, and he asked me where I was going. To university. The semester is about to start, and I want to go back to finish it. And he said, and I quote, "Your studies are not going to be useful for me." And I said okay. I waited for him to go to work, and as soon as he left the house I called my mom to see if she could pick me, my stuff and my cat, and if she didn't bother me living in her house. 2 hours later I was in my mom's house safe from that abusive and manipulative man. I know it's not a marriage, but I treated the relationship like this cause I thought it was pretty serious. I knew it was a 50/50 crapshoot going in. We had been on again, off again a few times over the course of the previous 15 years. But we weren't getting any younger. I knew he had problems, but who doesn't? Third time's a charm, right? Anyway, turned out he had insurmountable addiction problems, not to mention that he didn't really want to be married. His main motivation was to have someone around, to take care of him and his kid. He was hoping I would stabilize his life. The hard cold truth is we really just loved each other as friends, and had no business getting married. I knew I made a huge mistake about 30 days after the wedding. He was a Jekyll/Hyde kind of addict, so he would get really abusive, and then would completely black out, so he didn't know what he did. I had to record one of his meltdowns on my cell, and show it to him the next day. He was in shock. He had no idea what kind of monster he turned into. He made a few half-hearted attempts at sobering up, but he really just didn't want to. Anyway, the moment I knew was when I asked him if he had to choose between me and booze, and he said booze. Yes, he was drunk at the time, but he was pretty much always under the influence of something. Filed for divorce the next day, about 6 months after the wedding, and the whole thing was over and done within 13 months. We are still friends in the sense that there's no ill will between us, but we don't talk very often. I hope he figures his life out at some point. Leaving that relationship was the hardest but best thing to do. It also cured my migraines. The minute we walked in the house after the honeymoon, he would stay out for days and not come home, and claimed it was work. It got more and more verbally and emotionally abusive. Ignored my birthday and knocked, and then on Christmas Eve came home around 4 p.m. and went to sleep, and didn't come downstairs for 4 days, and went straight to work. I kept asking about opening presents, and got yelled at. Oh, and his mom called on Christmas Day to say my gift came to her house instead. Which really meant she knew he didn't buy a gift, so she bought one, and was mailing it out. I told her I knew the truth, and appreciated what she was trying to do, but not to bother. In Feb I finally said screw it, and opening my gifts, called and thanked family for them. He came home that night, and pitched an absolute fit, that I opened the gifts without him. In May when saying goodbye leaving for work reminded me about something, and then said oh by the way, I might want a divorce. I was devastated, and because I had no self-worth I had no clue I even wanted out. That's how abuse works. You truly have no idea you can be in a better place. In August he came home upset that he was arrested for rap, that the hooker called the police, and he was set up. Worse, the next night he screamed even more cause she was caught by doing it again, and his charges were dropped, but it was my fault he told me in the first place. By Christmas that year he asked for a divorce. I just walked up to my bedroom, took a crap ton of pills, and tried to end it all. Luckily I slept for 4 days straight, and it must have been cathartic cause once I was awake I was done, and in a pretty good place mentally. During all the time I knew, but didn't want to acknowledge just how bad his drug habit and gambling was. He was a full-on addict with both. Been single ever since as I have huge trust issues. I don't usually respond or post to these things, but I will to the ops question. Long story short, me and the ex got married. Things seemed great. No wonderful for the first 6 to 7 months. My family however thought and saw otherwise. We feuded over things I never understood. They would come to me with things they said I told them over messages on Facebook, and I told them they were lies etc, and that they just didn't like who I was with. Eventually me and most my family stopped taking I was alienated, and didn't understand why my family was acting the waxy they were. Few months go by and the now ex-wife began her assault, which I thought was mostly on just me emotional physical abuse. I dealt with it the best way I knew how. I shut down emotionally, turned it inward, and blamed myself. She did a good job at making me feel worthless and trapped. I dealt with this for about 6 months. Until one day I was unable to grey my kids due to a CPS order and court injunction. The kid's mother had gone side charges on me. I was flabbergasted, floored, pissed, and overall crushed. Because I'm not that kind of person. So I got a lawyer, went to court. It was then when things showed themselves for what it all was. The ex-wife told the courts she had witnessed me hitting my kids, which was a lie. So I urged the courts to contact child advocacy lawyers and put my kids into a child psychologist that specialized in these cases, and that it would prove without a doubt who was the true culprit and free my name. 3 months later a decision was made. The courts had all the evidence they needed to dismiss all charges against me and file them against my now ex-wife. Through this entire ordeal I came to find out she had been using my Facebook account to message my family saying nasty things, provoking fights under my name. In the end, you never really know a person, and sometimes abuse victims stay for stupid reasons. Something we constantly think back on and ask why, but yeah. We dated for 7 years. As soon as we got married he became exponentially more critical of me. He would call my cooking poison or garbage, go line by line of every purchase I made, no matter how small, criticizing it. I never cleaned the apartment right. When I would ask for help he would respond, "Lem do that for ya." In a condescending, sarcastic way. He would joke about how he's smarter and wiser than me because he's 5 years old and has a master's degree. Looking back he was always that way, but it got worse when we got married. He thought he was better than me and everyone else. As a result of how he treated me, I started drinking heavily and lied about everything, because whether I was honest or lied I would be berated either way. I think I was trying to find a way to sabotage the marriage because I was so unhappy. We went to counseling probably 3 times, and it was all about my drinking, never about his treatment towards me. He told me I was being too sensitive, he was joking, or I was making it up. He left me in April and we've been divorced since August. During our separation I apologized a million times for my part in the divorce and my issues, but never once did he apologize for his part, because to him, it was all my fault. It's so embarrassing to me to be married such a short time, especially since we dated and lived together for so long. Looking back I've realized he is narcissistic, bipolar and has an issue with his own self-esteem. It's been a very rough 6 months, but I'm slowly learning my self-worth. I will never be with someone that calls me a bitch again. Technically split after 3 years. Attempted to split within 6 mo. Split for a few months before the end of the first year, and finally, after months of back and forth for both parties, managed to split for real. It's been a year since the split and it'll be final next month. CW. Emotionally abusive relationship. That being said, 4 years before the marriage, dated for 8 years, I was pretty certain, but the final nail in the coffin was the year before the marriage. It was an emotionally abusive / controlling / manipulation thing. The 4 years leading up to the marriage was full of threats of suicide if I left, telling me who I could and couldn't be friends with, installing apps on my phone without my knowledge to forward all incoming and outgoing texts and phone calls to him, telling me I couldn't go to college parties because I'd get drunk and rapped, which is cheating since I knew about it ahead of time. Irony is he's the only one to rap me. The final nail was when he posted my nudes online while I was across the country. Found out years later he did it in an attempt to get me to break up with him, but at some point you feel trapped. Partially due to the dynamic of an emotionally abusive relationship, partially due to growing up in the Bible Belt where you're only to have sex with one person in your lifetime. Post marriage, there was more stuff, but not nearly as bad and the damage had been done. He didn't work for the first 10 months. Didn't do housework, and I basically became his mother. I would schedule all his appointments and even have to go back into the rooms with him. It's all good. You learn and go to therapy and move on. He's not a terrible friend. We still talk, but he was too insecure and codependent to be a good partner, and my own issues allowed / encouraged his issues. On the wedding day, Something just nagged at me in the back of my head that I'd made a mistake, but I ignored it and tried my best. I had depression and was starting to struggle with day-to-day tasks like getting out of bed, washing, etc. He started spending less time at home, and then when he did come home he always started an argument. 4 months into the marriage, he went shopping. When he came back, he stormed into the bedroom and demanded I leave. I said okay and that if he gave me 10 minutes to pack a bag, I'd be gone. That was too long for him. He snatched the laptop out of my hands and threw it against the wall. When I went to pick it up, stupid, I know, he grabbed it and went to hit me with it. He left the room, so I grabbed my phone and tried to call a friend who lived in the same block of flats. My husband came back, grabbed me by my hair, and dragged me through the flat to our balcony. He then picked me up and tried to throw me over it. I got away when someone in the courtyard distracted him. I ran, and he chased me screaming that he was going to beat me so hard my own mother wouldn't recognize me. I got into the main hallway and he grabbed me by the hair, pinned me to the ground and strangled me. He only got off when I pretended to pass out. I ran to my friend's house and then had him arrested. He went to prison for a week before being let go. I went through a court case, but he was let off. He later told me that I shouldn't have called the police and that he was going to apologize later that day and everything would have been fine. In England we have a law that you have to be married for 12 months before you can file for divorce. So on the first day after those 12 months you can bet your ass I was waiting outside the solicitors for them to open. Something I've learned from this: always trust your gut. Not me, but my mom. She ran into an old flame from college on Facebook and rushed into a relationship and then a marriage with him. When I tell you there was so much stupid shit he did within the short time that they were together, it was ridiculous and contains enough ratchet drama to be turned into a sitcom. Between purposely doing physical harm to himself so she would take care of him, she's a nurse, lying about losing his job, cutting the wires in her car so that she would be dependent on him, starting fights with me, 16, 17F at the time, I'm 20 now, and my younger brother, 13, 14 meters. At the time, being an asshole to our father, who was indescribably nice to him, abruptly discontinuing the use of the antidepressants that he was prescribed after his procedure. He was highly advised against this by his PCP and my mother, because suddenly not taking mental health medication can lead to chemical imbalance caused psychosis, and constantly doing strange and paranoid things due to that, not taking care of his biological son who seemed friendly enough, but hurt by his father's dismissal, neglecting his hygiene to the point where my mom would sleep on the couch in the living room or crawl upstairs to my room, and having his controlling mom always picking on my mother. It was ridiculous. The breaking point for my mom was a few months after his leg got amputated. He was diabetic, refused to do basic health and hygiene acts, and developed a gangrene infection that the mill blamed my mom for because she wasn't taking adequate care of her baby. Now the doctors initially didn't amputate his leg, they cut off about a quarter of his foot due to dead nerve endings and poor circulation, and told him that he was gonna have to keep it clean and freshly wrapped to avoid infection. But as the swelling went down he would still be able to walk. He wouldn't bath for multiple days at a time, wouldn't change his wraps, wouldn't keep his foot dry, and would start arguments with my mom for being nosy when she would offer to help him with his foot treatment or hygiene routines. Long story short, after a follow-up appointment the doctors realized that gangrene had set in and decided to amputate that leg to a spot that was a couple of inches below the knee. Now before this happened my stepdad had lost his job and lied to my mother about it, but after she realized he was out of work and couldn't contribute to the bills she had taken over all of the household expenses until he found a job a few weeks before his amputation. He had been fired for showing late and skipping shifts, and a few weeks after my mom finding out her Mercedes started having engine issues and a bunch of dashboard lights on, so he started driving and picking her up from places, since he obviously had the free time and she wasn't prepared to pay repair fees for a Mercedes at the time. So he had a job that he got a few weeks before the leg surgery, but hadn't worked there long enough to receive paid medical leave of any sort. So my mom again took over all of the bills and asked him to file for disability and unemployment as soon as possible. By the way, my mom isn't rich by any means, but as a registered nurse with over 20 years of experience, Tridge, and med-surg charge nurse training, and willingness to work night shifts and holidays for extra pay, she was able to cover the bills at the house and our school expenses, while still having her usual savings amounts, but she was constantly tired, and having to come home, and be his personal nurse, while me and my younger brother babysat him, while she was at work, because he would constantly call us from downstairs to bring him things from the kitchen instead of using one of his assistive walking devices to get things himself. The final straw was after 4 months of her working straight overtime, sometimes up to 6, 12-hour shifts in a week, she found a letter that he left on his side of the bedroom showing that he had been receiving hundreds of dollars a month for disability and unemployment, and hadn't mentioned a word about it, and would constantly make excuses about the status of his application when she would ask. Mind you, she had to help him give his biological son Christmas money because he claimed he didn't have anything at the time. When he finally started going places in his car every day to grab lunch and buy clothes, she had been giving him gas money and spending money because she was just happy that he was in better spirits since the surgery and was going out. Even when he had been taking me and my brother to school events, she had been giving him cash for while he was out and paying his medical copays that the spouse insurance from her job didn't cover, and the entire time he was getting a nicely sized government check and not helping with any of the bills. She was pissed. When she asked him about it, he turned the argument on her for going through his things and claimed it was his personal money and he didn't see why she felt the need to know about it when he wasn't on any of her accounts. The argument ended with him admitting he was getting the money, admitting he had hidden it from her, but refusing to help with the bills. My mom devised a plan after that. Since she was still dependent on him for his car, she and coworker finally took hers to a repair shop where she realized that the wires on her car's computer chip had been cut and there was kitchen sugar in her engine, and that was the cause for the engine sputters while she was driving, and that though she could keep driving, the sugar was gonna have to be cleaned out because it was causing damage to the inside of her engine. So instead of paying the money for parts to be shipped in and her engine to be deconstructed and cleaned, she contacted a car dealer who was a friend of the family and was able to get a deal on a car at a relatively low monthly rate. After that, she started parking it on the side of the road in our neighborhood so that if he did anything to it, the neighbors across the street's cameras would see it. After that, she put me, her, and my brother on a different phone plan from him, stopped paying his phone bill, started buying me and my brother dry foods and snacks to keep in our rooms, and giving us cash to buy food while we were out with friends, and stopped buying groceries, stopped paying his medical bills, and since her new phone plans had personal hotspots and we had Netflix, she went ahead and cut the cable and internet, since he spent 80% of his day watching TV or on the internet. This led to him starting fights with everyone much more often and playing the victim because we were drowning him in expenses and causing him to go out and buy his own food. His last day at our house ended with him claiming I was ruining his marriage by starting fights with him because the night before, Saturday, me and my mom went to a play together for my birthday and he wasn't invited. It was a Tyler Perry play during Gospel Fest and the tickets were over $120 a piece in the section we were in, so we weren't paying for him to go when he didn't even pay bills. And he decided to lock the deadbolts on the doors so that we couldn't get in the house when we returned until an hour later, when he finally opened the door and I told my mom he was childish. I argued back with him and told him it was pitiful that he purposely locked us out of a house where he didn't pay any bills, and he again went into victim mode and told my mom he was going to stay at his mom's house for a bit because I was so disrespectful. As soon as he left, my mom got the locks changed, got the garage door sensors changed, and started parking both the car and Mercedes in the garage. When he later called her and told her he wasn't coming back because of my attitude, she told him he wasn't coming back point blank because she didn't want him to. He argued and cried on the phone, to which she ignored and messaged her back and forth to where she blocked his number, blocked him on FB, and then began getting creepy emails from him and sending his email address to spam. We eventually moved and rented another house a few streets over after our lease ended because he kept driving by Although they are still separated, she hasn't filed for a divorce because as far as we know he's currently unemployed and she doesn't want to be forced into spousal support or paying out parts of her savings to him since he didn't provide any financial support while they lived together. I'm sorry if my grammar is an issue. I'm on mobile and this whole thread brought back a bunch of crazy memories from that year. The guy was a piece of work and his mom was even worse. Wow, what a topic. I've been living separate away from my wife since like May 12th of this year. We were dating for 4 years, lived together in our house for 1 year, got married the following year, the 7th of January 17, stopped being a true couple within 5 months after marriage, around Christmas time. Never argued or fought. And we had a very equal relationship while dating. Classic bait and switch woman. I realized it was a mistake a little during the honeymoon, and from there it just got worse. On the honeymoon in New Orleans, every time we left the hotel room to go sightseeing or to eat, and we did a lot, she had to buy an alcoholic drink using our wedding gift money. We were only intimate twice during a 7-day honeymoon. I got used to her 3 kids from a previous marriage as if they were mine and loved them, but she spoiled them and expected me to do the same. Point, she's a huge snorer and can't sleep with the TV off. So I wore a light shade mask at night so she and I can sleep, and she still complained that she felt that I was being disturbed and claimed I snored. So she, without my input, moved out our bedroom and slept on the couch. I have her on video snoring, sleepwalking and sleeping while on the toilet. We built a brand new house, and one of the first things she decides to want is a freaking cat. The cat proceeded to tear up the house, and she did no discipline. When he passed, she went and got a feral cat to replace the last one without my input, and he did double the damage to the house. She allowed her kids to play video games for 7+ hours a day and do no chores. She would clean their rooms for them, and if I had any input or discipline she would tell me to leave them alone. Point, she's junky and expected me to clean up her mess. Then she got to a point where she decided she wanted to start hanging out with the gang on Saturday nights while I watched her kids at home. She left home at 8 PM and came home at 2 AM one night. That was when I really got to a point where I didn't trust her. I mean, I had my red flags pre-marriage, but she didn't start doing really crazy stuff until after the marriage. I guess I realized it was a mistake when every one of her problems, usually money, was always something that I wasn't doing enough of to help her. Everything was my fault and that needed to step it up. She knew my income and everything about me before marriage, so why expect me to change so much after marriage? She's the one who had to file for bankruptcy during her previous marriage, not me. She a bad spender and hated that I was a careful spender. I don't have any kids with the warm up wife. Point, when we discussed not wanting to break up after all the toxic stuff we had done to each other, so the logical alternative to breaking up was getting married. Point, after getting married, I remember imagining being an old man on my deathbed. I was surrounded by my offspring, and I was imagining what I would tell them. Would I have the leadership skills necessary to warn them not to suffer a horrible relationship in exchange for not being divorced? Or would I lie to them to make them content believing that I had a life free of major regret? Thank God she left me. I was ready to suffer my eternity. Point, it was painful. My life is shorter for that trauma, but it's the best thing that ever happened to me. I came out of that marriage with an unwillingness to have a second conversation with someone I wouldn't want to start a company with. My life is happy, and I have 2 awesome kids. I know that if my current wife leaves me, I will know that she was the best mother I could have found at that time. My only question will be, why did it take you so long to realize that you can do better? A short marriage has the potential to mature your attitude towards romantic relationships in a way that, no, it gave me PTSD. I realized the stupidity that I was capable of. I realized that I have the potential to be more dumb than I could have ever imagined. I realized that, even though was successful, more decisions like that could turn me into a hobo. I realized that the areas of life I was successful in were intentional. Professionally, I didn't just walk out my front door and apply for any job available in my proximity. So why was I treating finding a life partner like that? I came out of it with a fear ever making that level of mistake again. I also realized that having a baby mama would have been 100x more complicated than going through a divorce. So if someone showed me any red flags, I got an unignorable rush of panic/anxiety. My fear of being stuck in another similar situation outweighed my sexual desires and fear of loneliness. Love is the least important component of a healthy romantic relationship. You want to be someone that you respect, that you like, and that you can come with. I hate my ex-wife. I love her enough that if she called me asking for help, I would make sacrifices to help her navigate to safety. I love her, and always will in a way that some kids still love their dad, even after he killed mom. Love is the worst indicator of a successful and typically happy/safe/healthy relationship.